Okay, here we are. So, as always, if we're ready on the dark side of the moon, let's play the five tones. Okay, it says we're live now. Okay, there we are. All right, five viewers. Hey, chemistry, what's going on? Let me turn that off. Hey, Malcolm. Yeah, just I'm a little tired, so but got a couple people as usual. You want to argue in the comment section because I drop a video. So hopefully Deep Varmer's someplace lingering around. Ah, you were first. Yeah, well, yeah, yeah. It means you're lucky because this stuff is completely random. Probably one of the few people that do it. What are we gonna argue about? Hey, DC, what's happening? You guys snowing back there? You guys up to your eyeballs in snow? Because the rain just passed here, so you guys should be getting snow. Aaron, what's happening? Oh, no snow yet. So what's the mood there back there down at the Black Prince is leaving? Oh, rain. That means you guys gonna get sleet when it's cold, huh? If it's been raining. I heard it's been warm, man. Like New York was warm, which is weird. Heard you guys it was up to like 60 degrees, man, back east. Ah, okay. I don't know how women are gonna take my channel. My opinion on the perfect guy movie. I would say was it is it a talking about black for black guys or just guys period? Oh, 70 degrees. Damn, man. That's the temperature it is out here. The perfect guy movie. The best one of the better guy movies I thought was for young guys was believe it or not was Ferris Bueller's Day Off. That was a great guy movie. I think so, yeah, I liked Risky Business. That's when I was younger. That was a good guy movie. If you're talking about guys, if you're talking about yeah, I would say Ferris Bueller's Day Off is probably classic, man. It's about as far as a guy movie because that's the shit that you want to do but you can't do. Nah, man. American Pie was okay, but Ferris Bueller's Day Off and I would say Risky Business, man. With I mean those Ferris Bueller and Risky Business are still classics today. Yeah, I'm gonna drop it in a minute, man. I was looking for a Deep Varma and I know adapt and overcome. Listen, he's not going to jump in, man. He never does. Yeah, with Tom Cruise. It was that was a classic guy movie. I mean, but there's lots of them, man. Uh, well, it depends. It depends. It could be if it could be The Godfather, which is a guy movie. It depends on what you want. If you're talking about science fiction, Raging Bull was a good movie, I would say, but I wouldn't put it above The Godfather if we're going to go in that vein. Um, Rambo was cool. Rambo and I would say The Bourne Identity are in the same vein. They're almost equal. I would give The Bourne Identity the nod over Rambo, even though I love Rambo when it first came out. For its time, Scarface was cool, but Scarface was a drug movie. Yes, for its time, Scarface was cool. Hey, jump on, whoever's on. Yes, for its time, Scarface was cool. Got to mute the YouTube feed though, otherwise we're going to get a delay. You don't like the ending of what, Scarface? You're talking about her with the Hurricane Carter. For a good guy movie, man. Believe it or not, man. If you're black, well, Shaft was a good guy movie back in the day for black exploitation. Also, Penitentiary. The first Penitentiary was a good guy movie, surprisingly so. There's a lot of them. Yeah, Hurricane Carter. It was actually a true story. Hurricane Carter. All right, Edward, we're getting a lot of noise from you, man. Unless you want to speak, kind of mute yourself. All right. Well, you guys are on, man. If you want to jump in and say something. If not, I'll keep reading from the post. Yeah, Full Metal Jacket was cool, man. Full Metal Jacket was cool. Also, Platoon, which was I like Platoon. Also, I also liked which one was better? Probably better than that was almost better than that was trying to remember the name of the movie. Man, I haven't seen it in so long. That set off all those Vietnam movies was the one that Francis Ford Coppola did. Um, can't remember the name of the offhand. I can't remember the name of the movie. Apocalypse Now. Apocalypse Now was the first one that the big blockbuster that Full Metal Jacket and Platoon and all those Vietnam movies kind of followed. They kind of anti-hero. Yeah, Apocalypse Now. Apocalypse Now for its time was a really good movie. It was the first of its kind. He did that right after Godfather. He got that money from the Godfather. All right, speak up, speak up. You guys are on.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's happening?
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Now I know you've probably been working, man. It's a good thing.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, it's a good thing.
Yes, I have. Yeah, I've been working on this new job that I got a while back. Just a lot of pulling down a lot of hours. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Well, the DC native, no, I didn't block you from any hangouts, man.
What's up, BGS, man? It's your boy, so.
Hey, hey, Q, what's happening?
Ain't that much, man. I gotta go eat for a second. I'll get back to you guys in a second. Hold on.
All right, man. Not DC native, I didn't block you, man. Not that I know of. Unless somebody else that's in the hangout blocked you, man. Um, as far as I know, I don't remember.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, all right. Sorry, man. I had to get my stuff together a little bit. I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Did you see The Force Awakens with Star Wars? Came out a
Yeah,
couple.
yeah, I saw it.
Okay, what do you think about John Boyega's character? What do you think about how they portrayed him?
He was supposed to be the romantic foil for her. So no, you need to have an alpha female. You need a you need a beta male. You need a
Okay,
companion. In other words, like a weak beta male, like a companion. So he was that beta male.
okay, because I know that was a lot of brothers did not like that portrayal. That was a big kind of uproar at the time that it got launched, and
Hmm.
then yeah, I think that might have hurt his career a little bit, to be honest with you.
Uh, I doubt it. I doubt it. If you kiss ass for money, because they're gonna make 3 films and you're gonna be in all 3, so you're gonna make some money.
Yeah, so like my argument was that I do agree with what you're saying. My argument was that this was like the beginning arc for him, so he
Hmm.
had to start somewhere.
Uh-huh.
So it was kind of like, okay, wait for the second film, and he
Uh-huh.
might act a little bit stronger than what he was in this film because
Uh-huh.
he do training and stuff like that. But brothers weren't hearing that. They were mad. They were like, "Oh, they got him, the black guy, looking like he's buck dancing and da 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 da." And
Man, black people complain about every movie, man. There's no movie out there that black people don't complain about. There is no
yeah,
movie. There is no movie out there that black people don't complain about. They were complaining about fences. You know, got some people that don't like fences because of the way the guy was portrayed. There's always going to be some people.
yeah, I know Hidden Colors is another. I mean, not Hidden Colors, not Hidden Colors, Hidden Hidden
Hidden
Figures.
Figures, yeah.
Yeah, that's another big one that is going around in the social media sphere. It's kind of like it's kind of getting split down. The typical party lines.
Uh,
Basically black men and black women
yeah.
because on one end, black women, and this I'm gonna tell you something. I've seen your Boyce Watkins rant. I call
Hmm.
it the last thing out you had in the tail end of it, and I know you were kind of tired at the time, so that's who I am. But I
Uh-huh.
saw your Boyce Watkins rant,
Hmm.
and it hit everything that I've wanted to say about him. But I was proud of him, man, because he did a review on Hidden Figures, and he liked the movie. But Boyce Watkins was very honest about how the way they portrayed it, like white men have the keys, and how black men hold black women back, and how black women got to stop getting out of that mindset. Got to
Uh-huh.
start getting out of that mindset. So I was really proud of him. It was funny how people were actually coming at him from the other side because they was
Yeah.
thinking he was being too harsh. But it's Boyce Watkins, so he's
Yeah.
never gonna be too harsh.
No, he's
On
not gonna mess. He's not gonna mess up his money, man. That's how come. Because I know a lot of people like Boyce Watkins. Okay, because I've been in the
I'm one
conscious
of
community.
them.
Huh?
I'm one of them. Yeah, I like him a lot.
I'm saying what I'm saying. I know a lot of people like him. Okay, I'm talking about that work in that vein with him. Okay,
Oh,
in the
that is
conscious
similar to
community.
him.
Yeah, and it's
Okay,
similar to him. You know, lots of people, and guess how come people say, well, how come you don't, tell us where we can find you in real life and all that kind of stuff? Because I couldn't say the shit about women, black women in particular, like I do if I didn't keep my identity like undercover.
but okay, so
Because they would go after, they would go in on people that I'm associated with.
oh yeah, because they don't play with that. They do crowd control, and black men need to get better because I feel like men are better at organizing than women. So there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to counter that to defend that. Because you saw how they went after Nate Parker and how white people kind of helped that along as far as people that
Yeah,
wanted.
they wanted to kill that movie. They've been killing that movie, man, for 25 years, and he finally got it made. And they basically they wanted to release it, so say we did release it, but we're going to kill it.
Yeah, like I personally believe, and look, I'm not taking nothing away.
Yeah. Yeah. Repeat what you just said. Okay, he dropped out for a second. All right. Who else?
Hey, BGS. How you doing?
Hey, what's going on?
Hi, man. I'm
Okay, there's a lot of
I'm
noise. I'm not hearing you. Go ahead. Repeat
I'm
what you just
sorry.
said.
I said I'm Phantom Evil. I'm one of your
Okay.
subscribers.
Okay. Cool.
Just wanted to let you know I'm not black, but
Okay. Cool.
you have much knowledge, and
Thank you.
being a man that never had a father, and went through a major depression in my life. Um, I search for men with knowledge
Hmm.
because it's the only thing worth living for at this point. And I just think you should know that your efforts are very well worth it, and I appreciate you.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what it is. That's what it's here for. And the only reason I'm on it more is, rather than my MGTOW, and I probably should go start putting more content on my MGTOW, is to because basically, especially in this particular country, in this society, they do separate, but the thing is, what they separate us by class, and there's a class called men. If
Yeah,
we're all in that particular class, and even though black men are a subgroup, and I had to understand it for myself because a lot of black men like to think that we're separate from the dominant group, and we're not. We're still part of it. So what affects you guys, say like white guys or whatever, the
I'm half
dominant group,
Puerto Rican,
it's
half white,
it's
so I
gonna
live
it,
in
it's
two
gonna
different
affect
worlds.
everybody. Yeah, it's gonna affect everybody.
Yeah,
So
I just wanted to let you know that
okay,
what you do here is valuable to
uh,
many of us men that never had a father that
yeah,
need like I went through depression.
uh,
I was like suicidal and shit,
oh man,
and the only
okay,
thing that brought me back was scholars like yourself and the philosophy of MGTOW. And then
hmm,
once I started figuring out female nature,
hmm,
I finally found peace within myself.
yeah,
You know what I mean? And
yeah,
I think that's a message that needs to be spread towards men that don't even know about MGTOW. I mean, it's a message that needs to get out there, whether you want to be part of it or not. Just
yeah.
at least study it just a little bit.
Yeah. Well, they try basically what they've been trying to do, man, for the last 50 years is socialize dogs into thinking that they're cats. And that's
Yeah.
what's fucking young, especially young guys, man. That's what's fucking young guys' minds up because they're not because they have a dog nature. But the thing is, they're trying to input a cat's mind into them, and it's not happening, and vice versa. That's like when women are screwed up. In fact, I'm supposed to, I'm going to do. I'm going to do basically not a series, but a couple of videos on the animus of females. And I was just looking at an article talking about because animus is in a female is the little part in them that's male inside of a woman's psyche. In other words, it's like
Mm.
not to go into too broad a detail. There's like a minority of feminine in males, and there's a minority of masculine and in females, and they act just like they act. In other words, the animus acts just like a male center inside a woman's brain,
Hmm.
I
and
have a
vice versa. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question on that. I'm glad you mentioned that. I'm actually reading a book on mysticism,
Mm-hmm.
and it actually mentions that. And I
Mm-hmm.
want to ask you,
The mystic
um,
marriage. Yeah.
yeah, and
Mm-hmm.
okay. When I ran across that term, because I remember you mentioned that.
Yeah. I put it. It should
Um,
be in.
yeah, I have it. Yeah,
I mean, it should be in one of my videos. My esoteric
yeah,
videos.
it's the esoteric series.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I've actually downloaded it.
Yeah. Okay.
Um, I guess the question I'm asking is that what so like how is that how does science prove that actually exists within the the anima is in a male and the animus is in a female.
Well, there's a lots of things. Okay. There's a lot of indicators. I wouldn't say it's proof, but it's indicators. Like I said, you like say you have like 10 or 15% estrogen in your body as a male. Okay, versus testosterone. There are feminine structures inside your brain that they know about that's set up. There's a difference between a masculine brain and a feminine brain, but you have that inside your brain, and it's basic universal knowledge that they've known for hundreds of thousands of years, over through observation. In other words, you could, if you observe people long enough, enough people over a long enough time, and everybody's saying the same thing, they start to agree. So it's not, so Jung didn't come up with a concept that was new. Okay, he just expanded upon it, and they can actually go in and they can figure it out. You know that you do have this essence inside yourself. So it's is there a place where they can say, boom, okay, that is a masculine, that's a feminine center inside a masculine mind? No, they can't. Hell, they don't even know how the mind works for the most part, but they
So
they
like
do. Huh?
what I mean, because I like I said, I'm expanding on the topic. So in your discovery, what is the indicator of that? Like what one indicator? I mean, one of many of the indicators that you can
Isn't
name.
size one of them? Size of the brain, it can tell you whether it's
No, it's not the size of the brain, it's the structure of the brain, because a woman's a man's brain works like two processors in uh, uh, in parallel, right? The two processors side by side, and a woman's brain works like one processor because it's all cross coordinated. Both hemispheres are more connected to each other than a male brain. A male brain is more separated than
it's all
than
about social, right? Women have more social centers of the brain that are more
um
where
th-
men
that's
tend
that's
to
the
stick to
that's
themselves.
the effect. In other words, the what we call the artistic or the emotional brain is connected to her logic center more so, whereas men have a separation between their emotions and their logic.
Okay.
In other words, your what is it? Your right side? Is it your right side of your brain is emotion and artistic? I can't remember which side is which, but
It
in other
makes
words, I think it's the right side that's supposed to be your emotional and artistic and that kind of stuff, is
mhm.
which is your emotional side, your intuitive side, all that kind of stuff. I think it's your right side of your brain. And your left side of the brain was supposed to be mathematics and logic. That's how come women get all that stuff mixed up, because they're cross connected. So men can separate each side. So men have
Yeah.
a so like I said, men have to think their way into their feelings. They have to directly, consciously tap into it. Where women, logic and emotion are all tied in together.
But that's how we evolved, right? Because
Uh,
men
yeah.
put their feelings aside while they're hunting, and tensions were strong between the beasts they were hunting, and the concentration the man had uh, to have in order to take that beast down, where women were more social.
Yeah, well, we assume that. So we look
Yeah.
at evolution, and we look at lower primates, and then we extrapolate, and then we add on to what we have observed over time. This it's a guess, But with enough observations, it's a good guess. But we assume that's the way it is because we were assigned different tasks.
Hmm.
Like men, if they're bigger and stronger, they actually have to go out and hunt, and they have to adapt to unknown terrain. Where women, because women have to be next to the children because it takes so long for children to
Yeah,
actually grow to the point where they can protect themselves.
absolutely.
But that's the thing I don't quite understand at BGS. How do they expect it to socialize us to think like them when essentially our core essence is against that? I mean, it explains why men do go MGTOW.
Yeah,
But I can't understand how come women thought that they could actually get away with it.
because they've been socialized. Somebody's got the speaker on or something. Because they've been socialized to think the same way. In other words, you have to remember, you got to remember your so-called overlords are not they're not perfect. They're nowhere near perfect. They're human just like you are, and they can't predict the future. So it seemed like a good idea at the time, so they tried it. Because the Prussian school system says, okay, well, you can socialize people into thinking that they're this identity, like the white identity or the German identity or the Ethiopian identity or whatever identity you want them to have. So how come we can't use the same thing to socialize boys into acting like girls and girls into acting like boys? So basically, they want a unisex conformity, like say like a beehive. A beehive is what? An insect hive is all females because females conform to what the bee. In other words, females follow orders better. They just do. They blindly, if they believe it, they follow it blindly, where males don't necessarily do the same thing. So there was an experiment, and in fact, I think it was in my MGTOW channel when I did Feminize America, where they were after World War II, and then all the disruption because the males were vying for more power. Because there were so many males vying for more power, they were afraid that the males would come in and going to overthrow Western civilization. So they said, "How can we thwart this?" So they came up with an idea: we're going to take the masculinity out of the population. So we're going to brainwash all the males into acting like females and have the females take the place of males because females are easier to control.
Hey, do you listen to Sargon of Akkad at all?
On occasion, I used to listen to him a lot.
Just came out with a video this week about Alex Jones and how he has a conspiracy about frogs making other frogs gay, and then he actually went into the research of these frogs being tested with a chemical that is actually turning male frogs gay.
Yeah,
and I thought it was just satirical, but it ended up being true. They already tested chemical in a stream on frogs, and it's making them gay. He seems to think it might be happening in our societies that our governments are putting this chemical in, and that's why we're coming out with human beings that are feminine and male.
They've been talking about that because they know that just putting males eating a lot of soy can make them more feminine. They call them false estrogens in plastics, pesticides, soy, GMO foods. There's a lot of things that can, because the human ecosystem is fragile, and you can cause males to produce more estrogen or introduce estrogen mimicking chemicals inside the body, and the body will respond. Same way that transgender men can transform themselves into not women, but equivalents of women.
Yes, but in the process, they lose their ability to reproduce.
Yeah.
So it's a sacrifice in a big way. So you don't know how that's going to affect them in the long run. That's why a lot of people that do sex changes tend to commit suicide, unfortunately.
Yeah, because for a lot of reasons that they're doing it is because the ones that are actually doing it, especially later in life, because they're born with a male body, but their brains are configured like females. And that causes the identity crisis, where their brain is telling them they're females, but they're all their their body systems tell them that they're males, and they actually cause the body to produce more
There's a scientific
testosterone.
term for it too.
Yeah, I can't remember the scientific term. In
Yeah,
fact, there was a couple of guys. What's his name? That the Wachowski brothers. One of them, he had that problem, and that's how come he got a sex change. Bruce Jenner had a sex change for the same reason. And there was a helicopter. There was a guy that used to be a helicopter, TV helicopter a pilot. He had the same thing done. He said because of the way their brains are configured.
yeah.
They on the outside they're male, and then a lot of these guys are very masculine. All of a sudden you kind of figure out, like, all of a sudden, like, why do they want to be women? And it's to kind of balance what's going on up in their heads with their bodies. But that's rare. A lot of this stuff is what's going on now is just socialization. They're pushing this stuff.
It's what it is at this point. We don't have much control over our government. All we can do is
we never did
to make our life
we never did.
Comfortable.
So the thing is the false thing the false idea we have is that we think that we've always had controls over our government. We never did.
Oh, I know that.
Yeah, we never did. And the thing is, we probably have more control over our government now than we've ever had in history. Believe it or not, because of the weapons that are out, technology is out, and there's so many of us that they absolutely cannot control this amount of people. That's what scares the shit out of them. There's too many people to control. There's absolutely no way.
Is America like one of the last bastions of people that are allowed to bear guns or something? Because it seems like they're trying really hard to get rid of guns in certain parts of the country, and it's getting ridiculous. I say if we lose our freedom of speech and our right to bear arms, we should just have a civil war, or at least line up all the politicians and shoot.
You have 350. You have 320, 30, or 40 million people. You got 350 million guns. How are they going to come in and take all the guns?
I feel like Doritos will make more. We'll just make more. That's all.
What I'm saying is, okay. They found out what scares the shit out of them. They found out that if you have enough people with just AK-47s, they can hold. They basically say you got, just for instance, say you got an army of, let's say, 5,000 men, 10,000 men, okay, and you got a population of 100,000 people with AK-47s. There's no commander is going to send his army in the middle of that shit. None. It's just, you can't. That's what they found. AK-47 with enough AK-47s with enough people can hold off the most powerful army in the world.
I was doing some.
As long as the ammo's coming. As long as you got ammo.
Yeah.
As long as you got ammo.
Well, it doesn't even take that much ammo. I mean, if they found out, especially in urban warfare, if you line up enough people, even with a couple of clips, and you just make them snipers, they can pin down an army.
Well, you're talking about efficient fighters. I mean, I was in the military, so I know that efficient fighting is good, but just general populace.
Yeah. What is
ammo?
What I'm saying is, what is the worst kind of fighting for any army?
Well, I'd say it might be guerrilla, because guerrilla.
No. I mean, guerrillas are tactic. But I'm saying the worst kind of terrain for any army.
Oh, the worst kind.
The worst kind.
Urban. The worst kind is probably
urban.
Is urban. Urban is the worst.
Well, I don't know. Because elements depends on where you're located, but urban.
Urban is the worst because you got walls, you got concrete, you got all that stuff, and you got to go. You literally have to go block by block.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
and you can't. You have no idea, and a decent sniper can pin down a whole platoon.
Mm-hmm. I was actually doing some research on that, and I found that in World War II, the reason Hitler didn't go into I think it was what country? Switzerland, was because they had a decentralized military where, you know, all the citizens had guns, or at least I think all the males were expected to know how to operate guns and have training with them. So he knew if he went in there, it would be like a guerrilla situation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, that's the reason. That's the reason. That's the reason that, you know, that white folks have a religious. How can I say, have a religious feeling towards guns, because it freed them from their rulers. It literally freed them from their rulers.
Yeah.
Because of the amateur weapons, and Quigley said it, a whole bunch of other people said that's how come it has such a religious symbology towards them. That's how come you're never going to get rid of them. There's no way you can get rid of them without a civil war. You will literally, when they say you have to pry their guns from the cold dead hands, they literally mean that. You know, you're going to have to kill them to get them. And the thing is, what kind of country are you going to have afterwards? So it's not really worth it. And then if you do get rid of them, then you're open to invasion. Because now the Chinese said, okay, well, you got rid of all the people with all the guns. Then it's just regular old warfare. We can come. We got 1 billion people. We can come in and invade.
That's one of America's major deterrences, isn't it?
Yep.
Isn't it a Chinese general that said going in invading America is like having a gun behind every grass, every blade of grass, or something like that?
Basically, that's what he said. There's just too many of them, man. I mean, you have you look at well, hell, you look at a small country like look at a small country like Syria. Okay, a small, relatively small country with relatively small urban centers. Okay, look how long it takes you to go in there, you know, and they don't have heavy weapons. Okay, they don't have a lot of heavy weapons, just small arms, or relatively small arms.
Yeah, I wanted to chime in on that. I think a lot of people underestimate the power of common, I'll say somewhat common everyday males to transform themselves in a short period of time when survival is concerned. And I'll say that as an example, just like people don't understand, these guys in ISIS and Al Qaeda are Joe Schmoes, bro, and they're fighting the United States military. So to like, a lot of people don't even understand the concept of the National Guard in America was formed out of militias, not out of high-powered guys who were just, you know, all of them were well-trained soldiers. They started gathering guys that were, you know, communities of men, and the concept of the National Guard came out of that. So, and their specific thing is the National Guard are the men who live in these cities, these environments, and they know the terrain. So in Baltimore, when the Freddie Gray situation happened, and they were talking about bringing in the National Guard, it's the people that live here. You know what I'm saying? It's the men that live in these environments that will come into these urban areas. So when you have wars in places like you were talking about Syria, a lot of dudes in the National Guard that go in first because they're used to that type of living.
That urban environment.
Yeah, so that's what that is, and that's what makes MS-13 what they call a paramilitary in this country. About 100,000 of those guys with guns. You know.
Even though it's not nearly enough, but
right.
Well, the thing is, what basically keeps order in the United States is what always keeps order in any country, is that people want order. Nobody really wants to riot after a week of rioting, and the food shelves get emptied and looted and whatnot, and you start getting hungry. What are you going to do? You're going to start, you're going to calm your ass down and go back in and say, okay, well, now it's time to go back to work and get back to my regular life.
Well, see, that's how the military. If I was still in the military today, that's how I would deal with urban. I just starve you out to death. That ain't all that.
Yeah, well,
you can shoot
well,
all
that's
you want. You ain't gonna be able to do nothing if you start.
well, that's the age old. You know, that's been around since well before the Greeks, man. It's called a siege.
Yep.
So it's nothing new. It's a siege.
Yeah, you just all you do in the urban areas, you just shut down the pipelines of food and travel of stuff coming in.
Yeah.
As soon as you shut that down, they'll start crying in a minute.
Yeah.
Trust and believe.
Yeah.
The belly talk.
Yeah, I want to ask BGS, how do you feel about the idea of standing armies? What's your opinion on
standing armies? The only thing about us having standing armies is the temptation for the rulers to actually use them. That's how come they never allowed them, because the Romans had standing armies held damn near their whole existence. It's called the legion. Okay, the reason in modern society you don't have a standing army is one because they're very, very expensive.
Yeah,
you know, extremely expensive to feed, clothe, take care of, train a standing army, especially a large standing. Even though America always has a small standing army. There's no such thing as we don't have we have a small standing army. When you talk about a large scale standing army, that's very, very expensive.
It's considered like one of the largest in the world.
It is, but the thing is, it's still a small. When you have a large standing army, you have like 500,000 people. I mean, like 500,000.
I think
we have I think what World War II is like. What we have like it's like maybe a 10-15% of the population was in the war effort. That's huge.
Yeah.
That's a huge amount of people. We have only 1/7 of your of even your active duty people are a standing army. In other words, are actually armed, and that's what they're paid to do. We have a lot of
when I was in the military in 2006, while I was going through boot camp, my drill sergeant told us that approximately every year there's about 1% of the American public in the armed forces
right
at a given time.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, a very small percentage of the population, and that's a lot compared to the rest of the world.
Yeah, but I mean, considering that, I mean, modern standards wise, I mean, it's more. I would consider it more. I mean, what's the saying? Someone said, I forgot who said it, but he said, "One man with a gun can control 1,000 people without one."
Well, probably not that many. You know, that's probably.
Well, I'm just speaking in terms of like the scale, though. I mean,
yeah. If you're armed, if you got a gun, you have a distinct.
And typically,
advantage.
people are gonna listen to a person with a gun. Most of the time.
In other words,
if they're in a.
Okay, there's quickly pointed this out. There's 3 ways to get people to do things, right? Well, these are the 3 powers. Okay, force. You have the force, the gun, the weapons, the strength to make them do something. A fear of death or injury. Wealth. You actually provide them with a better life. You pay them. You give them a job. You feed them, something like that. And persuasion. That's you basically socialize them. You brainwash them through religion, education, that kind of stuff. Those are the 3 ways to get people to do things. The first one is hard power. The other 2 are soft powers. So yes, force is the quickest way to get people to do something. The police point that out all the time. A policeman comes in. His first thing is his thing is what they're supposed to do. In other words, it's supposed to go. The escalation. In other words, persuasion first. I'm gonna talk to you. Okay. And then we go up the scale. And force is supposed to be last. Actually, I'm gonna the escalation of force. I'm gonna wrestle you down to the ground. I'm gonna use my taser, my stick, and then if it gets to the point, I'm gonna whip out my gun. Because I'm going to make you do what I compel you to do something.
What was those 3 things again?
Huh?
What was those 3 things again?
Force, wealth, and persuasion.
It's called escalation of force.
Yeah, the escalation of force. Yeah, escalation of force is where you start, with physical force, and then you start bringing out your weapons.
I occupied Iraq, in Baghdad, their capital,
Mhm.
2007, all of 2007. I spent 13 months there. Um, our cops in America uh, are treating American people
Mhm.
far worse than what we did when we were at war with Iraq. Those people had much more respect from our soldiers than the citizens get from their police in this country. It's pitiful.
Yeah, that's because basically they're using Israeli tactics. In other words, they're treating Americans like they treat the
Palestinians.
Palestinians. Yeah, they're training a lot of those tactics. Even uh, the whatchamacallits that they use, the weapons that they use, are basically come from dealing with Palestinians. It's supposed to inspire fear.
Well, the problem with that is that America has guns, and I don't know if you remember. So some people were doing a protest, and they came out with trucks and automatic weapons, and the
Mm.
cops said, "What are you guys doing here with all your weapons?" And they said, "We're just here to make sure there's a peaceful protest."
Oh
That's
yeah, that was up in wasn't it up in Dakota, South Dakota, with the pipeline?
I don't remember where it was, but I
Yeah.
remember the situation, and I was like, "That's fucking awesome." That's
Yeah, the thing is it's hard to do it in a liberal country that has rules and regulations. Very difficult to do that. Ferguson was a test case and it didn't work. They tried to do that in Ferguson, where they brought in the show of force, and then basically the people got out on the streets and said, "What are you going to do? You going to shoot us down?" On live media,
Well, why do you think it didn't work?
because they weren't prepared to shoot people down. You just cannot shoot protesters down, even rioters down in cold blood, especially on TV. It's not going to work because the American people, the liberal country like America, is not going to stand for it. They are not. They're not going to stand for it. I don't care what color you are.
Right, but what was their goal? Was it to shoot or?
No, it was a show of force that's big enough to make you back down. In other words, if we come out with these mini tanks we call personnel carriers, and we have the guns mounted just like we have in Iraq, because there's very little difference between those personnel carriers that they rolled into Ferguson and the ones they rolled in Iraq. They're almost exactly the same. But the thing is, you have a different mindset. Okay, you have a different
But
mind.
the people did. Yeah, but the people did back down though, right?
No, they didn't. More people came into the city. That's how come it didn't work. And then they tried it again in Baltimore, and that's how come they don't even use it anymore, because it didn't work. It's not going to work in a liberal country. And first you had the original Ferguson protest. I think it had maybe maybe 10,000 people at the most, or 5,000 people at the most. By the time they finished, they had like 80,000 people that flooded into Ferguson.
But I bet you if they would have started to shoot, then they would have gotten their point across. But the question is why they didn't?
You can't even sick dogs on people anymore in this generation, because you went through that. So you going in and mowing down Americans on unarmed American on live TV. Who's going to stand for that? Would you stand for that?
No, the fuck no.
So next time there is a riot, guess what people are going to do? Are they going to go in unarmed?
No, they're going to go all armed all the way and be ready to die, because they're
going to be ready to die, because if we're going to go out and do this, we have to come, and that is the start of a civil war.
I'm of the opinion. I think
really,
that,
well, hold on, one at a time. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, so really, I guess the government is somewhat not afraid, but they are, they don't think that the population is coward. I guess. Put it that way.
Okay, let's put it this way. I'm gonna put it to you simply. Okay, if the police show up to your house for a disturbance, right, or your neighbor's house for a disturbance, and they come in and they shoot everybody in the household, right? They just murder everybody in the household. Next, when what are you first thing you're gonna do? You're gonna go get yourself armed. And the next time, if police come to your house, what are they gonna have to do? Are you just gonna let them in? No, you're gonna come armed because your neighbor got murdered by the police. You're not gonna let that happen to you.
Well, at that point, I have nothing to lose.
Exactly. So in other words, if they went into Ferguson and they just started gunning down people because they were rioting, what happens in the next city that they rioted? You think they're gonna come in unarmed?
No. So they just don't want any the breakdown of the country, really, right?
They're seeing how much control they can actually get away with. What can they use? Remember, there's 3 levels of control. So in other words, rather than coming in with force, what did they do? They started settling their problems. Okay, what's wrong? So they went in. The Justice Department went into the Ferguson police force and fixed what was wrong.
BGS, I want to say something on that. It's like the more I've been learning and the more I've been seeing things, and I kind of get what you've been saying. I think what's causing a lot of the conflicts is that there isn't any easy way to govern human beings.
No, there isn't.
And so there is a lot of mistakes, even at the top. And it's just like, I guess with us, we see everything as, a lot of times, I'm not saying anyone here is, I'm just saying in general, a lot of times we see everything as a conspiracy, but a lot of things are mistakes.
Yeah, tons of them. And the more you read about it, the more you actually get behind the scenes, the more you find out there's more mistakes. There's no government in the world that was ever designed to govern this many people. It just wasn't. 500 years ago, you didn't have this many people on the whole entire globe. You got damn near that many in one country like the United States.
Did you put out a video today or yesterday about this old white guy from England? He said that we all don't want any conflict in our life. So in society, we make small decisions on how to stay safe and go through life without causing any havoc.
Yeah.
Just like driving a car, he used as an example.
Yeah. You have an agreement. It's the only way a society works is because at their base level, human beings are social animals. Because human beings cannot survive, on their own.
I have a question, BGS, on that. Why is it that among mammals, that some mammals are social, it seems like, and then other ones aren't? Like, for instance, if you look at lions, lions are a very social species. They live in groups. They have a pride. Males and the females, the males patrol the territory, the females take care of the young and hunt. But then you have other species like leopards. And leopards are like completely solitary, pretty much. They hunt alone, they live alone, and they only come together to mate for short periods of time. Then they go back to like being alone. Like, why did that develop? Like, I mean,
all creatures develop according to their environment.
Okay.
So if a leopard can live by itself, or in a tree that's solitary according to its to where it is, it's an environment. The leopard's not the only one. You got wolverines. You got a whole lot of creatures that are adapted to live solitary. And the ones but they have defenses that allow them to be solitary, but they've adapted to their environment. All creatures do that. Why are whales as big as they are a social grouping, and say a white shark or sharks that are smaller aren't?
Yeah,
same thing.
Why is that?
Well, because that's the way they adapted. I mean, evolution is complex. Life is complex. Well, the universe is complex. So you're going to have expressions according to whatever vein or environment that they adapted to. I mean, all creatures have a similar vein, but the thing is, they adapt according to according to the needs of the biology they have and the environment that they're in. Bears are for the most part solitary.
ABGS.
Yes,
Hey,
sir.
I gotta head to bed. I got two beautiful children. Take care tomorrow.
Go.
Tomorrow's
God
my
bless you.
Father's Day.
Yeah.
Every Sunday. Thank you for what you do, and I'll see you next time.
All right.
Okay. Bye.
All right. So, question, BGS. What do you think? So, for instance, just like in the United States, and I am a black man, by the way, but a lot of people, because I guess the way my voice sounds,
Yeah. Sometimes it's difficult to tell because they've homogenized black inflection so much.
They've homogenized this.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to get that problem because when I was younger, because I went to all white schools for majority of my life, and when I started working in a black environment, like I worked in a black environment for like 30 some odd years, so a lot of that black inflection came back into my voice. But
I noticed that happens with me a lot. Like if I'm around, like if I hang out with some of my white friends, I'll talk, what's up, dude, whatever. But when I'm hanging around black folks, my voice gets a little bit deeper.
Yeah.
And I pronounce words a little bit more. I have more emphasis with my pronunciation on certain words.
Yeah.
That whole kind of thing.
What they call it, code switching, but yeah.
I got a quick comment about this. I think personally, if I listen to a black person, whether person is speaking whatever language, I'm able to figure out, okay, this is a black person. And in fact, if you watch the news, if it's a black news anchor, woman or man, it's very easy for me to identify, okay, this person is black without even without even seeing what the person looks like.
It depends. Okay. It depends on how hard they worked on it. Because there's like Donovan, like when Donovan Sharp came on Obsidian, everybody thought he was a white guy.
Yeah, but I mean, if you really want to work on it, it's not really the accent, it's not the pronunciation of the words, it's the tone of your voice.
Yeah, you can learn that. You can learn that. Same way somebody can learn to speak perfect Chinese. You can learn. It's a learned thing. You can learn it.
Well, you can learn a perfect so-called the Queen's language, but there's a difference between learning how to pronounce the words and try to mimic somebody else's voice. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I want to say that you can. The thing is, you can learn the tone, you can learn the grammar and the pronunciation. You can learn it. If you go to broadcasting school, they teach you that stuff.
But see, I think it's a disservice for someone to try to learn somebody else's tone.
Why?
Learning a language to me is only first of all, you got to learn the proper grammar, and number two is learn how to pronounce the words within the same accent. But changing the tone, that's really taking your identity, and replacing it with somebody else's.
Yeah.
And I was at some time confronted with this because I always felt that my voice was extremely deep versus the other classmates, and I didn't feel inferior, but it felt like I was outside of the norm.
Yeah.
But
good evening. May I say something on the topic?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, this is Paul Proteus.
Yeah, we recognize the voice. What's up, Brother Paul? What's happening?
Well, I'm just sitting here doing a bit of work, and you guys are talking about voice. And one of the things that's happened that we're still adjusting to, earlier you guys were talking about adaptation within the environment. Human beings are actually very slow to adapt, just because it takes us so long to reproduce.
Mm-hmm.
But one of the things that has been common for most of human history with regard to the voice is that voice for most of human history was tied to location.
Mm-hmm.
Right? The way you sounded was dependent on where you were from.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so as we introduced technology that allowed the voice to travel, we've essentially begun a process of decoupling what people sound like from their physical location.
Right.
Right. And so what you get into is something that linguists call code shifting.
Right.
Right. So as a musician, for example, if I go and I hang out with a bunch of blues musicians from the South, I will tend to slide into that language.
Right. Yep.
Right. And then when I go back to the office on Monday, I will slide back out of it. I mean, I remember you saying at one point that you had developed a bit of a stutter because you didn't exactly know how to speak.
Right.
Around different groups.
Right.
And yeah, I kind of have the same problem where, for example, if I go to the Caribbean, there's part of me that's almost feels like I have to translate into that idiom.
Yeah.
But I guess my point is, don't be afraid. If you're a code shifter, don't be afraid to use a different type of voice.
Yeah, that's because that allows you to adapt to. That's just your brain adapting to the environment that it's in. Your brain automatically try to do it. The thing is that as you get older, it's harder for your ear to tune into that into that language. Children do it automatically.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, children do it automatically. In fact, who was it? It was Yvonne Orji. She played Molly in Insecure. She was talking about it. She was saying that when she came to America from Nigeria, she was like 5 years old. And when she got to like middle school or like high school, she had completely lost her Nigerian accent. So they used to send her back.
Right.
You know, every year so that she could keep her Nigerian accent.
Mm-hmm.
Because children will lose it. Your brain will build structures to where you will actually start to lose whatever you had. But at a certain point, you notice that the immigrants that come over as adults, say like their 20s and 30s, they can never adapt. It's difficult for them to adapt without a lot of work.
Right.
Let me ask you something, BGS, on this subject. When it comes to people, different groups of people, different races.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it's a fair characterization because I find that, I grew up in a very diverse area. Me and you are actually from the same area. I was born in Los Angeles.
What part? What part?
Probably not too far from where you are. When we lived right off of, I'm not going to say the exact street, but
but the area. You don't have to give the exact street, but the area.
Yeah, well, I'll give you the general area. We lived right off of Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard.
Okay, right in the hood, yeah.
Pretty much down the street from the Coliseum.
Okay, by USC area. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, we were down the street from that.
It was diverse. When you were born, it wasn't diverse when I used to work over the McDonald's over there.
I was born there. Hold on, but you don't even know when I was born. I didn't even tell you when I was born.
Okay.
I was born in 91, though.
You were born, like I'm saying. I worked for McDonald's. When did I start at McDonald's? Because you know the one I'm talking about, right there on Martin Luther King, right?
I know the general area, yeah.
Okay. The McDonald's I worked at was on Vermont, and it used to be Santa Barbara before they changed it. They changed it in, when did they change it? In 1989 and 1988 to Martin Luther King. It used to be Santa Barbara, which is like maybe half a mile from the Coliseum. I worked at that McDonald's and I started in 1976.
Okay.
So basically it was the hood when I worked over there.
Yeah.
So by the time you got there, USC had expanded, and it was a hell of a lot more diverse.
Yeah, in that general area, but
yeah.
I was gonna say,
Good Hispanics, mostly Hispanics and blacks, right? And a few
that area generally now
sprinkling of Asian.
Yeah, it's pretty much Hispanics and black people. But wanted to ask, do you think that there's because what I noticed is I didn't grow up in LA though. I ended up growing up north of that in the Antelope Valley.
Yeah. You moved just like Karis, and you guys moved out because of the drug problem. Yeah.
Yeah, I ended up growing up there, but so it was kind of diverse suburb.
My kids actually, my kids were actually there from when are they? They were there from 1990 till 97.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So
okay.
I was. She left off of I was it was it not I-20 but 20th. Over Avenue I and 20th, I do believe. That's what they lived off of. So I know the area. I've been, this. Well, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Go ahead.
Yeah. But having grown up in a diverse area, I kind of feel that. Do you actually think that? You could be in a diverse area, but you can still see marked differences in, black people, white people, Hispanic people, Asian, other races. And what I find is that do you feel that that the races can actually be considered different subspecies of human beings? Is that possible?
No.
I noticed that there's different characteristics amongst.
They're varieties, just like dogs are the same species, and they proved that. A dog is not a wolf. A Chihuahua and a Saint Bernard are the exact same species. There's a different variety of a dog. A dog is a dog is a dog is a dog.
But you can have the same you could be the same species, but be different subspecies. For instance, like chimpanzees, you have
No, so we're not chimpanzees. We're the same species, the same subspecies. We're different. All you seeing is varieties. Subspecies can't mate. You can't mate a gorilla with a monkey or a chimpanzee. Human beings don't have that problem. A human being is a human being. Genetics your genetics are the difference between one human being and another is so tiny.
Yeah,
it's so tiny. You can't even mathematically you couldn't even measure it. You have to do DNA tests because what you look like on the outside is not necessarily what you are on the inside.
Okay. Hey, can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just a little lost, man. Where's this conversation going?
We went from language and now we're into what we call race talk. In other words, our human beings, different races or varieties of people, subspecies, and the human genome says no, we're all the same people. Then we're just different varieties of the same thing. So in other words, that's how come you can mate a Northern European with a Congo African, and you get a different variety. You're going to get a different mix, varietal mix.
I got a quick comment on this, or maybe a question. I was listening to one of your videos, and I forgot who it was. Just a recent video, and where the guy was saying that in Saudi Arabia, those people are interbreeding, and therefore the IQ after generations will go extremely low.
Yeah. Now, that's his opinion. That was his opinion. It's not scientific fact.
Yeah. So let's say that is to be the fact, right? So I guess eventually the entire world's IQ is going to go down because eventually we will all be interbreeding as we get closer and closer to each other, right?
No, because you have more. You have so much variety, and you have you have variety. You got mutations. If you get a big enough mix, it's not going to happen. when they say interbreeding, that means you're interbreeding with the same genome. In other words, you're marrying cousins or
Right,
first
right.
cousins.
So let's make a quick analogy, right? You have two brothers who grew up in different part of the world, and they grew up after generations with not understanding that well, actually their kids will not know if they are related or not, and eventually by hypothetically they actually meet and not knowing that they were related, right? So then what I'm saying is if the world lasts long enough, we will eventually intermarry to our own family again.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but you're going to have a lot of mutation in between that. In other words, your genome is not static. The variance might be small, but the thing is, when you got billions of people, you have billions of people all over the world in different phases. If they all start intermixing, you're going to get more varieties of people. You're not going to get less. You're going to get more.
So when you're saying, I keep hearing that a lot, mutation. I have my understanding, but what do you mean exactly with that? What do you think? What is mutation exactly?
Mutation is something you got two types of mutation. One is over time, that your body will actually select. Your biology will actually naturally select over time and emphasize one particular gene over another, gene expression over another, or alter because of the environment, alter genes over one over another over time. All your genes are slowly decaying and rebuilding themselves. You're rebuilding mutations, but it's so slow you can't even measure it. Now the second thing is doing what farmers have been doing for years. You mix two different varieties together and you get a mutation, expression of a mutation from mixing the two varieties. So there's two types. So in other words, just like if you take one variety of orange and mix it with another variety of orange, and you do it enough times, you get a specific variety, a different expression. That's a mutation. Yeah.
I think we also influence it culturally as well, right? So because women now drive reproduction,
right?
The more, for example, women say, "Oh, he's got to be over 6 feet tall."
Yeah.
Then over time, sexually, the women will, because they're selecting the men who are 6 feet or taller.
Right.
Over time, you're more likely to get that in the population.
In the population, yeah. I mean that's no different than the farmer going out, say a gardener going out, and he's gonna allow he's gonna has red and blue flowers, so he's gonna pick all the red flowers out, and he's gonna let the blue flowers reproduce. Over time, what's gonna happen? You're gonna have all what? Blue flowers.
Right, exactly.
In other words, culture is acting like the gardener.
Yeah. Well, let me ask some BGS. What do you think about? And this is an honest question. What do you think about interracial dating in America right now?
I've said this on many videos, and I'm going to say it once and for all. Interracial dating is the de jure policy of the United States.
Okay.
There's no reason for them to, if they really just wanted to make it separate but equal, all they had to do was train black teachers to the best of their ability and send them back to black schools with the same curriculum and the same money, and everything would have been fine, because that's what black people actually asked for. Okay. That's what, I swear I'm gonna finish it. Okay, I'm gonna finish the Negro problem. There's three ways to get rid of a troublesome population, right?
Number one is exterminate.
No, number one is to kick them out.
Right. So you displace, exterminate,
and then assimilate. The third, or assimilate. There's only three ways. Okay. They try to displace you. kick you out, push you off, because the British did that for the most part with Sierra Leone. Okay, they tried to do that with Liberia. Lincoln tried to do it. Okay, that didn't work. Okay, so now what are we going to do? You only got 2 left, which is exterminate. The eugenics program was for that. Cyclone B, who was it? The Fabian socialists that we think are so liberal actually agree with it, because what they wanted was they wanted to euthanize. They didn't want to just murder you. They wanted to euthanize what they call the useless eaters, what they thought the black population was. So in other words, Cyclone, that's how come they cheered Cyclone B. And the only, and in fact, they said there was a guy, I have to pull down the video. I started to pull it down. He actually said it. He said what changed America's mind about assimilation was Eisenhower going into the Nazi death camps and seeing what happened when he tried to euthanize the whole population. That's what changed America's mind. And right after that, 1945, what they started to do. What did he do right after World War II? What did he do? He started to do what?
Assimilate the military? The
military first, right? And then when he tried to assimilate the military, what he did when he got to be president, what did he do? He started to assimilate the federal government. And then you had Brown versus Board of Education. You had the Little Rock Nine. You had all this stuff. In other words, he started that process. That is the key component. Because I was looking for the key factor that actually changed their mind. What changed their mind is that we could not, in good conscience, slaughter 15 or 20 million black people like Hitler did. Otherwise, we would be just like they are.
Let me ask something, BGS. Are you know I Am Ball, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I Am Ball made a video. I think it wasn't last week. It was a week before that. But basically, the video was called "The White Woman is the Black Man's Consolation Prize." Did you watch that?
Well, yeah. That's his opinion.
Yeah, and I want to ask you, and I want to put this question out there for everyone in the room as well, whoever cares to want to answer it. But do you really think that a black man can really love a white woman?
Yeah.
Well, a man's a man.
A man's a man. But the thing, okay, the only thing is,
I got.
Okay, you got another question or something?
A follow up to what we were just talking about just now.
Okay, is this in vain? Is this in vain? What he was just asking me?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're saying they are trying to assimilate right now, right?
Okay. Well, let me answer his question first, okay? Before you change the topic. I know, but he asked me a direct question, and you can really change the question. So I want to answer his question first. Okay. Yes, a black man can love a white woman, but the thing is, in America, and I don't know about Canada because Paul's up in Canada, it might be different. But in the United States, there's an obvious power dynamic that you have to deal with when you're in love with when you deal with a white woman, because in this country, she is more powerful than you are. So in other words, you basically are subordinate to her if you get involved with a white woman. I don't care how rich you are. I don't care how famous you are. In the United States, let me finish. You are subordinate to her. So in other words, a white woman can have you killed, arrested, whatever, by a snap of her fingers, for the most part.
Black woman too?
No. Nope. That is not true. I'm
telling they can.
No, they can't.
Well, I tell you what, in that case, it sounds like you want to argue over semantics. All right. So in the first case, if you're dealing with a white woman, BGS is correct. You're subordinate. What she says goes, and they'll sort out the details later. Right. If you're dealing with a black woman, they may take the time to try to verify what she's saying.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, but you find that out in court. You find that out in court all the time. You have no against a white woman. You have no chance in court against a white woman. The only reason you might have a chance against a white woman is because they'll call her a mud shark.
You know
Other
what?
than
That's one of the reasons. And again, I don't want to get off tangent or diverge, but that's one of the issues I was having when it came to I'm not going to call them sisters, the black women, the black females who had issues with Nate Parker and the release of the movie. What was it? What was the name of those two?
Birth of a Nation.
Those two bras that went on Roland Martin's TV One, you know, and then just started soft shoeing and shucking and jiving, and the female said, "Well, this is the same, you know, U.S. justice system that you know that messes over black people, but at the same time, we should question the acquittal of Nate Parker because so and so happened." And it's like you don't understand, or you do understand, but you choose to ignore it. Like, you know, if white people, if on a jury said, you know what, he didn't do it, regardless of the legal technicality, as if that would have been an issue for them, then, you know, it'd have been a different story.
Well, yeah, it had to be clear cut, and they had her text messages, her emails, and all the other stuff that went around. Because if they couldn't prove it, you know, if they could not have proven it, you know, by all that stuff, yeah, he'd have been doing some time. You know, it wasn't that long. It hasn't been that long ago when we're just being in the company of a white woman would get you hung. It hadn't been that long. You know, it's been less than 50. In fact, I don't think it's been 50 years.
Wasn't there a few brothers, at least in the past few years, who've been found
hanging in trees for dating white women? Yeah.
Come on, man. You wanna assimilate with these monsters? So be it. Knock yourself out.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm with you on that, man. I don't know why I would.
I assimilate. I can't do that. No, sir. Pure.
Well, the thing is that
pure.
Well, I'm not saying that, you know, that's an individual choice, and I you know, when I went to school, I recognized that dynamic. But the thing is, they're pushing you to do that.
Well, see, let me ask you this question. Well, and it's not really a question, but just a comment. You know, they can push us to do all this, but, you know, time is running out. As you said some time ago, that the U.S. may not be the U.S. in the next 20 years.
Yeah, that's true. But the thing is, you can do what you want to do. But the thing is, I can't predict the future. You know, all I can do is say these are the way the tea leaves are lined up. You know, and that's what I do. That's what I do on my channel. Okay. Very seldom do you hear me come out and pronounce, unless I know for something that's 100% certain. All I do is say, okay, you know, when I say something, I give you the evidence. Is that these are the tea leaves. This is the evidence that I'm looking at. Go look at it and basically decide for yourself. I never tell you what to think. You know, I can tell you when you're off. You say if the tea leaves are going north and you're trying to go south, say, nah, homie, tea leaves are going north. Now you may go northwest or northeast, but the thing is, the tea leaves are still going north. You can't go south because they're not pointing in a direction. They're putting you together in schools and neighborhoods for a reason. It is not just economic. It's for a reason. It's to force you to assimilate. That's why they're carving up your neighborhood. So the thing is, so I can't get mad at people that do, because that's what they want you to do. They're going with the flow.
Yeah, but the time is running out, though, man. Stuff is.
If I can interject for a second.
Go ahead, Paul.
I think, first of all, looking at it from the outside perspective, it's fairly obvious that black people and white people in America have been having sex with each other for about 400 years.
Yeah.
Right. Doesn't nobody in the deepest, darkest Nigeria look like Halle Berry?
No.
Right. So to me, it's just a rehash while ignoring the genetic evidence that's on the ground. As far as women, the way I kind of look at it is women are essentially the same, but they're informed by culture.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. A particular group of women may do the dance one way. A particular group of women may do the dance another way. But at the end of the day, they're all dancing to music, and how they decide to interpret that music is what culture does.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
People who are attractive enough or have enough money or resources or what have
whatever.
you,
Yeah,
will go. They just have a wider pool, right? And that doesn't matter whether you're male or female, rich or poor. You have a wider pool of people that you can have sexual access to. Okay, so so for example, so if you hear, sometimes what you have to do is you have to pay attention to the people who are complaining about interracial dating.
Right.
And actually take a step back and say, well, what actually are their reproductive options? Or are they simply crying sour grapes? I mean, if a dude is 5'3", got a wooden leg with a kickstand and a lazy eye, talking about, well, I'm against interracial dating, well, brother, it's hard for you to date anyway. So you're just talking about something you can't do. You understand what I'm saying?
Now, how would you be able to maintain your manhood marrying a white woman in this country? Or any woman?
I can't speak to that. I'm out on that one.
Well, eventually, okay, if the United States wants you to mix, it wants you to homogenize, what are they going to have to do? They're going to have to make it change the environment so that you can do it, right?
It's going to take a long time for the
environment.
Not
not really. It's cultural environment. Cultural environments change a lot faster than you think, and it doesn't take. It can change over. It literally can. If the event is big enough, it can change overnight. Literally.
Yeah, but here's the thing, BGS. I think the only thing that prohibits that, because I believe in Canada, there's a lot of mixed people too, right?
Yeah, but Canada doesn't have the same cultural history.
Doesn't have the same history.
And my thing is, I think the only thing that prohibits that in this country, BGS, is the fact that we have a one drop rule, and that, I mean, even if a black man lays down with a white woman, has a child, they still consider the child black. You know, the child is still classified as black. They're not classified as white or you know.
It could be because they didn't want to buffer. They didn't want to compete with the buffer class. That's I was listening to the white trash on tape, right? And they were saying back in the 1600s that they didn't want blacks or slaves in the I think was it Georgia? It was Georgia. They didn't want blacks or slaves in Georgia because they didn't want to compete against the labor. So in other words, so basically they didn't want to compete against the buffer class because most of the mulattoes were basically children of slave owners for the most part. Because if you had access to black women, the only people that had access to black women like that were basically owners of slaves.
Okay.
And they didn't want to compete with the mulatto class. So basically they wanted to set up an artificial break. They literally want the United States for whites and white peasants only.
You know what? When you explain it that way, this is when I started understanding the intricacies of the antebellum South, especially as far as the economic outlook or the environment of it. Because now you can understand why you have whites today who will say, "Well, my ancestors didn't own anybody. We came here, from Ireland or what have you.
Yeah.
Justice broke in." You know what? I think you mentioned that too. You had the you had the whites and the black who were just as poor, just as broke, just as destitute. But with the white man, the only thing that he had over the black man was that he wasn't black, and that was it.
Yeah. As you know what they say, well, my granddaddy and my ancestors didn't own slaves, but yeah, that's true. But you still are enforcing the cultural system just as if you did own slaves.
Dr. Amos Wilson actually stated that there was a correlation between the rise of the price of cotton and the amount of hangings were actually correlated with each other.
I think I've heard him say that, but I haven't researched that, so I can't even speak on that one. But You know, I've heard that said, but I've never investigated it for myself. I wouldn't be surprised though, because a lot of this, you know, culture and economics are so tied together, man. It's like you can't. It's hard to understand one without the other. It really is, because it's hard to understand economics without history. It's hard to understand history without economics.
Right.
You can't separate the two, and that's the whole. That's what makes people like Quigley and people like trying to think, remember his name, Will Durant. You know, Will Durant said that when he wrote his civilization books. He said you can't. You know, he said most historians write history, research history without studying economics, and most economics people study economics without involving history. And you can't separate these things. Environment, economics, culture, all those things impact. If you have to understand that, you have to understand those to really understand a period. You got to, you know, like when I do history now, I have to understand the period and the culture that the people are in to understand exactly what they're trying to get at, because that's the only way you can do it.
And actually, in terms of the interracial dating question, it's interesting that you bring up economics, because if you look at post-World War II America, they're really the only factory on the planet left standing. Everywhere else is backwards.
Yeah.
And what does it allow them to do in terms of interracial dating? They have complete control over the global market.
Yeah.
They have control over their own domestic market.
Right.
They can decide who they want in and they want out. Right. Racism, for example, is difficult to enforce when you're competing globally. When everybody else has a factory.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So now America is faced with a situation where you've got a high percentage of your population that are in jail. They're not contributing to your GDP as much as they could be.
Well, actually, hold on.
Which means,
hold on. Actually,
wait,
they
no,
are, because
wait. Let him finish. Let him
okay,
finish.
Go ahead.
They are contributing. The difference is they're not contributing within the free market.
Okay.
Which is not to say that they're not working. We know that they're working. There are more black people in prisons than there were black people in slavery.
Yeah.
So we know that they're working.
Yeah, but it's subsidized. Yeah.
But it's subsidized. So when you say, well, you know, interracial this, interracial dating that, it's like at some point, as soon as it doesn't work money wise, the situation
will
has to change.
Yeah. Well, go ahead. Go ahead, Universe.
Let me ask you this, BGS. I feel that, I mean, you talk about how the U.S. wants us to integrate, and I think they do to a certain extent. But when I look at the economic picture and the geographic picture, it says something else. Like I see, of course, gentrification and black people being gentrified out of the hood, and then I see black people leaving a lot of the western states, a lot of the northern states, and kind of congregating in the south. You know, places like Georgia, Atlanta, Texas.
What's happening to Texas? What's happening to Atlanta?
Atlanta's being gentrified.
Exactly.
Yeah, and what I see happen is like black people being pushed out of the city centers and being pushed into the outskirts. So it's like
who's out there in the outskirts?
Increasingly, just black folks. Increasingly.
No. You grew up in it. You grew up in the outskirts.
Yeah.
In other words, you are the model of what they want. Now, you might not have married a white woman. You might have no desire to marry a white woman. If you look in your circle amongst black people, how many black people have married somebody other than black?
To be honest with you, in my circle of people that just, family, friends, and people that I know, the ones that are married, I do have one, my half sister. She is married interracially to a Hispanic guy, but most of the black people in my circle that are married, most of them are still married to other black people.
Yeah. How about the ones that are dating?
That's a good question. Now, the ones that are dating, I can't really say because I don't really know who everyone dates.
That's what I'm talking about. I can tell you, man, because who was that we didn't hang out with? Hell, I can just tell you, right? I can tell you up front. My brother was at a happy hour, and this is in Los Angeles, right? He was in a
Yeah.
happy hour in the hood, was basically, and he walked in happy hour, and he said 70% of the brothers who walked in had Latinas on their arm. What does that tell you?
Okay.
Okay. Proximity. What's the biggest factor of mating and dating?
Proximity.
Proximity.
Yeah.
Especially down here in Florida.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, my man can tell you, man. You go to Orlando, you go to Miami.
Yeah.
You know what? On the east side of Orlando, I think they'll actually give you dirty looks if you actually with the sister right now. That's how bad it is at this point because
Yeah, but the thing is, though, is that I'm looking at people who are like married with children, and one of the things that I notice is that even though sometimes you'll see people dating, even if they're married to a person of another race, many times, because I used to have a neighbor, he was a brother who was married to a Filipino woman.
My brother's married to a Filipino woman. Yeah.
Yeah. And
if you go the biggest mixing pool, you go to the armed forces, man.
Yeah.
I would say,
what I noticed though is they didn't really have children. Now he had a son from a previous marriage, and his son was blacks, but he had a son with a black woman. But with the Filipino woman, he didn't really have children. They were just living together.
Yeah. My neighbor, she lives with her daughters.
Yeah.
None of them go with Latin men. They all date black men.
Wow.
What I'm pointing to you, because I know it's difficult because, like say, because my thinking, we do this all the time, and we think when we say something, it's not necessarily for right now. It could be 5, 10, even 15 years ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. If anybody's ever studied my channels, any of my channels, and I know Paul has been, me and Paul go way back, man, as far as MGTOW, a long ways. And Paul can tell you, I've always said it takes 7 generations for cultural change.
Okay.
If you have a distinct cultural change and you go back 140, 150 years, you can basically see the seed. Even feminism had a seed in suffrages about 150 years ago, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
So in other words, it's fruition. The fruition of what the end point was supposed to happen in like 2010, 2012, right? With the end of men, the richer sex, all that stuff, where they were trumpeting the triumph of feminism, right? But if you take 2012 and you go back 150 years, you wind up at the suffrage movement, and not only in Great Britain but also in the United States. It takes that long. Assimilation as a policy didn't start until 1945.
Okay.
It didn't start till 1945. If you just take interracial marriage, it wasn't even legal till 63?
Yeah.
So if you fast forward, you've barely been doing this for 50 years. That's like 3 generations at best. So you're not even halfway through the cycle.
Right.
What's going to happen in 2 more generations? You already have your millennials. I think the last count in millennials, as far as millennials were dating and mating, I think it was like 30% interracial as far as black men. And
that's still not a majority though.
You know what I think?
But the thing is, when I came up, I'll give you an example. When I was in my 20s,
yeah,
it was basically the interracial marriage rate for black men was less than 3%. As far as married black men, it was less than 3%. It's 14 now. What do you think is going to happen when they carve up all your black neighborhoods and there are no more black schools, because there really isn't any more black schools because they're closing most of the black schools.
Yeah.
And in Los Angeles, most of the black schools, with so-called black schools, are now Latino schools.
Yeah.
And you basically go to school with Maria from the time that you're 5 to the time that you're 18, and the majority of the women are Maria. Who are you going to marry? Who are you likely to marry?
Here's the thing with that, though, is that although I find some Hispanic women attractive, in a way, growing up, especially the high school I went to, there was so much racial tension between the Hispanic students and the black students, and we had so many fights with them. To a point where I can't really say that, having gone through that, I can't really say that, that I would ever really want to be with one of them.
But that's you, not a broader society. That's you as an individual choice. I went to all white schools. I never, I dated maybe one white woman my whole entire life. Because I do not find them physically attractive to me, for the most part, very few. And even the white women that I went to school with, they had to have some color. The only ones I found attractive, they had to have some kind of color. They were darker in skin tone. So that's a personal choice.
But what I find, though, is that culture plays a big part in this too, because although I can find Hispanic women attractive on the outside, because I don't have anything in common with her culturally, there's not going to be any cultural attraction. There's no other reason I would want to be around her other than physically.
I know, but we're not talking about individuals, are we?
Yeah, and you know what? That's a good example, because I'm not Black American. I'm always looking at Black American culture from the outside.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm Black. There are women who are Black, and to me, I can't really handle Black American female culture.
Right.
To me, it's very alien.
It's aggressive. Yeah, extremely aggressive.
So the fact that the woman is Black. The culture just, frankly, it throws me off.
Yeah.
Right. Whereas because of my family history, if you put a Latina in front of me, I'm going to feel more comfortable with her because some of my roots are in the Caribbean. So, hey, listen, she eats beans and rice. I eat beans and rice. If she's from Brazil, for example, a lot of the music is the same. If she's from Venezuela, we're singing the same Christmas songs. We're doing the same dances. So that's what I understand. Honestly, I think part of it is, if you want to understand interracial dating and all of that stuff, I think what's important for Black men especially is to get out of America.
Yeah.
Go
someplace.
Travel.
And
by that I mean go somewhere where
it's alien.
Where it's actually alien. Right? Because you can't see, it's very difficult to see your culture when you're inside your culture.
Yeah. If you want to see a stark difference, go to West Africa. A stark difference. You will know instantly. You're surrounded by Black people and you know that you are not them. Okay.
Exactly.
You know that
you're not what I think's gonna happen. But you know what I think's going to happen? What you were saying some time ago, BGS, is that if you want to have a Black culture, you will have to move to Africa or some other predominantly Black country. And I think there will be a strong migration away from America.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm inside the conscious community, and conscious community is Pan-African and Black nationalists as you can get. And everybody's saying the same thing because everybody's reading tea leaves.
One of the things I find interesting about Americans in general, and specifically sometimes with Black Americans, I'm not sure, you guys don't give yourselves enough credence for actually the ways in which you've actually impacted American culture. Big parts of American culture are de facto
Black
culture.
Yeah.
But it doesn't get spoken about. you know, in the sense that, you know, jazz is Black American culture.
Yeah,
Blues is Black American culture.
Country music. Yeah.
Country music.
Yeah.
Hip hop. Minstrel shows mutated into vaudeville shows, which mutated into slapstick, which, for example, has a huge impact on American comedy. You know, for example, there's a very if you can watch an American comedy show and you can basically turn it on at any point and figure out very quickly what's going on.
Yeah.
You can't do that, for example, with a British comedy show. Right?
Okay.
If you miss 2 minutes of a British comedy show, you've lost the entire plot.
Right.
Because their culture is their comedy culture, because I happen to know a thing or two about comedy, is entirely different. But I'm always baffled by this idea of, okay, we have to preserve Black culture, but I'm like, you guys are swimming in Black culture.
Yeah.
You've been creating culture over and over and over for hundreds of years.
Because American culture is a blend of Black, of all these cultures come together, and Black culture in particular. You wouldn't have, your clothes are influenced by the looms that came from Western Africa.
Right.
Right, but I think what BGS was saying, as far as what the folks in power wants to do, is to erase the Black identity.
Identity, yeah, because there was never supposed to be one in the first place. Canadians, Paul is Black. He's in Canada. He does not have a Black identity. He has a Canadian identity.
Well, and being from the Caribbean,
yeah,
you know, I hang on more to the Caribbean identity. And it's interesting. Canada is such a young country. We struggle with a lot with our identity. Confederation for us is 1867. So it's a very young country. We haven't really had a chance to establish an identity yet, right?
Yeah.
I think really it's not until you get into, like, you really have to look at really old cultures to see, okay, how does the culture form the identity of the particular country that you're in, and also the idea of a nation state in and of itself, the modern nation state, that's still a relatively young idea.
Yeah, like 300 years or so.
Yeah, exactly. So
and it's still struggling with it.
Oh yeah. You know, there's no guarantees that it's going to survive. And I think that's one of the interesting things about the migrant crisis in Europe. They're really fighting. I think they may have been going under the mistaken assumption that their particular ideas about the nation state would just de facto survive, because that's the best way, and that ultimately they retain control.
Yeah.
And so when the migrants came in, that's a serious challenge for them.
Yeah. But how do you enforce the borders, and how do you have each nation state form a culture when the culture is actually blended? In fact, you know that's they brought nation states were brought up to basically divide kingdoms into little small kingdoms and blend them together in a strict political boundaries, right?
Right.
So they can build their own culture from that. Right. Now you have you've advanced to a global civilization. So the thing is, now basically what's happening is you see an erasure of nation. That's what Brexit's all about. The British want to keep their identity, not become a European identity.
Which is, as you said, historically, what does Britain do?
Yeah.
Britain pulls back and they throw up the walls.
Yeah. Which is what they're trying to do, but they're isolating themselves against these big blocks of groups. So what's Britain going to wind up? It's going to be like Iceland, you know?
Yeah. I mean, you never know. I mean,
it's never been done before. So
it's never been done before, and on top of that, we have the fourth industrial revolution.
Yeah.
Starting to pick up steam, and that doesn't have to adhere to the idea of a nation state in any way, shape, or form. So very quickly you could see this superstructure that needs no borders, that needs no nations.
Yeah, but the thing is, will the superstructure survive? And they don't know it because it's never been done before.
Yeah.
So the thing is, it could either be, develop into a big global superstructure or collapse and back down to, its essence, which what it was before, which is a bunch of little social groupings.
Right. I mean, it could be loosely knit feudal states. I mean, things would really have to go to pot for that to happen. And I guess I got to take off and get back to work, but I'll tie it all into the interracial dating thing like this. Generally, in my mind, because I've dealt with all kinds of women, women are basically the same.
Yeah.
Before you get with them, they gonna talk.
Yeah.
And once you get with them, they're gonna talk more. Right? I mean, with all the things going on in the world, hey, you know what? If Maria is there around you, Maria, Consuelo, whatever, give her a chance. Because at the end of the day, women is women. Yeah. I'm surrounded by Chinese people where I am. I'm learning a little bit of Cantonese. Because that seems to help me. The whole interracial dating thing, I don't pay much attention to it, simply because I look at it and I go, okay, men chase women and women chase resources. This is it's something that the white nationalists really don't understand.
No, they understand. They understand it. They understand it. They just don't want to compete with it.
Exactly. They don't want to compete with it, and in this way, they actually have a lot in common with black women. Sexually, they don't like competition either.
No.
I mean, think about how much they lost their minds in the last 5 years over Kim Kardashian.
Yeah.
Right? But black women got ass. Why you got to look at Kim Kardashian? Ha! We got your ass right here. Right?
Black women don't want to compete. That's basically all.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Excuse me, brothers. Peace and blessings. I know I've been just for listening, but on some of the topics, the reason, look at Kanye West. He's married to Kim Kardashian.
Yeah.
Money.
Like I said.
Money.
Yeah.
Women chase resources.
Yeah. But Kim will think the Kardashians need to stay in the headlines, and they need big names to keep that generation going. So basically, they throw the high profile guys, they throw money at him. Okay, you're in trouble. You either get with a Kardashian and expand your name. In Kanye West case is that he was in debt, and the Kardashians paid off his debt. Said, "Well, you got to marry Kim and have her and you get a couple babies by her."
So basically, Kanye West and Kim Kardashian were never really in love, were they?
No.
No.
So here's the thing, BTS. Going back to what you were saying earlier about the subordinate. So Kanye West is a subordinate to a Kardashian, right?
Okay. All things being equal, yeah, you're going to be subordinate to a white woman, or even though Kim Kardashian is not considered white. Armenians are not considered white in this country.
So even somebody as powerful and famous as Kanye West is a subordinate to her, right?
Yeah.
So basically, here's my question. As far as the control thing on the topic, all these white women in America who are chasing black men, or basically that's their preference, is that a form of control to try to control us, or?
No, okay. A lot of it is because of black males' sexual reputation. A lot of that's where it comes from.
I think you know what? I think that's part of it, but I think a segment of it that's overlooked is that some women look at the black community and they look at the way that black women behave,
and they want to behave
and the things that the culture allows them to do.
True. And
they want to behave that way.
Yeah. That's
right.
True.
So they say, well, let me get with this culture because, they know that within their own culture, if they decide they just want to do whatever and, have 3 babies by the bad boy in their culture, that's not going to work.
Yeah. There's all kind of reasons that is that there's stricter standards of beauty in white culture.
Mhm.
So in other words, if you're a woman and you're a white woman and you got a little bit too much ass, you're not that Barbie doll. That you're not going to be top of the heap. Whereas you go to the other side for a black man, okay, that's all well and good. Okay, we want a little bit more ass and boobs and stuff like that. So it's easy for you to basically raise your SMV on the
Right.
other side of the fence. So there's a lot of different reasons. I heard a Korean woman say
slumming.
Well, it's not even slum. No, it's going where you're preferred. It's not slumming.
Sure.
Going where you're celebrated, not tolerated.
Okay. In other words, you fit the standard of beauty in another particular segment. Okay, in another race, in another society. See, like I heard a Korean woman say exactly the same thing. Why does she date black men? She said because I'm darker, I'm thicker, and the Korean men like their women really, really petite. And I'm not that, but black men love it. So guess who I'm gonna date?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. It's like I was on a gig years ago, right? And a friend of mine, he's passed now. He was a drummer, and we're talking about picking up women on a gig, which can be difficult. You have a break, it's 15 minutes. You know, you're trying to figure out what woman you're going to talk to for about 5 minutes before you get back on stage after you get a drink. He said, "Man, look," he said, "when I'm drumming," he said, "I look at the women who are drumming along with me." He said, "As soon as the break hits, that's the woman I'm talking to." You know,
because she's into you.
Because she's already into you. He's like, so I'm not going to waste my time.
Exactly.
With the other women. I have to try to get in where I fit in. You know, if I go to Atlanta, I'll be completely ignored. Right? Because I don't fit the culture. As far as they're concerned, I'm an educated lame.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, and I don't fit the culture. So it's not even anything to get mad about. It's just all right.
Yeah. And that's you know, I mean, I've explained that so many different ways. That's just old-fashioned pimp game. That's all it is. That's all. That's it. If you look at a pimp, you know, and Rom agreed with me. I said a pimp is nothing but a good businesman, and women are the product. And he said a pimp is not going to waste 5 minutes with a woman that doesn't want to be a hoe.
Absolutely. I think I was about 19. I was in a bar and I asked a pimp. I said, "Well, how do you get a woman to work for you? How do you ask her?" And he said, "I never ask her." I said, "What do you mean? Well, how do you get her to work for you?" He said, "I just let her hang around."
Yeah.
Let her hang around with the other girls. He said, because if I ask her, what's she going to do? She's going to cuss me out. He said, but if she comes up with the idea, it's a lot harder for her to take out of her head. Right? Yeah. So now she's running game on herself.
Yeah. She wants to be a hoe.
Right. Yeah. Right. Exactly. And so the opportunity, when the opportunity, she hangs around long enough, she's going to ask. A lot of people don't understand about the hoeing game. You were talking about, you did your video about the crack epidemic. Right. Pimps had a bad name, but one of the things they wanted to do was they didn't want a girl that was all strung out because she couldn't make any money.
Right.
Right. So crack shows up, and over a period of time, it even happened in Canada, where the girls stopped working for the pimp, and now they were just working for the drug.
Yeah.
And that actually had a lot of downward pressure on the entire sexual market all over the place.
Yeah.
And what it also did was it broadened the idea of hoe culture. All over.
Yeah, because now Susie, all this, Susie was a hoe, and basically the music came in and emphasized it. So basically, the lifetime partner of women went from 3 to 30.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. And I don't know whose video I was watching, but they were saying, you know, like Instagram girls is like they're just strippers.
Yeah.
Maybe it was SPI. You know. And the interesting thing about the hoeing business, which I've never been in, by the way, I have to make that straight. Otherwise, somebody gonna
I dated a couple, but yeah.
somebody gonna give me some goofy pimp name, you know. the thing about when it comes to the definition of what a hoe is, that's actually controlled very tightly by women.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, because what you have now really is you have an epidemic of soft hoeing going on.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't even call it soft hoeing.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. If you try to say it's hoeing outright,
yeah,
the women lose their mind.
Mm-hmm.
Because as soon as you define it as hoeing,
yeah,
well, then the men go, well, if I'm paying for it, then I get to set the price.
Yeah.
And I have to have a say in the terms and conditions.
Yeah.
So as long as, you know, like right now they call it polyamory.
Oh, shit. Yeah. Yeah.
Right? Polyamory is just another name for hoeing. You got a dude to do this, you got a dude to do that, you got a dude to do the next thing.
Yeah.
You know, cuckoldry. I mean, cuckoldry to me, the reason that's becoming more popular is simply because you have a woman who rides the carousel from 18 to 30. She gets off the carousel to have a couple kids.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? That whole lifestyle that she was in, women aren't actually built for that. Right?
No, they're not. Yeah, but it could become so ingrained into them they can't get out of it.
Exactly. Exactly. If I met a decent woman now,
yeah,
I wouldn't cheat on her simply because, number one, it's not worth the headache.
Or the cost.
It's not worth it's not worth the headache. It's not worth the cost.
Because you're of a certain age, Paul.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're in 20s, it was a different story.
Oh, sure, sure, exactly.
So all the young guys say, "What the hell is he talking about?"
Yeah. No, when you're in your 20s, you're like, what? No, I want you want to have as much sex as you can.
Yeah.
You know, I'm at the point now where I said in one of my videos, what else are you offering besides your pussy, your problems, and your complaints?
Oh yeah. Yep.
You know,
exactly.
And I mean, for me, I'm happy by myself, right? I can cook my food, I can wash my clothes, my place looks good, everything's good.
Mm-hmm. And you don't have no woman in your ear coming home with her complaints and her problem. Yeah.
Right.
Because you're gonna have to basically what Paul's saying is if you have a woman, you have to maintain her emotional state. That's what you're there for.
Exactly.
The pussy, she's just pussy's just a medium of exchange. She got to give you some pussies that you'll stay around because you're not gonna listen to her ass if she doesn't.
Right.
That's why I say if you got a girlfriend that's not putting out and she's still coming home and complaining,
listen, I'm gonna tell this to anybody who's listening, and it's gonna make some guys mad. If you are living with a woman and she is not having sex with you, you do not have a girlfriend, you have a roommate.
Mm-hmm. And basically she's cheating. Basically she's gypping you.
Yeah.
Okay. Because she still wants you to maintain her emotional state. She still wants you to help her out and live.
Right.
In other words, any woman that I've ever been with, if I wasn't fucking her, for me to sit up there and listen to her, she had to be doing something for me.
Yeah. It took me a long time to learn that lesson.
It didn't take me very long.
No, man.
I'm a Gemini. It don't take us that long.
Oh, no, man. It took me a long time, and now some people complain. It's like, you just don't listen the way you used to.
No.
I don't look. I got a list of. I got 10 books to. I got to read Tragedy and Hope.
What did you think of the list, Paul?
You know what? The list was good.
Okay.
The list was good. I honestly think don't put the list too close together, meaning don't fire them out every week.
Okay.
Like even once a quarter is almost too much, right? So give people a chance to actually read the books.
Mm-hmm.
Read the books, turn them around in their heads. And as you said, books kind of support each other.
Mm-hmm.
So as a person reads 2 or 3 books and their perspective starts to change, all right, slip a few more to them so that they have a context within which they can understand the books.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. And I mean, it's funny. I would say if you wanted to add music to some of that, a list of music, you know, because for example, you know, you mentioned the autobiography of Malcolm X.
Right.
If you're reading that book and you're listening to the music of the time, it's a lot easier to understand what was going on.
Okay. Okay.
I think
that's a good idea.
It is a good idea. But that's a pretty advanced concept, and I understand why you would say that, because I myself am a professional musician. So that's something that like I actually pick my literature kind of centered around the music I listen to.
Oh, okay.
Sure.
But yeah, this is something I wanted to say before I get off here, because I got to actually play in about 8 hours, man. So one thing I wanted to say was about actually real quick, two things. One thing Frank mentioned, that's what I'm reading when I see you talk.
Yeah, it's Paul. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Paul. Yeah. It something he said about how we don't give ourselves enough credit, you know, as far as Black culture, and that's something that has really weighed on me heavily for like years now, because I can see kind of objectively now, but now I can look back in time, and you look at the last maybe 120 years maybe. So this music industry thing, for example, before it became the industry as we know it now, there were always like tours and things going on where people were, let's say, basically slaves, right? And they had these extraordinary talents. Like I think one was a pianist named, I think they called him Blind Tom, like that. Blind Tom was owned by some masters, and he was basically born blind to a family of slaves, but he wasn't good for work. So he would sit and listen to the master's children take piano lessons. And from the time he was about 3 or 4, he would just go to the piano and sit down and just play back everything in the lesson. And so he had like perfect pitch and all these different things happening. And that was kind of considered like a freak show in a sense. Like this blind kid, they invite these musicians up and have from anywhere, have them play some complex music. And this cat could sit down and just spit the music out like it was nothing. So they started sending him on tour, and then they started booking more things, you know, when they find certain talents, you know, put them out there, and they were still there publishing and all that. So all the same hustle that's going on now, that it's kind of dated because of technology, but the industry that was thriving for a good 40 or 50 years in the 1900s in America, at least, you know, it was all centered around Black culture, blues, and you know, R&B, when it was rock and roll, you know, different things. And it's been a major part of the U.S. economy, whether people want to admit it or not. Even if you look at how basketball is played now. I was watching a documentary about the NBA. Phil Jackson said when he was playing, his contract was $7,000. But you look at what happened in a 10-year span after they kind of basically integrated the league. Right around the corner was Jordan. You start seeing $1 million contracts, you know.
The Magic,
had a lot to do with that, you know, and how he got into, he understood the element that Paul was talking about, because Don King was a gangster, man, and he made sure Ali was like the first guy to get like $1 million for a prize fight, like, because you remember Ali was kind of untouchable for a minute, you know, people weren't trying to do business with him. So in comes Don King, and Don King changed sports forever by, you know, being that guy to say, okay, we're going to make these people pay you. And if they don't pay you, we'll take it somewhere else. So it's been expanding ever since. The NBA now plays games in other countries. And it didn't become that until, you know, niggas start dunking, you know. That's just what it is. You know, but man, we've been very influential in culture, but it hasn't benefited us economically.
Yeah, you got to remember. You got to remember the guitar was brought in into Europe by the Moors. In fact, they said Beethoven. Beethoven was assumed to be a Moor.
Really, I didn't know that.
Right. Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, they said he said if you look at his death mask, you can tell. That's how come the white women. Remember, he had this big problem that the women around him didn't like him.
Oh, there you go.
Because he was a Moor.
Wouldn't that be the opposite, though? I mean, we as black men, we have a reputation, you know.
Yeah, but that reputation, from what I understand, changed. See, that's a post-slavery reputation, right? Because before slavery, the reputation was, well, black people are very hard workers and they're loyal and obedient and everything else. And then, as BGS said, what happens? You have the development of the Negro problem, which is Haiti. Right. Boom. Haiti blows up. Slavery is abolished. And in actual fact, the marketing of black people essentially changes. That's where you get that mythology of the hypersexual black male. Right. It's not that's just a de facto presumption. Right. In fact, the only thing I think for Americans scarier than the mythology of a hypersexual black male is actually the creation of a mythology that black men are just men. Right. Because if that happens, then it's like, well, then
we can't compete. Yeah.
It's not only we can't compete, it's also in terms of, like you were saying about interracial dating.
Yeah.
It's like, well, if they're just men, then what's the big deal?
Yeah.
Right. So, but go ahead.
I mean, if I get back to BGS, the conversation to me still begs the question, are relationships between black men and white women, are they actually organic, legitimate relationships, or are they products of opportunity, or are they products of because I mean, if you look at what I Am Boss,
all of the above.
So all of the above.
All of the above. It depends on the situation. Yeah, they're again. If you sit next to Susie and you grew up with Susie, going to school with her, that's an organic relationship, is it not?
No, it would be considered. But here's the thing: what happens, BGSE? Let's say you grew up, next to other groups your whole life, but after you get a certain age, you still find that you prefer your own race as opposed to all these other races. What is that?
It's just a preference.
It's a preference.
Yeah. Okay.
I got buddies that like, if you believe it or not, my stepson, his mother is not blue black, but she is dark.
Yeah.
He's got a sister that's dark. Okay, he married a mixed race woman, and he prefers Latin women.
Okay.
He went to school out in Lancaster till he was like 9 or 10 years old.
Yeah.
But the thing is, when he went to Morningside, if you know where that is, which is an urban school, okay, which is mixed with black and Latino. He likes Latina women. He doesn't like dark women. And he married a mixed race woman who looks Latina. That's a preference.
And don't forget, men are sexual opportunists as well.
Yeah.
Right? If I put you on a plane and I say, okay, we're sending you to Iceland for 5 years.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Believe me, you will start to look at Icelandic women after a while and be like, you know what? Yeah.
The same day.
Yeah.
The same day. Yeah, probably so.
That's a very but I mean, if you were to put me, hold on, let me say, how should I say it? Yeah, what you're saying is right. Keep going.
Yeah, because that's just the nature of humanity. You take one group of humans, you put them somewhere else. I'm sorry, person A starts playing music, person B brings out the booze,
Yeah.
You know, person C and D start making googly eyes at each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I sent you to a black country, if I sent you to a black country that did not speak English or spoke a language like Swahili, which you don't understand.
Yeah.
And you were in there was a colony of American people.
Right.
And there was no other black Americans, and all the American English speaking women were white. Sooner or later, you would start dating white women because it'd be harder for you to talk and relate to the African, the indigenous people that you were around.
Yeah,
culture is far more pervasive than you actually think it is.
Can I respond to this, BGS?
Go ahead.
If it was me that you sent over there, most likely I would begin to date the locals of that country because of obvious reasons with the American woman, right? So I will learn Swahili if I have to.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, believe it or not, okay, anybody that's been overseas or in another culture for a long period of time, you know, if you've been there for like more than a couple of weeks, because a couple of weeks really doesn't count, but if you're there, like I said, I was in Guatemala for like 3 months because I wanted to see how I would do in a foreign culture where I didn't speak the language, nobody spoke my language, to see how I would do. And you know, I got approached by more American white women there than I have ever been approached in the States.
Yeah, because I think women are they're less likely to be open to other cultures than men, and you see this. I mean, I see this when I travel around, when I travel abroad. Men are more open to, to explore than women. Women
are dependent on the culture. Yeah, a lot more dependent on the culture there that they're in.
Right,
as far as cues, yeah.
And men's biology is such that if we don't take the risk, we don't reproduce.
Yeah, we don't reproduce. Yeah.
Right.
Right. So that's built in.
Yeah.
So is that what drives us to approach women to begin with?
Yes, of course.
Well, you have to ask when you're 12 years old. I had a girlfriend that asked me. She said, "I want to ask you a question." I said, nobody else could answer me. She said, why do boys chase pussy? I said, it's real easy. I said, when you get 12 years old, the little man pops up and said, now I'm running everything. So that little girl said, little Keisha that you hated just 6 months ago, all of a sudden it's gonna look good to you. Because she's got what we need. And guess what? I'm talking right now. I'm running things right now. And until you get to like me and Paul's age, it runs you.
In fact, I'm sorry, I have to cut you guys off. I have to laugh. I have to take my headphones off.
Okay.
I don't know. I hope maybe you could hear it. You probably can't. One of my neighbors is doing some fucking. And I could tell.
Tearing it up, huh? He's tearing it up. Huh?
No, I could tell he got a big dick in the long stroking.
Okay.
Taking a long time with the moan. She's not all staccato like,
okay.
You know, he's not shriveled up like a stack of dimes.
He's leaning in and he's following through.
He's following through, man. He's following through with the shoulder. I'm impressed.
Well, yeah, if you got a big dick, you can't stroke that fast. you're gonna injure yourself, and you're gonna injure her.
You wind up doing little rabbit punches.
You do that kind of friction fucking. You got a big dick, you're gonna lose some skin.
Yeah.
Gonna run it off.
Yeah, but no, you're right. You know, you hit that age.
Yeah.
And once the biology kicks in, there isn't too much that you can do about it. I mean, for me, in terms of MGTOW, you know, in terms of, well, like, what's the goal of MGTOW or IBMOR? I mean, one of the things I've kind of dubbed it in my head is Freedom 35. Because...
when you're 35 years old?
Yeah, because if I can get a guy to 35... without getting divorced...
Or having kids and losing everything, after that point, he's pretty much home free because things start to balance themselves out again. Yeah, they do.
Man, that is such a powerful statement, man, because I can say that I'll say this. This is on the topic, but it speaks to the point you just made there. I had my first child at 29, 30.
Okay. Okay.
And the thing that I regret the most, and this is a big part of why I went from MGTOW and then found Ibmore, was how I began to neglect my career when I started thinking with my dick. Got me in a lot of trouble. And the truth be told, I was dealing with a much higher quality of women based on, and I noticed it was different based on which genre of music I was performing, because my geography would change based on what style I was playing. And so I would run into different women, man. And I had a beautiful Filipino woman who was so humble. She was born in Germany. She came here, and just to give you an idea where I live, I live in Freddie Gray zone. So I'm in Baltimore City.
Okay.
And I had I've dated, you wouldn't believe the kind of women I've dated, being a black male, no college degree, but primarily an entrepreneur because of my craft. And the women I ran into, this woman was so on me. And I had my money saved. I was on my way to move to Germany with her. She was a concert level pianist, like classically trained. Now she's told me before she would Skype me every day, and she told me that, you know, I had to break the news to my parents that I was bringing a black man. She worked them up to it for months, and guess what happened?
What happened?
You knocked somebody else up.
And a black woman in Baltimore having a child blew up the situation. I mean, I was on my way to Germany to be with this woman. And I'm kind of glad I didn't either, because her character came out before I dip off here. Her character has come out. She's still on my Facebook. She's married, but she won't put pictures of her husband on her Facebook because she likes to talk to me. So it just made me look at her different. Because like Pro said, they're all the same.
They're all the same.
They're all the same.
You probably imprinted her. You're probably her alpha. You know, usually when women hide shit like that, you're her alpha.
Wow. Yeah,
don't want you to know.
What's crazy, when she flies into the States, because she finished doing music. She's she wanted to start doing this airline stewardess thing. She flies, and when she comes to Baltimore, she calls me.
Yeah, you're alpha. Yeah. That's how come I put up the that segment about Issa Rae and Daniel, because everybody missed that. I mean, everybody that commented on it missed that. You know, even Rom's the master, the field master, but he even missed it. I said, yeah, y'all missed it. I said from the very beginning, Daniel was always Issa's alpha. Daniel alpha widowed her. She never got over him. And as soon as he said text her, happy birthday, I miss you, it was basically all over.
Wow, I might have a couple of them then.
Yeah, well, yeah, you're a musician too. There's if you can work with your hands, so like if you can work on a car, fix up a house, basically build a house, or basically you can play an instrument, you're gonna have chicks chasing you constantly.
Yeah, it's and I mean, as far as you might look at the timing of getting the woman in Baltimore pregnant and be like, well, why did it happen then? But the thing is, women are extremely sensitive to men who are doing well and moving in an upward trajectory. Right. So here you are, you're doing good. You're getting ready to go to Germany. You're getting ready to make some moves. That makes you more attractive to other women. And you have to really work really hard not to let other women jack your shit up.
Yeah. Yeah, because you're going to attract them in groups when you're on the upswing. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, basically you have to basically push them away. You got to. That's why I say your dick will get you in more trouble than anything else.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the beauty of being in my 40s, personally. Because my big head is firmly in control.
Yeah.
Firmly, and I mean, sometimes I think, boy, man, I wish I could go back to that. And then I think about it again, and I'm like, no, you know what? Because I get more done now in 3 months than I used to get done in 2 years. Honestly, just because I can now focus on my business.
Yeah.
You know.
Yep.
And it's also the thing about Ibmore and MGTOW right now is that I'm trying to figure out how to get guys to come to the realization to start caring about themselves and actually make themselves their central point of focus.
Because that hunger.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's hard to control that hunger.
Yeah.
It is hard to form. It's hard to form that strict discipline about what you will allow and what you won't allow. You know, it's hard to, you know, if you're in your mid-20s, you got a hot piece, man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. 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 No, I mean, it's funny you bring up the 12-year-old thing. I spoke to my best friend from elementary for the first time, I think, in about 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
He hit me up on Facebook. And so we're talking on the phone, and after about 5 minutes, he says, "You remember Radka?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, Radka Nicodeme. She was this Czechoslovakian girl."
Mm.
and we both kind of hit that time period where our brains lit up at the same time. And neither of us has seen that woman for decades. And we both still remember, like, yeah. Yeah, okay.
that was a good hit. That was a good drug. Yeah,
yeah. Oh
yeah.
yeah.
That's the only thing that I miss. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I miss the rush.
Yeah.
I do miss the rush, because there's nothing like that rush that you get when you, like, between 15, I would say 25.
Oh yeah.
That rush you would get.
Oh yeah.
I do miss that, but I don't miss the being out of control or the hunger. Yeah.
Yeah. No, and you know what? And I mean, in the same way that women get imprinted, I think men get imprinted as well.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think there's a couple girlfriends that if they wandered back into my life, you know, I'd be like, if they were like, okay, I'm over the drama, I'd be like, okay, good. Good. Let's try and work some shit out. You figure out how to keep quiet yet?
Yeah, the heart knows no time.
Yeah, exactly.
Heart knows no time. The only thing is that every time I've ever tried it, man, we fall back into the old habit. She might have been out of the habit, I might have been out of habit. But once you get together, it's like, damn, nothing changed.
No, because the script is kind of the same, right?
Yeah.
Because you have roles that you've
grown into.
Right. Yeah. Right. Exactly. And when you don't fulfill the roles, people become confused. That was a big part of Obsidian and his saying, no, we're not going to go clean up whatever it was, the 9th Ward.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was the 9th Ward or whatever. The women reacted really strongly because essentially the men were saying, we're not going to fulfill the script.
Right.
Let me ask something, BGS. What did you think about that personally? Because I saw the video of Obsidian saying he didn't want to deal with the 9th Ward. What was your opinion on that?
About the 5th Ward? I mean, my opinion is, okay.
Yeah, the 5th Ward. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it would be like, okay, that whether I would go there and help or not. I understand his point. You know, I understand his point about he didn't want to engage in it because he didn't believe in it, which is fair. Me personally, I said, you know, me putting up a video about the 5th Ward that's going to help somebody out, and it's no sweat off my brow. It's no big deal to me. But the thing is, he's doing it on principle. You know, in other words, those are the people that you chose to mate with. Those are the men that you chose to form your community with. Go to them and have them clean up their community. I understand where he's coming from. In other words, why are you asking? Somebody's got a speaker on. I said, why are you going to the people that you rejected to come help you out?
Let me ask you this, BGS. What do you think about the idea of I don't want to use the term educated lame, but
go ahead and use it. Yeah, I mean,
but thinking
black man,
thinking black men coming back into the black community and I guess reconquering it and remaking it into a new type of community with, you know, without the influence of like matriarchy and thugs and stuff like that. What do you think about that?
I don't believe in conquering it. If in other words, why waste your energy? It's hard
Well, I
enough
mean,
to build.
aren't we as men kind of built for that though?
No. You're built to build. You're not built to go ahead and make people do. You don't. In other words, the environment is not there for you to come in and conquer people anyway, because it's a civilized society. Go find people that are in the same mindset and build. It's hard enough to build.
Okay.
Instead of trying to get people to do something you don't want to do, especially when it's hard swimming against the tide.
Yeah.
The other problem
it's a waste of time.
Yeah, I think the other problem also is because some of us who've been through school and college and all that, we have been docile. We've been conditioned to not do for self. We've been conditioned to work for people.
I'll give you an example. Do you see white men that are educated going down to the trailer park to clean it up?
No, because they do have their own area that they don't have to go to the trailer park, but we don't have anything.
So how come you don't build your if you build your own area, you build it up, guess who's going to come?
Women.
The same women that rejected you. Guess the first place they're going to try to do was move in with you, move in your area.
Don't let them. Don't.
I'm saying is,
I remember you telling me maybe like 2 weeks ago. You said that it was a video you were mentioning something, and you were saying like, it's just guys at different levels, and what I'll say before I really hop off here this time is just this: I would not recommend any man who's passionate about anything in his life, like he has a first love, any particular craft or anything, do not sacrifice yourself for any of these hoes. That's just all I was saying.
Yeah, I agree.
Because women are dream killers, like Tom Leykis used to say.
They are, man. And I'm telling you, when I have a newfound love for myself, and I owe a lot of that to just listening to guys like BGS, even Paul Proteus, Black Ram. Over the last 3 years, I had to actually recondition my mind because of the traumatic experiences that I've gone through, and even dealing with those questions about, what if I had gone to Germany anyway, and just like fuck the child and all that stuff going on in my head, because my quality of living definitely changed after my child came here. And I didn't just do it once. I even tried to work it out with the children's mother. Second child, and oh my God.
Oh, you did what I did, huh?
Way worse. Way worse. And I mean, this is the deep thing about it is actually my children's mom. When you talk about that male imprint, man, she was my first girlfriend. Now, I was already a music director for a record label at 17. I was already preparing shows for 7 different artists at one time. So I didn't even get a girlfriend until I was 20 years old. So talking about Sprung, Simp Ass, Naive, Green, man, years of our relationship, she was in a relationship with other men, and she didn't tell me until after my children were born. So I mean, I would just say this, man: pursue your life. Don't trust. The scriptures even say don't trust. It say don't trust the woman who basically lays her head in your bosom. Do not trust these women. And love yourself, just like Paul Proteus, man. Love yourself more than anything. No woman is more important than you. You know?
I followed almost a similar script. The thing is, I didn't do it for the mother of my children. I did it for my children. That's the only thing that kept me around was my children, because basically I could care less. She held on to the children basically to hold on to me, because I could care less. Basically I told her I could care less. You want to go screw another guy or whatever you want to do, so give me my kids and we can call this even. But even today, man, she family occasion, stuff like that. She swears that she hates me, but the thing is, I'm talking to the kids, even though they're grown, and she's always in a conversation.
Mm-hmm.
So they you know, it's persistent.
Yeah,
You know?
and you know what? It is tough to figure out how to love yourself and say, what do I want? It takes a long time to kind of unpack that.
Yeah.
And even start to recognize.
Yeah. Because you socialize not to. So.
Yeah, you're socialized not to, and understand that it's a lot easier on women when the men around them don't view themselves as the prize.
Right.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're easier to manipulate. But if a guy looks at it and he honestly says, okay, well, what am I bringing to the table? I'm bringing my ability to work.
Yeah.
I'm bringing my skills. I'm bringing my focus.
Yeah.
I'm bringing my intelligence. I'm bringing my body. I'm bringing my network. And then he says, okay, but what's the woman bring to the table?
Yeah.
And he said, well, she could make a mean pot roast. She got a nice vagina, and she could suck a taxi driver through immigration.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, a real good movie. Look, you know, go to the movies and watch Fences. That is the old school father figure in the 60s, 50s, and 60s.
Okay.
That is the old school father. The way he was, the way he talked, the way he ruled his house. That's the old school father. He might have been gruff and rough with his son. He was trying to make his son into himself. In other words, this is what helped me survive in America, and I want the same for you. He might have been locked in his own vision, but with the relationship he had with his wife, that's old school.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, the fact at the very end, when her son says, "How come because his father had another child outside of wedlock, and he brought the child home so that they could raise it in the home?" And she said, "Well, why did you do it?" She said, well, you went through, she said, how did you put up with dad for all these years? Well, she said, because I wanted to have a house that I could sing in, and I wanted a life that he could give me. So I sacrificed. I made the choice, and I sacrificed myself in who I was because this is what I wanted. So in other words, I'm not a victim. I volunteered for this job.
Right.
So even though you're looking at it from the outside looking in because you're my son, you know, you think that I was a victim. No, I wasn't. So basically, and that's yeah. And I said that rang true to me. That's old. I mean, they probably had to soften it up a little bit from the play, but the thing is, that's old school fatherhood.
Right.
That's old school. You know, he told his son straight up. You know, nobody says, I said, you my blood. I have to feed you. I have to raise you. I have to do for you because you're my son. Nobody said I had to like you.
Mm-hmm.
Which is cruel in a way, but I'm saying that you see a lot of that old school fatherhood.
No, it's cruel in a way, but you know, I mean, when I was a kid and my dad, I mean, he's still alive. We talk a lot. You know, he would say, you know, life is not fair.
Yeah.
Right. And as a kid, you go, how could you say that?
Mm-hmm.
That's so mean. You know. But one of the advantages of growing up with a father and hearing that from your father is you kind of,
the tape is in your head.
The tape is in your head, and even if you don't know how to put the armor on, he's giving you the armor. So when the situation comes up, that's what gets you to do what you do. It's basically the way of saying you don't get an out.
Right. No, right? You don't. You're a man. Yeah.
You're a man. You're going to have to figure out how to put the armor on. You're going to have to figure out how to handle your business. And I know it's hard.
Yeah.
You know,
but that's the job.
Yeah. That's the job. Any young man who's thinking, an older guy's looking at him going, well, it's easy. No, we know it's hard as hell.
Yeah.
But we also know that you don't actually get to fully become yourself until you go through that, whatever your variation of that is. You know, and that's kind of part of what turns you into a man and kind of puts that look on your face.
Yeah.
You know, that kind of manhood look.
Yeah.
Where somebody be talking to the man and the man has a look on his face and you just know.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll give you an example. 'Cause I know a lot of women say I tell too much of my daughter's business. But the father of her child, right? He hated his father because his father, his father, his father and his mother never got married. He hated his father. I mean, hated his father. In fact, before he had, when my grandson was small, he talked about how him and his dad didn't grow up in the house and how he didn't like his father until he started having to be one. And he was going through disagreements with my daughter about their son. Then all of a sudden it clicked. Oh, then all of a sudden he went to dad for advice. Okay, now I understand because I'm in the same position.
Sure.
Yep.
Absolutely. And I didn't have kids. But when faced with my own struggles, the points at which I really began to succeed were the points where I actually said, well, what does the voice in my dad's head say? And it wasn't even so much a conscious thought as it just kind of came out.
Yep.
Right. Like this is what you need to do. And it's actually very settling.
Yeah, because somebody's been through it before.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And you know that when they see that you've gone through it, there's a certain understanding. I wouldn't, thank you, computer. I wouldn't even say it's necessarily respect if you don't like the man, but there is an acknowledgement that all right, you've walked your path.
BGS.
Yes.
This kind of sounds similar to your esoteric theory on how an idea penetrates a man's mind. It goes through something, then it's seeded inside of him.
Yeah.
And you can pull from it whenever he needs to.
Yeah,
the fruit. Yeah, he can. Yeah, basically, when it comes out the other side, it becomes a fruit that you can pick from it. Yeah.
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 Anyway, I gotta go because it's late. I might continue to listen, but I gotta go do some stuff. I'm really glad I got a chance to catch this, and I'm gonna go try and dig up Tragedy and Hope because I know I can find a copy to download somewhere.
Yeah, you should be able to find it in audio form too. So.
Oh, you know what? I prefer to read the book.
Okay.
Just.
In fact, if you go to my books channel, I think I have it. Do you want the physical book or a PDF will do?
A PDF will do.
Yeah, if you go to my BGS Books channel and go to, I think it might be in the it's in one of those videos with Tragedy and Hope where I actually put in the link that I have it up on my my Google Plus where you can download the PDF. But you should be able to find the PDF.
Okay. Okay. All right. I'll check it out. You gentlemen have a good night and stay safe. All right.
All right.
All right. Easy.
All right, Paul.
All right, brother.
All right. Anybody else?
Let me go center field. I don't know if it was you or Brother Paul who mentioned discipline, and this was in regards to the book list. It's funny that was mentioned because I remember that when I did my time in the county, everybody, had their own bunks, were in the dorm. And this was, I'm going to say about 50-50. Brothers and, everybody else. Obviously, you had the small parts of Mexicans, but, it's not like the West Coast. And I'm not that far down south in Florida, so these are actually Mexicans from Mexico. But anyways, with the young brothers or what have you, it's funny that we didn't have the discipline on the outside to read. These are the goons, the misfits, trappers, dope boys, things of that sort. But as soon as we got inside, as soon as we got behind that bars. There's as mentioned before, we all strived for order. I've been told many times by COs that there were actually more fights in the women's dorms than it was in our dorms. Everybody respected each other, things of that sort, and everybody read. when that newspaper would touch the table in the morning, there wasn't a section that wasn't read. You might be on the outside and everybody goes for the sports section, but this time, now you got gangbangers with tattoos on their face, reading about, reading about, weekly book clubs that Martha Stewart or Oprah would recommend, and it's crazy, so it shows that I think that's one of the things is the Skinner
Skinner
the Skinner experiments, how certain organism acts in certain environments.
I mean, the human mind has to have something to do. You can't, human mind, that's how they can drive solitary is why it's a punishment, because there's they put you in a room with blank walls, you're going to go crazy, because the human mind has to have something to grab onto. It has to have something to do. So that makes sense, that you get rid of all the other distractions, other things that the human mind can do. It's got to lock on to something. So reading is one of those things.
And it's crazy because reading was an actual escape. Actual escape. I mean, absolute. There was no book, whether it was a Western, a country Western, or a romance novel, or what have you. There was no book that wasn't a page turner, because the second you look even half an inch to your right, you look at this at the center blocks. And then half an inch back to the left, now you're in a time machine. Now you're in your own world. You can envision what you want to envision, and I think that leads to the psychology, if you will, somebody in that type of state. You need something to do. Let me read this this murder mystery. I
mean, your brain is built for novelty. By just that's its way of surviving. It's shaped that way. So if you give it into a blank environment where there's nothing, basically you're fed. There's nothing for you to do. Basically your mind will eat itself for the most part if it doesn't have anything to do, because it's not doing what it's built to do. So
is that what meditation is there for?
Excuse me?
Is that what meditation is good for? So say, for example, you are locked up, and if you begin to meditate, could that help you with the solitude, I guess?
If you got somebody that can take you through it, so your mind gets used to being still, which is not the natural state of your brain. It has to be trained, just like lifting weights. And it does take time, because most people don't have the patience or the skill to sit.
The fun thing, I think all these entertainment, TV, and now iPod, all these stuff is making folks not being able to focus and concentrate, and I'm looking at an example about myself. 10 years ago, I threw away my TV. I haven't been watching TV for about at least 10 years. But every once in a while, when I go to a friend's house or family and all that, I'm listening to a TV set or station, and it sounds really foreign, because they're not really. There's never any focus on one subject. You can be watching the news and begin to talk about one subject, and eventually switch to another subject, right? So your brain is, has to be accustomed to this constant switching.
Because it's like anything else, is what you become accustomed to. And so people's minds are used to constant novelty. So to keep up with it, to make it more appealing, you got to get faster and faster and faster. So that's how come if you look at the old news programs and even documentaries back, 40 years ago, it's slow. The movies were slower, a lot slower back then compared to now.
Yeah, even back then, PBS, they used to be a lot more thorough in the analysis.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's it's fast.
It's entertaining.
No time for you to think about.
Yeah, it's entertaining. People used to be constantly entertained, and now you're going up against the what they call the second screen, which is the computer or the handheld device that's going on in the background. In fact, you see people watching TV or in a movie. They have to tell people to shut off their phones in the movie theater because people they're so locked into that second screen.
Is that making people smarter, or is it making people?
I think a little bit of. I think it's making you smarter in a certain sense, but also making you crazier in another sense, more dysfunctional. Because now you can't. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Continue.
I was gonna say because now most people don't know how to relate to the person in front of them anymore, without the second screen.
I remember seeing on a bar, I guess the like a little board where it's going to show the specials. It says for the Wi-Fi password, it says something like, we're going to take it back to 92, shut off the screen and talk to somebody as opposed to just asking for the Wi-Fi password.
Yeah.
So I think I can see how it's affecting us on a social level, on a personal level, interpersonal level, if you will. How we interact.
Yeah, that's how I punish my 4-year-old grandson. Take away his iPad. That's punishment to him because he's so locked in, and we have to literally hide it so he can't get to it. Go play. Go do something else.
When I was on YouTube, matter of fact, let me take it back. When was this? I want to say it might have been last week, and you mentioned something about single mothers, and it was during the day. It was at work, so I couldn't tell you personally. But let me state that when it came to single mothers, and I think I've stated this before, my mother as a Haitian woman, it's and again, we mentioned culture, and the more you mention it, the more when I look back, it's all 2020. I can honestly, even being born in Boston and never being going to Haiti, I can see the cultural difference. My mother would always say that, it was always a matter of fact. It was never, I'm a single mother, hear me roar type things, because with my aunts, they were married. And my mother, she has 3 kids from 2 different men. So, it was never like it was nothing to brag about. Nothing whatsoever. I still remember my mother always telling my sister, you don't want to be fast. Don't do as I did. You never find a good man if you have a child on your arms, blah, 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 blah. Granted, my sister went to ignore that information, but it's one thing I will say. I always say this. You can, there's certain things that you can blame my mother for, but certain things that I won't accept for you. And that was one of it, because she never made, it was never made to seem okay in my household. But granted, I guess now we come back, I guess it begs the question, well, what's more prevalent when raising a child, or at least the temperament of a child, nurture or nature? Now, was it that that society at large made it seem to, the fact that it was made it seem to be okay being a single mother, in society at large, did it have more prevalence in my sister's psychology, if you
Right.
will, as
Right.
compared to
Yeah.
my mother's.
Yeah. It's the environment. Yeah. The thing is, nurture or nature is it's both. It's neither. They're both locked together. One affects the other because basically you wouldn't have the nature without the nurture. In other words, it's the biology, the environment, and then what you're taught. That's human beings, because that's culture. Culture is nurture. But the thing is, culture is basically determined by the needs of the person, the biological person, and then the environment that it finds itself in. So the thing is, the nurturing that you get, or the teaching that you get, the culture that you get, is going to be different in Boston than it is in Haiti, because the environments are different. It's going to be different if you're raised in New York rather than Central America or Latin America or Brazil. It's going to be different because the environment's different. So they're all intertwined. You can't separate the two. So it's the either or thing. Science is trying to separate the nature and nurture. And what they're finding out is that they both work together. You can't separate them.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Makes sense.
So basically, what they're doing now is they're basically building. And if you want human beings to act a certain way, you have to build an environment around them, and then the culture will change. Because they can't change the biology yet, but they can change the environment. So you introduce laws, you introduce devices and this kind of stuff, and it slowly changes the culture or the nurture.
Sounds something that I'd probably hear from brother Dr. Amos Wilson. Again, that's one thing he always is a champion, that you say culture is not out there, it's in here, it's in the minds of men.
Yeah. In fact, that shapes it shapes the because I was going to talk about that, because they're asking why do women like bad boys, and the thing is that you it depends on where the woman, it depends on not only the culture of the woman, but her biology, and also where she's raised. If she's, like I said, a lot of women say, well, that's who I was around, those kind of guys. It also, and plus the way the guys act, because like bad boys or thugs are basically outwardly aggressive males. And the reason that anybody that's been in the hood knows that you're an outwardly aggressive male, not because you want to be, it's because that's the way you survive. You have to be outwardly aggressive to keep basically niggas off you. Because if you look soft, guess what's going to happen to you? You're going to get picked on. So you get a persona of being outwardly aggressive, and women pick that up because when they enter in the same environment, that aggression and that logic is inside their animus, and basically that's a male thing, and they have to tap into the male that's inside them, and that's what shapes it. So when they grow up, what kind of men are they going to look for? They're going to look for a man that reflects the little man that's inside their heads.
The thing about that, BJS, is that I can't understand that. Why would they want to share that man? Because that is something that you always see them later on complaining about.
Talking about sharing a man. Okay.
Exactly, sharing those bad boys. Yes, I can understand that. That's their attraction, that's their imprint. I can understand that. That's the idea of a man. That is the one thing that kind of frustrates me is that they still share that man. They'll actually co-sign with being in his harem or on rotation, even though they'll complain about it.
Because it's allowed in the culture. It's allowed in the culture. You got to remember, the black, it's a matriarchy, and matriarchies, polygamy is basically adapted. Scheherazade Ali says that you basically your culture allows for polygamy, because um, in a matriarchy or polygamous, in a matriarchy, basically you are dependent on your family, you know, the female's family to raise the children. So it doesn't matter about who she lays up with, because he's not, basically he's not the primary caretaker anyway. So in other words, you're more dependent on your father and your brothers and maybe your uncles to raise that boy or that girl. If the society shaped properly. Go ahead.
Right. And of course that goes with, you know, back to that Ninth Ward. I mean, if you're okay, if you're choosing, you know, to go with Abdullah on the block and he has like 5 other different women, and you know your community is sucking, the person that you then need that stability for, you've already shunned him or cast him aside. So now he's not motivated to do anything. So it really does seem like, you know, women really are like just, you know, cutting their own throats by doing so.
Yeah, because their culture, and that's what Monahan was saying, your culture does not fit the environment that you are in. So in other words, it's like, what kind of analogy can I put it? It's like putting a cactus in a rainforest. The cactus is going to die because it's not built for that. In other words, the cactus culture is to conserve water. So you put it in a rainforest where there's nothing but water. It's gonna rot and die because it's not used to having that much water. The culture that black women have, that they've carried over and they've maintained for 400 years, does not fit the environment that they're in. So that's how come you have all this dysfunction. And they you know, they knew that. They knew that if you do, you know, basically if you take these people out of this closed environment that they've been in for 200-300 years and you try to push them into a wider group, you're going to have a hell of a lot of dysfunction. So how do we solve for that? And a solve for that is basically to give the black men enough resources so they can become patriarchs of the family, turn the matriarchy into a patriarchy by basically bringing the resources to the males, which they got subverted. And then you have the mess that you have now.
Damn.
If that makes sense.
That makes sense. Yeah, it does. It does.
Yeah. Culture is supposed to be adapted to the environment, because I always ask women that want a matriarchy. I said, well, okay, if you want a matriarchy, you want women to run shit, how come there's no arranged marriages like there is in Africa? Because in a proper matriarchy, you have to go to the father and the mother, and they have to determine if you're suitable for their daughter, and they enforce, you know, even if it's a monogamous marriage or a polygamous marriage or whatever, the women enforce that there is no cheating, or at least limited cheating. You know, you can't do that shit openly. But they
don't want that.
Huh?
But women don't want that. They want that choice. They want to be able to. I want to ride that dick. I want to ride that other dick, and they don't want that responsibility.
Yeah. And they get what they get. That's why it's fucked up. The thing is, they don't want to take. They don't want their responsibility, or the take the blame for doing what they're doing. Because they weren't basically adapted to do it, man. Women were not adapted to have this amount of freedom over their reproduction. They weren't, for a very good reason. Because they are built to have babies. Women are built to have babies. That's what they do.
You're right about that, because they're actually designed to bond with somebody, so that they can be able to nest and have that family.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what they're built for. So basically, what they're doing is filling out their biological function, but the society around them is so screwed up that they're out of touch with it, and that's what they struggle with. Because basically, because when I looked at it, because I kept looking at it, I said, even though the age of first marriage for women has moved up to be damn near 30, the age of their first child has only moved up from like, I think it was like 22. The median age was from 22 to like maybe 23 and a half or 24. So in other words, the age of first marriage is way out of whack from the age of having the first child. So you have a cultural disconnect. So when you start, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to agree with you on that because, like I said, exactly. Because it's like, right, exactly. Because they already have like 2 or 3 kids by the time they do hit the 30s.
Yeah.
Right. Then they're trying to get married, and it's very, very hard. No matter how much they try to get media or anything like that to try to tell you otherwise, a lot of guys look at that and say, no.
No, it's a lot of different. That's how come when you start playing around with start playing around with culture like that, like the United States, what basically the Western civilization has done because they think they're so freaking smart. They try to play around with culture. You're going to get this jumble of crap that you have. I mean, this is not just here; it's all over the world. You get this big, the out of wedlock rate is booming all over Western culture, Western civilization. It's not just here, but the thing is, you screw in with things because women want resources for their children. A man is most valuable now when he's 35 instead of being 21.
When you say this thing is going through the entire Western culture. So that's strictly Western culture, isn't it affecting other cultures as well?
It's starting to, and it's wherever you see industrialization, that's when you start seeing it. I mean, if you, that's one thing that's one reason why I started following MGTOW, because basically they were documenting this stuff, the changes that they was going through. They didn't put the pieces together like I did because they're not analysts. They do other things, but they're not analysts. So I started to say, okay, I said this piece goes with this piece, goes with, and then you get a clear picture. So now when I present it, now you get a clear picture. Okay, this is why these things are connected. This is why things are happening this way. Because any place Western civilization go, the Industrial Revolution has gone. It's disrupted the environment, so it disrupts the culture, and you can see it brings along with it certain aspects, and it's everywhere it goes. It's not just here. So basically, you can tell best by the phase of the curve, the industrial curve, that the industrial picture that each society is in. It's going to tend toward doing this thing. Then there's only certain countries that fight against it, like Japan, is because they have a very authoritarian culture. So it hasn't cracked that, but it's affected it in other ways. So you don't have a high out of wedlock birth rate in Japan because their culture is so strict it doesn't allow for it. But it's coming.
So what's going to stop this?
The only thing that can stop it is you've changed the environment, and it doesn't look like it. Looks like the environment's headed toward something else. So if the environment's headed towards something else, nothing's going to stop it. It's going to get worse until it peaks out. It looks like what's going to happen. The only thing that's going to slow it down and stop it is that basically the birth rate will go down so low that the out of wedlock rate will just be nil, because even though the percentage is still high, even in the Black community, the number of out of wedlock children has gone down rapidly. Because the fertility rate of Black women has dropped. I think in 1970 the fertility rate for Black women was like 3.3 or 3.4. It's half of that now.
Wow. And it's going to continue to go down.
Yeah, because you don't need children, is what it is. And if you give men contraceptives, it's going to go below 1. Right. That's why they don't do it.
So eventually, the population will completely collapse, and
or it won't be high enough to within itself.
Yeah, exactly. Produce, right.
So BGS, do you see that being like the mouse utopia?
Excuse me?
Do you see that eventually, maybe for Black America, will end up like the mouse utopia?
I think the white population will hit mouse utopia way before we will. In fact, it's already hitting them a lot faster because our social grouping, our culture about social grouping and the emphasis on children or Black women having children is something they haven't been able to crack. That's how come Black women have more abortions and have more out of wedlock babies, because they have babies no matter what. Because basically their dependence on their husband isn't the same. They have more dependence on something outside their husband, like if it's like an extended family. They basically treat welfare and basically welfare and government assistance like an extended family.
Yeah, but eventually they're gonna go. The system's gonna go broke though, so it's not gonna be able to afford it.
Yeah, but Black women will go back to their natural culture. In other words, it'll be more of a natural matriarchy where you pick the husband and then the clan will raise the children. In fact, there's so many articles that I run through, and I noticed that they're saying exactly the same thing about how come it's more difficult to stay married. How they were saying, how come Black women divorce more than any other women? Because the divorce rate for Black women is like damn near 80%. And I said because the dependence on the husband is not the same as a white woman's. A white woman, because of nuclear family, she depends more on her husband than a Black woman does. A Black woman depends more on her blood family, like her mother. Like very few Black women raise a child by herself. It's her sister or her aunt or her mother, or
grandfather.
Yeah, she's more dependent on her family. So it's nothing for her to divorce her husband or the father of the child and go someplace else, which is something they saw a long time ago. So in other words, the biggest problem that we have is Black women won't sit down and be honest and tell the truth. They want to lie.
Exactly. Because you see it every day. They do a lot of fuckery and then they lie about it that they did it. And it's just like whatever. You know, I'm just to the point like I don't even want to try to even discuss it with them anymore.
Yeah. That's how come all the women in the comment section, man, I always invite them. Okay, if you think I'm wrong, come on where we can talk about it. We can talk about it live. And nowhere to be found because they don't have an argument. You know, they say, well, you're bashing women. No, I came to YouTube to figure out what the fuck was wrong with my people. That's why I came, because I said, oh, these cats are documenting something that I need to be aware of. Because all the answers that I heard in 30 years amongst the Black community, amongst the Black conscious community, okay, it didn't make any sense. None of that shit made any sense. So I said, okay, either one or two things: either somebody is lying to us, or they're absolutely wrong. Either they're lying, they're wrong, or they're missing something. I found out they were missing something. And the people that did know, didn't tell us, didn't give us all of it. Let's put it that way. They're not in a complete picture. You know, they'll give us give us a piece here, a piece there, but they won't give us a complete picture. Because I don't make any money off of it. I got nothing to lose. I had no problem with giving you guys a complete picture as I see it. Because I don't mind stepping on toes. You know, I basically, they say, well, you're bashing women or you making women. I don't give a fuck. Okay. I'm not here for that. So even there's some guys, even some guy in the comment section. Okay, if you're wrong, I'll tell you you're wrong. I said, I said, you keep spreading it. You keep spreading the same stupid shit over and over again that I've debunked. I said, when they talk about money, okay, they spread the same shit over and over again. I said, you're telling me the same shit that I learned and debunked 8, 9 years ago. Because when the crash happened in 2000, well, it first happened in 2007 with I think it was Bear Stearns, and I said, "Oh shit, I better learn about money." So I had to start. I knew a little bit about it because I had traded, but the thing is, I had to learn about money, about gold and money. The first place I started was with gold. My first. I said, they said, they said, read what was the best gold book to learn from to start with? They said, Invested in Gold Coins is one of the better books about gold. And that's where I started. That
It's
was
funny
go ahead.
It's funny that you're saying that, because for the last hour and a half, I've been searching for silver coins, silver rounds, silver bars, silver bullions. I'm in the process. I don't know if the ebook has finished downloading, but there was a few ebooks on the torrent site that I was able to download, and I was going to ask you what was your opinion. And again, I understand that owning precious metal is nothing more than a hedge, if you will. But I didn't know if it was a viable option, seeing how it's always possible. I don't know. I guess it is probable as time goes by, but it's possible that this financial system isn't this stone structure that's impervious or impregnable to human error, and that might come crashing down. So
yeah, well, there's no system built by men that's impervious to human error.
If you speak to the Western European, you'd think otherwise.
Yeah. If you speak to the Western European that's part of the 99%, yes, they would think otherwise. You go up to the 1%, we have a conversation. We have a completely different conversation, how you manage this shit. And they know. In fact, right at the very end of Margin Call, they talk about it. The people don't want to. They want to think that things aren't messy. And the people that has to deal with money on a day-to-day basis know that it is messy. You deal with banks, you know how messy it is. You have to. It's like herding cats. People cheat. How do you keep them honest? How do you verify?
Could you, in layman terms, and I'm an '88 baby, so when this happened, I was maybe 11, 12. Could you explain in so many words? No, the Enron.
Oh, Enron. Okay.
Enron and the .com bubble.
Okay. Enron was basically had basically bought up a lot of energy companies, or basically invested in a lot of energy companies, and so by basically they had an illegal, how shall we say, they had an illegal. What do they call that?
Monopoly.
Right. So basically, they were controlling the prices of energy, and they were lying. They were cooking the books about the cost of energy that they were producing. And what really got Enron was basically they overcharged. They found out they overcharged the state of California by the tune of what it was. I think it was like, at the time, it was like $30 billion. They cheated just the state of California by itself. And the state of California was going to take them to court. And that's when they had deregulated a lot of the energy sector. Back in they had done that under Reagan, and then it continued under Bush, and then basically really kicked into gear under Clinton. And basically they got caught, and then basically they started taken to court about them cooking the books and cheating the consumers out of all of that money. And basically the investors that got away with it basically started killing people. And so all the Enron executives that actually knew what happened, man, they were wound up dead.
Really?
Yeah. If you look it up, man, that's about at least 4 or 5 of them were said to have committed suicide, and I think there was a couple of them that got mysteriously killed in car accidents.
And what type of knowledge did these guys have that warrants.
They knew the inside of how. Well, everybody knew the inside of how they cheated, defrauded states and local governments out of money because they overcharged for electricity. But the thing is, they didn't want any of these guys to stand trial for it. They had actually admitted in open court that they actually did it. So they killed most of them. I think that a couple guys went to jail. But that was Enron. The .com bubble. Okay, the biggest thing that killed the .com bubble more than anything else was basically they used the .com money for the build out of all of your coast to coast fiber lines and some of your overseas fiber lines. Like a lot of your fiber stock companies went belly up. So basically, they stole the money to lay the foundation for the advancement in technology. You got the goods, everybody got the goods because we're using the stuff. But the thing is, a lot of investors got taken for a ride, and they do that. They did that with railroads and kind of stuff. Somebody's got to pay for the shit. Somebody has to pay for the build out. You don't lay that much fiber, man, on nothing. You couldn't do it by raising taxes, so they did it through the stock market. But they overinflated the price of these stock companies to get the shit developed. And once it came crashing down, okay, oh well, instead of taxing people got hit as far as the stock market. But that's just a normal cycle. They overinflated all these companies. In fact, these companies are still overinflated, like Amazon and I don't know as far as Google. I'm not sure about Google anymore, but Amazon.
I think it's Alphabet now. The stock
Alphabet,
ticker.
Yeah, I think Google's kind of balanced it out. I think one of the few solvent companies as far as tech companies is probably Samsung in it. Well, it was Samsung, but Apple, because Apple's flush with cash. And it's not because of the software; it's flush because of the cell phones.
So what makes a company solvent is the amount of liquid capital that it has on stock, like a standing army.
Yeah, just like anybody else.
Reserves.
Yeah, just like anything else. What makes you solvent is cash. Cash you can actually go and put your hand on. That's what makes you solvent. Everything else is credit. So in other words, you say if you have say if your house is worth like $1 million or something like that, okay, but you got a hell of a house note, right? Okay, well your net worth is worth $1 million if you could liquidate it all and get it in that's your net worth. What I'm saying is once you pay back settle all your bills and your investors, what do you have left? And that's what you're worth, what you can actually sell off and actually get, not what you're projected to be your capital. So same thing with any company, and that's your price to earnings ratio is normally what they say base you by, and then after that you if they sold your company tomorrow, what could the investors get away with? And stock companies are way overinflated. Yeah, Facebook, there's a lot of them, but Apple's one of the few. That's how come Apple's still fairly solid, because they do have $100 billion in cash.
So what's your opinion about right now? I think the market closed on silver $16. I'm on Kitco.
Just silver and gold. Silver and gold are a measure. Okay, it's a commodity that measures what your local currency is worth, or your local money is worth. It's a standard. So in other words, the value of your currency, or the value of your money, your dollar, pound, euro, whatever it is, by how much gold it will buy, because gold is supposed to be a solid standard, an accepted standard, that gold is gold is gold. So in other words, it's a measure. To even, but there's stuff going on with gold. So because somebody I was arguing with Deep Vermer, and he was talking about that only gold and silver was money, and I didn't argue. I said, well, if you look back to 1890 with the farmers, and farmers, basically farmer strike, and the first populist movement, it was on free silver. In other words, they wanted silver included as money. Silver was not money back 130 years ago. So money is what you say money is. Money is what people will accept in exchange. Money is nothing but a medium of exchange, and people don't realize it. And so, well, fiat currency is not money. Fiat currency is money as long as somebody will trade a good or service for that you have. So as long as somebody will trade a good or service for it, it is money.
And I was just thinking about that too. Like let's say one day, hypothetically speaking, the gold were to run out. I mean, there could be
It's already run out. I mean, they said there's a certain percentage of your gold is fake. If you can look up, you go on YouTube and you can look up fake gold. You can find a ton of different videos and stories. The biggest stories around fake gold was about Germany when they got the money was the Federal Reserve? I think it was the Federal Reserve of New York, where they got the gold. They finally got their gold to come back. Man, they cut the bars in half and they found out it was titanium in the middle of those goddamn bars.
So now what about so what does that say about Fort Knox?
Everybody says there's no money in Fort Knox. I said most of the money are in the Federal Reserve vaults.
I know there's one in New York, there's one in Boston, there was in San Francisco,
and Denver, yeah, St. Louis. I think there's another one. I can't remember where they all are, but yeah, I think there's one in Minneapolis, if I'm not mistaken, but I may be mistaken. But in other words, money is what you say money is. It could be cowrie shells, it could be anything, whatever In fact, money in Vietnam used to be monopoly money because they didn't want dollars, the dollar currency there. So basically, they wouldn't give the GI because the GIs used to go off base and spend the their money in the local economy, and they didn't want those dollars in the local economy. So basically, they gave them monopoly money so they can only go to the PX to buy stuff. But that was money because you could be anytime you can take your whatever you have and exchange it for a good or service. That's money, because money is nothing but a medium of exchange. It's something that you exchange for wealth of whether it's a tiddlywink or basically a blowjob. There's a good or service that somebody's going to provide for you in exchange for whatever it is. So the thing is, that's why I said people try to make it too complicated. That's what I found out, because I went through all the steps. I said, God damn, everybody's we have a fiat currency, you have gold, and you have silver, you got this, you got that, and it's just a medium of exchange. It's a debt. So even gold is a debt. Gold as an industrial metal has very few uses. Its biggest usage is a monetary metal.
What about palladium?
Palladium is actually rarer than gold, and it depends. And it mostly has its value from an industrial use. Palladium's not used as money because I think was it plutonium or uranium is rare, and I think it was Johnson. I think it was Johnson that tried to get uranium listed as in the same vein as gold. But the thing is, it has to be accepted. It was not an accepted standard.
Okay.
But basically now gold is used as a strategic metal. as far as money is concerned. That's how come in India they try to confiscate it. So basically, if you're going to go back on a gold system, you need to confiscate as much gold as you can, so that your currency, or your money, your local money, is worth something, or even your electronic money is worth something in trade. The only difference between gold and paper, whatever it is it's accepted. But hell, a $20 bill is probably more accepted than a gold coin is.
Yeah.
It's been a $20 bill all over the world, so it's just as accepted as a gold coin is. In fact, it's probably more favorable to have a $20 bill in your pocket than a gold coin, because a gold coin, you got to get it exchanged to the local currency. You can't spend it until you exchange it. So it's a strategic asset. Same thing with Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a limited money source until you exchange it for something else. Basically it's an instrument. All money is an instrument. People try to get religious about gold and silver instead of recognizing exactly what it is. It's an instrument of exchange for wealth. And once I got that concept, I said, okay, oh shit. I said, people try to make it complex.
Makes sense. Makes sense. So I'm over here trying to purchase. Some.
Yeah, silver and gold are an emergency source of money. In other words, if nothing else works, if nothing else works and there's no currency, there's nothing else you have, then they're like the base metal. In other words, silver and gold will work when nothing else works. That's the only time you should use silver and gold, when nothing else is going to work. It's not something that you do. You can't go down to the corner and spend it. In other words, it's strategic. It's a strategic asset, a strategic instrument. And everybody else that I've ever talked to that talks about investing says you got to use silver and gold like an asset, and rather than money. Because it's not, because they took gold out of circulation as a currency a long time ago, because there's not enough of it. Not enough of it to be a currency. It's too difficult to have it as a currency.
Now, my question is, let's say that this dollar does crash. What does that do? Well, who's in possession of this gold? This gold reserve that supposedly the United States has, and how is that going to work when it comes to, I guess, either payment back in debt or what have you? I mean, if the dollar crashes, then what? I mean, I understand.
If the dollar crashes, then all of a sudden, then you have an emergency situation. Then whatever currency that you're working in, or whatever that you're working is no good anymore. And how do you reboot it? Because now you're back to barter. You're back to good old fashioned barter. That's what happens. Okay, you do a good service, and okay, we can't, because your money's no good anymore. What do you trade? So I want a haircut. What do I trade for it? Do I come by and I fix your faucet? Do I mow your lawn? What? In other words, what money is, what a money system is an advanced form of bartering. Because you can't once you get past a certain amount of people. I think once you get past like 100 people, bartering doesn't work. Doesn't work very well. Even amongst people that use their local money. Notice that they started off as a barter system, and once they got the bartering, once you get around, I think once you get past like 50 or 60 people, then they start having to introducing local script.
And I can't remember if it was the Civil War, the Civil War in which you had was Civil or the Independence War, in which you had a number of different location, different states, different territories that issue their own local currency, greenbacks, and
I think even in the United States, I think they even up until I can't remember because I forget my currency history, but I think they unified it in like the early 1800s where they actually introduced because they went off the British pound and they centralized it on the American dollar. I think it's I want to say like 1810, 18 something. I can't exactly remember, but they centralized it on each state's on a universal script. But even then, you still had local currencies.
Okay.
So I'm saying that pops up. If you don't have a strong central government, you're gonna have local currencies, and that's when gold and silver was actually used as money because you could actually weigh it and determine what it was going to buy. The silver dollar and the silver dollar. I think it was the gold. I think gold was like worth $10 or something like that. But that's I had to go back through that because I haven't been through that in a long time.
Okay. So what's your opinion about using silver that's IRA approved? You think that might balance out a portfolio? Being diversified?
Okay. Everybody will tell you is that you can use it as an investment. You can use it as an asset, but the thing is always basically it's insurance. In other words, in case your money, your local money gets inflated higher, the silver and gold was normally retain their value. In other words, it is independent on the fluctuation of your currency. That's how come people have it, and it's best to have it in possession because that's the physical gold and physical silver. The problem about gold now, there's not enough of it for people to take possession of physical gold anymore.
Is that the same thing for platinum? I've heard that if you mined all the platinum in the world, it would be like 25 square miles. It'd be a cube. It wouldn't be much. I know that.
It'd be a cube. Yeah, it'd be a cube. It wouldn't even be 25 square miles. But platinum. The thing is about platinum is not. It's not that it's rare or anything like this. Is that who accepts it? How many people are going to accept it? But platinum is not considered money. Or not considered a medium of exchange because people say, "What do I do with it?" Yeah, at least it's traded on a market. But the thing is, it's traded. But the thing is, platinum is the biggest thing platinum is used for is basically catalytic converters.
Yeah.
And when the price goes up in platinum, what happens is thieves start cutting the catalytic converters off of cars and taking out the platinum balls. So basically, it's a commodity more than anything else.
Okay.
I mean, it's. I'm just giving you an overview. I mean, you have to actually go in and study it. That's why I suggested those two books. Basically, I'm trying to remember the name of the book. Gold, Dollars, and Power is about the Bretton Woods system.
You said the Bretton Woods system?
Yeah, basically your dollar system is a Bretton Woods system.
Bretton Wood or Bretton Wood?
No, Breton.
Oh, Britain.
No, Breton. Bretton. Woods. That's the town that the agreement, the money, the trade agreements or the money agreement system agreements were signed.
Okay.
And basically, as an overview, what they found out is that the gold system, basically the fiat system was hard to control. because you could print as inflation was problem with the fiat system because you could print as much money as you wanted. Okay, but the problem with the gold system is there was not enough of it. So in other words, and the problem that they were coming up against is that the gold system, I think I've said this before, the gold system didn't allow for an increase in population. So you get an increase in population, you couldn't expand your money supply because you were limited in gold. So the only way to increase your money supply is to actually go out and get more gold. So you either mine it or you go steal it from somebody. So in other words, to steal it, what would you do? You start a war, you defeat the people, and you would take their gold. And that allowed you to do what? Expand expand your economy, expand your monetary system. After about a couple hundred years of this, they, after World War II, said, look, we can't do this shit no more. How can we come up with a system that will not cause these wars anymore? So basically, Maynard Keynes said, okay, why don't we take the best of both worlds and put them together? So they took a fiat system that was based on a gold system so that you would have enough checks and balances to keep the fiat system in control.
Yes.
So that's how you have. That's why you have that's the only time. This is the only time that it's ever been tried where you have a fiat system based on gold. So in other words, you can print. Go ahead.
Yeah, what you were actually saying there, said that if you don't have money, then you go out and steal it and start a war.
If you don't have gold to base your currency on.
Right. So now the thing is, how can a population who's impoverished, how can we get back on, not get back on top, but begin to earn respect again?
When you talk about a population, what do you mean by a population?
Yeah, I'm talking about mainly black people, right?
Okay, black people are a subgroup of a society. They're not a separate population.
Okay, but I'm mainly referring to black diaspora throughout the entire world, right?
Okay.
The reason why I'm saying this, reason why I'm saying this is, it just occurs to me that folks can just do anything possible just to maintain power, start a war. Start a war and kill millions of people. Now, how can we fight against that unless we become evil also? You
have to be You have to be as technologically savvy as everybody else. That's what you have to do.
Actually, no. I don't even think that's the
okay. No. Well, okay. You don't think so. So what's your opinion?
Yeah, I think the main issue is because before we were technologically advanced, they were not technologically advanced neither. Now, what brought them to what brought them power, which you just mentioned earlier, is they are willing to kill millions of people. So now you can be technologically advanced, but if you're not willing to use your technology to kill millions of people, you cannot, you're not going to defeat evil. That's the point I was trying to figure out. I think there are a group of people in this world who are not able to kill as much as other groups.
Okay. So what's the difference? So that's the only difference between Africans and Europeans?
I don't know if that's the only difference, but
the African continent was not penetrated until the late 1800s.
Yeah. But it just occurs to me when you were saying this that
what was it? The Chinese were dominated the world economy for about 1800 years. What defeated them?
English.
Superior technology. If you read Kissinger's book on China, superior technology, they have better technology than you do. They had an advantage.
Right. So now, if you have the advanced technology and not and not willing to use it in a destructive manner, how can you?
If you have superior technology, they can't come in and do things to you because you can defeat them. Why would they come after you?
Dr. Amos Wilson said that they always they did it because they could do it.
Yeah.
Regardless of whatever reason that drove them, the motivators on the environment in which it happened. At the end of the day, they did it because they could.
Yeah. Friedman of Stratford said exactly the same thing. He said that basically they traveled the world and to try to do trade, and everybody told them, "You don't have anything we want." Exactly what they told him. You ain't got nothing we want. So they found out that a gun and a smile worked a lot better than a smile by itself. They took it because they could. They took it because they didn't have any. They had nothing else. That little small continent had nothing that anybody wanted, and they needed others. Because their population was expanding. They needed stuff. So see, you can't trade for stuff. You can't earn the stuff. What's your next option?
I'm gonna take it.
You took it.
We gotta get our technological game up. Huh?
Well, of course, and you know what? It's. I'll be honest, man. It's. I'm at the point in my life where it grinds my gears when I see these young brothers, and a lot of them are my friends too. You know, they have songs they want me to listen to, you know, and they want to become, you know, that's all fine and dandy. But, you know, I've said it once and I'll say it again. And I put this on my Facebook. I said, black men have lost 3 or 4 races. We've lost the arms, the nuclear arms, and the space race, but we broke the record for the 100-meter. Congratulations.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a start. The thing is, everybody, you know, and I understand because I was that way too. Everybody wants change now. You didn't get into it. You didn't get into the position in 50 years, 20 years. You're not going to get out of it in 50 or 20 years. Everybody has a turn. As much as we don't like it, everybody has a turn. You know, just because you won't be alive for your turn, nobody, you know, basically, I got people that are dead that wanted to see the end of white supremacy. They weren't alive. They didn't last long enough. It's going to happen. I might not live to see the complete destruction of white supremacy, but it's going to happen because everybody gets a turn. You know, even the white guys that are probably listening, they know that their turn at the bottom is coming. They've been on top, and they know eventually at some point in time, their turn on the bottom is going to come. And how are they going to react when their turn comes? Then they're facing that real possibility. Before they didn't believe it was coming. Now they see it's coming. They see it's coming, and there's nothing they can do about it.
So Donald Trump is your last straw.
Huh?
Donald Trump is their last.
Donald Trump is a Hail Mary, and there's nothing. Donald Trump can't stop this. Donald Trump is one man. Donald Trump is not equipped to stop this. It's going to happen. There's nothing you can do about it. Can Donald Trump slow it down? Who knows? But it's going to happen. Now, it's probably going to happen in 20 years. We slow it down, it's going to be 40 years. Okay. But it's going to happen.
Yeah, I mentioned Donald Trump to say that this is that's their hope. It doesn't mean it means anything.
They don't even hope in Donald Trump. They just don't have anything else. You ain't got nothing else. You know, so you're willing to. I asked, what do you think Donald Trump's? I said, what do you think Donald Trump's going to do? They don't. It's like they don't have anything. They don't know. All we know is we need something. They need something to believe in or make us feel better. So basically, that's all it is. There's nothing you can do. The only thing you can do is slow it down. They've tried everything.
Donald Trump is literally Doug Flutie. I think Doug Flutie might have been like the the fourth or the fourth string quarterback, and everybody that week like just started one of the games. Everybody just kept getting injured, and they looked around, like they saw Doug Flutie, looked around, like there was nobody there to put in quarterback.
Okay.
So put Doug Flutie in, and hey, something happened.
That's when you have a chance and it's a tie game and you need a last second play. if you're down 40 points, what's your only asset is time. Do I have time enough to come back? You're going to need. I would say it would be more like USC and Notre Dame when they were down they're down like 30 something at halftime, and they came back and they had to have a rally, but they had time. That's the only thing that can happen. For the white guys would have to rally because they're so far behind and they're running out of time.
The funny thing too, what I do right now as I'm speaking to you, I'm also writing codes and stuff. And
what language?
I do, for my server side scripting, I use PHP and all the web stuff, HTML and all that.
Okay.
But for my Android, I have to use Java and XML. So I kind of like developed the API to talk to the server, and the application I use the Android Studio, and so it's Java. So basically Java, JavaScript, PHP, all this other stuff, CSS.
Okay.
Kind of interesting, it keeps me busy. So
yeah, I guess it does. Kind of blend all those.
Yeah, you gotta
blend all those together.
Yeah. I mean, I started first with the web, and which all I had to know was
CSS.
CSS, PHP, JavaScript, and then of course SQL, right? But with the Android, it's a different animal. So you got to use Java and develop an actual.
Well, at least you don't have to learn. At least you don't have to learn Linux.
Yeah. I mean, they made it somewhat easier now. You can begin to type a code, and it gives you suggestions what's
Okay. Yeah.
It gets a little easier, but it's still difficult. I'm not gonna lie, it's not.
Well, the logic is always difficult.
Yeah. It's not obvious, but I'm saying this to say that sometimes I'm stuck, and if I want to get some tutorial and all that, and usually folks who are giving those tutorials are not Europeans, not Americans. A lot of them are from India. In fact, you'd be surprised, a lot of them are from Africa.
Yeah.
So we see the trend,
Yeah. I mean, because it's global. It's global, and basically the Africans and the Indians remind me of what the guys were like in America in the 90s.
Right.
Where it's new, when it's brand new, and basically the user groups where basically they lived, slept, and drank this stuff. And I think that a lot of the American programmers, I think they've made it so easy that a lot of American programmers are getting kind of lazy.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Yeah, and in fact, you do have your tutorial with the American programmers, but a lot of the advanced stuff are usually in Asia.
Yeah. Well, they're willing to talk about it. It doesn't mean that the people here don't do it.
Right.
You can get it here. You just have to pay for it. It's not free.
Yeah, I've heard that there's certain languages. I don't want to say rare, but the fact that so many people, there aren't as many people who are well versed in that particular language. If you find them, stateside, you're going to pay a pretty penny for it.
Pretty for it. Yeah. Well, a lot of those because you got 1 billion people, so it's a lot easier to find it when you have a bigger population. And a lot of those languages they still use locally where they're at, whereas America's gone on to more complex systems, so higher level languages and stuff like that. So they don't deal with because I remember years ago, hell, it's got to be 20 years ago, where a guy I coached with. We used to coach our local basketball team, the local park team together, and he was a programmer, and he said he uses a lot of modules. He put together a lot of modules, and he just tied them together with programming, and whereas a lot of guys a lot of his cohorts would actually go down to the base code, and actually make the stuff from scratch, but it took a lot of time. So I think a lot of guys are using a lot more modules than they used to, whereas you probably don't have you probably don't have that luxury coming from someplace else, say like India or even China, where you basically work more with the base code.
Right, and with the module, I think you have less flexibility with what you can do.
Yeah, well, the thing is, you do have less flexibility. This is what the module does. It's like making a circuit. Back when you were making an electronic circuit, back in the old days when you had to wire the resistors and capacitors and all that crap together. Okay, yeah, it was harder because it wasn't ready made like the ICs or the integrated circuit. But the thing is, you had a lot more control over it because you had to basically wire everything up. So it was a lot slower, but you had a lot more control, a lot more variety. I think the same thing with code.
Yeah.
And if you want it done fast, you got to use modules. You just have to.
Right. In fact, even in Java, Android, there's a bunch of libraries. I have no idea what those libraries do. All I know is I put something in, I'm expecting something out.
Yeah, basically, yeah. You basically you have to go. Basically, a lot of that stuff you got to go back to C code just to understand it and open up the library. Because that was the second language I learned. It was C, and I don't remember much of that. But yeah, you got to bust up. You got to use C. Even C has its own libraries. You got to bust up back down to assembly or machine code. Because basically, C is just above machine code.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, I go all the way back to C. So even C has, is a higher level language. So you have to bust open libraries. So I'm sure, and they've been basically making more and more modules. So instead, the higher you go up, like Java and stuff like that.
It definitely gets easier, but it's still complicated.
Yeah. So, basically, and you have to understand how the modules work. And sometimes the only way to understand how the libraries work is basically busted down to C.
Right.
Which takes time.
And sometimes you do trial and error. You do one thing.
Yeah. I don't know if there's a whole lot of C coders that are still out there. There used to be tons of them back when I was younger, but I don't know if there's a lot of them out there anymore.
I think iOS may be using C.
I doubt it. I doubt it.
iPhone. I don't know what they use.
The iOS. It's probably the same, but pretty much the same thing you guys are using. A lot of CSS, a lot of HTML, because they use a lot of because a lot of their libraries are built on HTML. What they call the HTML5, which is JavaScript, Java, and Java, what they call Java C, which is a mixture of C and Java. I haven't kept up with this stuff, man. You guys are a lot better at it than I am. But because I remember when man, if you didn't know fucking C, man, you're in trouble. Because you had to make all them freaking libraries from scratch and all the modules from scratch. I mean, that's when you had to code.
So when you say libraries, like, what do you mean exactly?
A library is nothing but a module. Okay, a library is nothing but a module. You plug in a library. Basically, you attach the variables to the library. You're supposed to get out a certain amount of code. So in other words, basically, that's all. In other words, because you guys are probably too young, you're probably too young. But if you ever looked at machine code, like when I first time I ever saw programming in my whole life, I got a Commodore 64, and you get a little magazine, and maybe if you want to program it to do something, you literally have machine code with peaks, pokes, in numbers that are variables, right? That is basically you're literally programming in the switches inside the processor. All the peaks, pokes, numbers, and all this are actual switches inside the processor. So in other words, and C code doesn't deal with the switches. You know, it has libraries that are adapted to the switches inside each individual. In other words, say if you have a processor, right? Say if you have a because every processor is different. Say like an Intel processor is different from AMD processor, which is different from a processor you find in your phone, right? Okay, they have machine code, right? They have machine codes, and they have to develop for you to program it. They have to develop libraries that are distinct to that particular processor, right?
Okay.
You follow me?
Yep.
You follow me? Okay. And then you take whatever programming language you have, okay, say like C or Linux or whatever it is, and they basically tap into that library. So in other words, it's standard. It's a standard language, and they give you output variables. So basically, you basically program it in whatever language that you've learned. You use the libraries, and the libraries actually program the basically the processor, the machine code underneath. So basically, that's what a library is. A library is nothing but a module that interacts with the machine code that's under all the switches that are underneath. Because all programming is playing with switches, but you can't program a billion switches that are in a processor. You can't. It has to be. They have to manipulate that and build a library so that you can get certain functions that come out. In other words, okay, I program this call, which whatchamacallit is a call. In other words, an instruction said, okay, I want the processor to do this, and I want this to be my output, which is the variables, right? And what will happen is that your compiler will say, okay, these are all the instructions that I'm supposed to get, and I'm supposed to go in and make machine code out of these instructions, so that on the other side that I'm gonna get the output that the programmer wants me to have.
Yeah,
because the programmer can't go in and start screwing with all the switches to get a certain program to work. No, he can't do that. So he has to work with an extraction layer. And the more complex the processors, the bigger the extraction layer gets.
Right.
The bigger the library gets.
Another concrete example is if you have your phone and you take a picture and then you want to send that picture over to your Facebook page.
Yeah.
Right. So, but that you have to use a library to convert that picture into some bitmap. But that's so complicated. You know, instead of you writing this code to have it convert the file into a bitmap and then send it over, you just use the library for it.
Yeah, because basically for you to take the picture is a library. For you to actually. Yeah, for you actually basically, because what you want to take a picture on a phone, basically, what do you have to do? You have to call up a program, right?
Right.
Because the phone, because the actual camera is a program that controls what the lens and the sensor.
Yeah.
Okay. It controls the lens and the sensor. So basically, you call up the program. It crawls up a whole bunch of different modules that will turn on the sensor, control the lens, because you read the light that's coming into the camera, and then output it onto your screen, right? So that you can see, okay, this is exactly the picture that I want, the object that I want. I'm taking a picture of. Focus the damn thing. Make sure the exposure, light it up, convert it. And then output it is, okay, is this the picture that you want? Okay, so basically you're going through thousands of different steps. So it's very difficult. It seems simple because you over time you develop all these different programs, because all a module is hundreds of different programs that are actually put together.
Yeah, but see, you are scaring people who are
taking a picture. Well, I'm saying everybody listening to me, I would say 60% of you guys are programmers anyway. Now, how that happened, I have no idea. why how it attracts so many programmers.
I think a lot of us, I guess, I don't think I'm introvert, but a lot of us are introverts. I mean, when you have to have this introvert mindset when you're working doing the code.
Yeah, you do. You have to be able to work. Yeah, because most people can't work by themselves, and you're alone a lot. Like introverts, like a lot of your currency traders and stuff like that, they're introverts because you have to be, because you're by yourself most of the time.
But a lot of what you were saying, when you program, I don't even worry about any of that.
No,
because it's all automatic, right?
Yeah.
Somebody already did all that work.
Yeah, because when I was because it wasn't possible when I was younger, right? So I saw all this stuff as they would, one little program at a time.
Yeah,
transferring a digital picture from one place to another, man, was like the greatest thing since sliced bread. Actually coming up on the screen, it's like the greatest thing since sliced bread, man. Because as you see it progress, I said, okay, like just broadcasting voice digitally over IP. The first time we saw it, man, was when was it? Oh, it was actually 1998. We were at Comdex, and they were demonstrating it.
Yeah, I think that's
voice over IP.
I don't know if Bell Lab was the one who came up with it, but
it's probably the military more than anybody else, and they adapted it. Because actually, the internet was actually designed after the post office. Believe it or not.
Really?
Yeah. Because it took all the steps that you need to mail a letter, and they turned it into packages, and that's how come they have packets and IP addresses.
Right.
And you have to address. You have a how come you have a distinct what do they call inside your computer? What do they call it? Help me out. I forgot. I'm forgetting all my
IP address.
No, you have an IP address, but I'm saying
MAC address.
Huh? MAC, yeah, a MAC address. Just like you have all the distinctive MAC addresses. Inside each device has a different MAC address.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, it's a mailbox that packets go into, that you put the packets together, which is fascinating in itself. But I had to learn that for when I was doing Cisco routers back then. That's why you can never have girlfriends, man, when you're trying to do shit.
No, you can't.
You can't have, because she's the one that fucking. I don't understand black women, man. Black women especially, man. If I hate to talk about my sisters, but when you're trying to do something, man, if you're trying to do something, really do something complex, man, get you a white woman. Get you an Asian woman. Don't fuck with a black woman.
I mean, why is that? I mean, they do that.
I have no idea, man. But even the smart ones, man, if they want you to improve, they want more money, that kind of stuff, man. But black women are so insecure, and the reason they don't want you to advance or improve is because they're afraid that you'll leave them. If he has more options, he will leave me. So it's one thing where they're afraid. They're afraid to improve. They're afraid to let you improve, or afraid to help you improve. Because I've heard it so many times, man, from women. I said, "Well, how come you don't help your man?" Man, I ain't gonna make him better so he can go with some other woman. So I ain't gonna improve him so some other woman can have him.
Crazy.
I ain't gonna train him so for no other woman. And that's their mentality. And I can't think of a black girlfriend I had. The only one that was halfway open to it was, I think, my baby's mom. And she said, "Well, I'm not going to do it until." Basically, her thing is, "I'm not going to let you do anything until you marry me." So if I was going to school, she She sabotaged me going to school. If I had a class, she would do things to disrupt it. If I had a test, she basically, okay, you got to babysit the kids this weekend or something like that. She would always do something to disrupt it. But every black girlfriend I've ever had, man, that was their mentality. It's difficult to work. Whereas the white woman's trying to push you, which is the opposite.
And because she sees you as an investment.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, you're a meal ticket. So she's the bigger the meal ticket, the better for me. The only other way is like, say, that's why I said with Lawrence needed a 92 octane, because she wants to pull him up to her level. So him getting the business or him starting the business, it's him pulling himself up to a level. But at some point, she's gonna try to sabotage you, which is something I kind of understand why they do it. I still don't fully understand it, but I think it's more fear than anything else. Fear of abandonment.
What if you decide to just leave because they won't let you pursue your dream? That's gonna be even worse for her then.
Yeah, but black women are in the moment.
They're just like
the worst thing for a black woman is if she helped you get on and you blew up and then you left her. That would devastate her. All this thing I did for you, and guess what? I basically handed you. I just trained you so some other woman could have you. That would devastate her. But that's that dichotomy in a black woman's thinking. They want to take advantage of the fruits of the labor, but the thing is, they're afraid to let go of what they have. Which is why they want you to have your shit together before they get there.
Yeah, but then you hear things like, well, those are the type of dudes who they don't want is a man with it together because they know that he still has options.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of things going on in their heads, man. There's a reason they pick dudes that are lower than them, because his option to get a better woman is less. There's a whole lot of things that are going through their heads, man, and a lot of it's not logical.
But that's not black women from outside of the U.S., right?
No. We're talking about inside.
Yeah, I don't notice that with even with Haitian women who are Haitian American women. I don't notice that.
No, because they don't have the same. They're not part of the culture as much as we like to think they are, but they're not part of the culture. There is a difference. They're closer. The island people are closer in culture because they have a similar experience, but it's not the same.
Right. Similar in looks, but not.
No. What I'm talking about is, in other words, their ancestors went through a slave experience. Okay, their culture is broken, but not to the extent that the American is, and they're not as assimilated into the culture as American black people. Haitians coming from another country, they know how American black people actually are. They recognize it, and we Africans recognize it. In other words, in fact, Africans recognize us as low caste black Americans. That's the way they look at us. Because where they come from, the only way they get here, you got to remember the immigrants. Most of the immigrants that come here from Africa are upper class. Yeah. You can't get on a raft and go and travel 5,000-6,000 miles across the ocean and get to America. It's not gonna happen. Well, so Haitians and Jamaicans, Haitians, so it's easier for a poor Haitian to get to America than it is a poor African. Very seldom you're gonna see a poor African that came here without any education or any kind of background.
I can't think of one.
Yeah, it's difficult. It's difficult for poor Haitians to get here.
Yeah. But however, though, you see a lot of Africans now go through Brazil and then move up. Right now, a lot of them, from what I understand, are stuck in the border of Mexico and the U.S.
Man, that's a long trip. I mean, you can do it.
But
That's still an expensive trip, man.
Yeah, because I think some countries in Africa has relationship with Brazil.
Yeah, yeah. But the thing is to get from Brazil, you got to understand.
Yeah, it's crazy.
You can't get on a raft and come to Brazil. You got to get on a plane, and you can't do that if you're only making $2 a day.
Yeah.
And then you can't just come to Brazil. You gotta have a visa to get into Brazil. They don't let everybody in.
No, it depends. I think Angola don't need visa. From Angola and
because I think Angola, and I think because they speak Portuguese.
Yeah,
yeah. Yeah, but you don't see a whole lot. Hell, you don't see Angola. You got to be elite, man. You can't just come from Angola to Brazil. You ain't got no money. Angola's outside of the folks that are in the upper class. Everybody else is dirt poor, man.
That's the problem.
Well, hell, you go to Haiti, man. See, if you want to, if anybody that's talking shit, okay, this comes from another country, all you got to tell them is, look, it's especially a woman that's coming from another country, and she's talking shit that I don't mess with black guys. They said, look, heifer, I can get on a plane right now, go to your country, and have as many of them as I want.
Yeah.
Just like you.
And then leave them there too when I'm done.
And leave them there when I'm done. You can't, this. Yeah, if I want a Haitian woman, why do I need to mess with a Haitian, a slightly upper class Haitian woman in the United States when I can go to Haiti?
Come on, man. Come on, man. And you know what? It makes so much sense now. I never understood when I was young, man. My grandmother, my nanas, they would come and they would be in complete shock if I said, yeah, I'm going to get me an American woman. Like they all said, no. I look to the je ne femme blase, blase, blah. And I'm like, man, they just being old fashioned. But now at the age of 28, I wish. I mean, I can't say I wish because I don't have any children now, but I understand now. I do. I do. So
yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. They're cautious about who they're, because what they had to sacrifice to get here. In other words, I didn't bring I didn't go through all this struggle to get you here, to raise you basically so you can get hooked up with a knucklehead. Even Africans are that way. Yeah, we didn't bring you here so you can get hooked up with a knucklehead. Because we sacrificed too much, and I understand. Even my daughter, we educated you. We didn't, educate you so you can get hooked up with a knucklehead. And we know there's nothing we can do about it, but we're not gonna be happy. Even my daughter, she had to hide her, even though he has a really, really good job. He's a blue-collar worker. He earns a lot of money and all that stuff. The thing is, he wasn't as educated as we would like. And she hid him. We didn't even know who he was until we found out she was pregnant. So, well, who's the father? So, how come we never met the father? And she looked down and said, okay, all right, okay. And then I knew exactly what it was. Oh, you want us to see him, huh? That's why. Yeah, that's why I know. Chicks talk. Chicks say, "Well, well, he fooled me. No bullshit. He fooled me. No bullshit. You exactly what your parents will and won't accept. You already know. If I bring, when I was a kid, I knew I couldn't. If I was messing with a hood rat, I can't bring her home. Well, men already automatically know that. There's chicks you bring home, and there's chicks that okay, she can't come. She can't even know where my parents live.
Absolutely not.
Sometimes women forget. Women get imprinted, and they forget that shit sometimes. But my daughter, especially when she was young, man. She said, "Well, I'm you know, the boyfriend happens to come by, and the whole family will give him the eye. Well, let's look him up and down. Okay, let's check you out. In fact, her baby's father, my grandson's father was he had a little hood in him, right? And we had to bring him around, man, for years. Just said you can't come in here with that shit, man. So basically, we made him grow up. So what he acted like when we first met him, what he acts like now is completely different. And I think it'd be his father coming back in his life kind of changed that too. So
was that the same one?
Excuse me.
Was that the one you said that he hated his father growing up?
Hated his father growing up. Okay. Sure did. Yep. Hated his father until he started having issues with my daughter. And my daughter, well, Barbara, she said, well, what she don't like about him. I said, you know what? I said, she says, well, how come you guys can talk to him and deal with him? I said, baby, we didn't bring him into the family, you did.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, why? She said, blah, blah. I said, well, look, I don't get said, you got to do your job. And guess what? I said, this little boy needs his father, and we're going to do everything we can to facilitate him having a father in his life. So if you don't want that, you need to take him, your son, and yourself someplace away from us, because as long as you're around us, we're not playing this favorite shit, because it's not about you. It's about him being a father to his son, and that's what we want. So if you don't want to do the right thing and whatever, fine. But as long as he wants to be a father to his son, and we're gonna do whatever we need to do to facilitate that. So it's a whole lot of talking, a whole lot of training about how to father a child and stuff like that. And he's coming along. I mean, it's slowly but surely he's coming along.
You have to kind of treat him like your own.
Yeah, basically, yeah. And I got to treat him like my own son. It is what it is. So he doesn't know how to parent. He never learned from his mother. And his father wasn't around. So okay, well, this is how we do it. And his father's helping out on the other end too. So
this is how
we work. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think this is how we can gain generational wealth. But if our daughters and sons are dating knuckleheads, I don't think we can get to that level. So maybe we should bring back.
The easiest way I found out, well, because like I said, I've been going through this stuff, man, for years and years and years. I heard every plan. The easiest way to gain generational wealth is for black people to stop spending their money, tricking their money off on bullshit. I mean, I've watched, because I've worked around Asians and Hispanics and stuff like that. I watch how Asians build their wealth, man. Asians, yeah. Well, we're indigenous people, no matter where they are. Asians will not go to fast food restaurants. Asians will not buy their lunch at work. Asians will not go to the machines except to get coffee, or Asians do not drink bottled water. If I see an Asian man with a sack from a fast food restaurant, it's because he didn't have time for his wife to make him lunch and a snack before he went to work.
And all that adds up.
It adds up, man. And I see a black man coming in, and most of them have bags, or they go headed to the cafeteria, man, and they got wives at home. A Asian wife will not let her husband out of the house without making her lunch and making her whatever snack, whatever she has. And the same thing with her husband. We're not wasting money on fast food. We're not wasting money at the cafeteria. We're not wasting money at that snack machine. And they come in. Go ahead.
That's so black.
Yeah, but yes, that's what I was trying to do. Like, what was a couple nights ago? I was hanging out with some friends, and we was like, drinking, And I was trying to tell them exactly how to build wealth. I even suggested what you suggested, like take an index card for 30 days, write down what you're spending on, and you'll see exactly what you're wasting your money on. And they would look at me like I was stupid. I was like, I'm telling you exactly how you can be able to build wealth, because they were bitching and complaining about it. They were saying that we can't do it, and I said, yes, you can. But it's going to be super hard for us to get over that hurdle.
Because they know that they're fucking off their money. They know that they're fucking off their money. And when you know that you're fucking off your money, you don't want to change because you want to fuck off your money. But the thing is, the reason I suggest the index card, because you can really do it. You can really do it without the index card. The reason that I suggest the index card is because it's a painless way to do it. Because then you can make decisions about how you spend your money. But the thing, it's not so much. Basically, what Joe Dominguez did was he took Buddhist meditation, which is about mindfulness, right? Paying attention to everything that you do, right? And he brought that. He developed his system through Buddhism. In other words, be mindful of everything. And that's what Buddhism does. Be mindful of everything that you do, so that you're conscious. He's not telling you what to do, what not to do. And that's the beauty of the card. It's not telling you what to spend your money on. All it's telling you, this is where you spend your money. So if you do that for 30 days, then you have awareness. It's amazing, because when I went through, because I did it for, actually supposed to do it for 90 days. But I said 30, after the first month of 30 days, every time you reach in your pocket, every time you make a purchase, a little light goes off in your head. Your little Bible goes, how do I want to spend my money on this? And it's either yes or no. And if it's yes, there's no judgment. But a lot of times what we do is we spend our money unconsciously, and we never know what the price of the purchase is until 6 months down the line. I said, where did my money go? And then you got to backtrack, but it's too late. You've already spent your money. And a lot of times, basically, those are the little leaks that come through. You know how you say, if you have a water drip over time, even though it's very small, it adds up. And as far as your water bill is concerned, that little constant drip, 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 and all you're doing is plugging the leaks. And so when anybody, because I had to train, women are notoriously hard to do with, right? And I had to take coworkers that were like that were damn near filing bankruptcy and shit because they couldn't get a hold of their spending. And I said, okay. They said, well, how do I get out of this? What do I need to do? I said, first you had to plug the leaks. So how do you do that? I said, you take an index card, and a couple index card, 30 index cards, and said you just write down everything you spend, or everything that comes in and out. In other words, if you get a paycheck or you get somebody gives you money, write that down, and at the end of the month, you tally all that up. But the biggest thing is that it puts mindfulness into your spending. I mean, tallying it all up, you can actually see what you're spending it on, because you're going to see a recurring thing. But the thing is, it puts mindfulness into your spending. So now you have to evaluate every time you spend money. So if you spend money on a drink, and the guy says, okay, a guy says $4.50 for the drink. He says, okay, you drink a couple of drinks, spend $10. I said, damn, was those 2 shots or whatever I had worth $10? Then you have to make a decision. So you can't trick off your money, because you have to do it consciously. No, I decided to spend my money on this. I just decided to spend my money on, and you'd be surprised, within 6 months you have a lot more money than you thought you could, because all those little leaks are all plugged up. So there's more water in that tank. That's the easiest way to get out of it. And then once you plug up all the leaks, then you can start making major decisions. So you're only spending money on stuff that's worth it to you.
But a lot of them will, if you try to help them, they will tell you, well, you cheat. You know, they have a way of demonize.
Yeah. I had my I had a buddy of mine, you know, before he died, his wife was giving him problems about, he was saying he was cheap and she was all constantly asking for money. And then I told to him the same thing. I said, I said, write down everything you give her money for and everything she spends money on. And I said, and then then after he started doing that, man, after a couple months, she's coming asking for money. And he said, wait a minute. He said, you didn't spend too much money. And she said, no, I haven't. And then he pulls out everything he spent. He said, see that, see that, see that. I said, you spend money on, said, you spend money for lunch every day. You spend money for lunch and you spend this much for it every day. And blah, blah, blah. She started seeing how it added up. She stopped asking him for money. She started doing other things because she saw it in black and white. And the thing is, you have to bring stuff into black and white because a lot of time we deal in virtual money, especially nowadays because we have the debit cards and all that other shit, man. And we deal in virtual money. It's not like you have to come in and pull currency out of your pocket.
Yeah,
and your money out of your pocket and spend it.
Feels like you're not spending anything.
Yeah, because it's effortless. Yeah. But and even when you spend money, man, you know it's like it does add up, and it's just it's nothing but an exercise in consciousness. That's all, so that you can have you have an awareness. Same thing with maintenance on your car. Everything was a little book. In other words, everything was consciousness, taking care of your car, not anticipating a purchase. In other words, say like basically anticipating say if you constantly, if every day you go out and you check your car, check your tires, check your oil, whatever, and doing the maintenance you're supposed to do, and you write it down. He said over time, say when you need tires, so you'll notice the wear on your tires like 6 months before you need it, so you don't have to go out and run out in an emergency and buy tires at full price. It says, okay, I know I'm gonna need tires in 6 months. You know, you start putting money away from it. You say, okay, I see tires on sale that are like half off. Boom, you go do it. In other words, nothing catches you by surprise. Everything, you're always anticipating something because you're always aware of it. Which is the quickest way to build generational wealth. That's how they do it.
And that's exactly what I was trying to tell them. I said, you know, rich folks just take advantage of opportunities, and it was like, you know, still not buying into it. And I was like, okay, whatever.
Because they don't want to change their lifestyle, which is okay. But stop complaining. You like if you don't want to change it, you like the way you live, so stop complaining about it. You expect some get rich quick scheme, which is why black people and black women especially so attracted to drugs or drug money, because it's fast, it's quick. The turnover is very fast, even though we ignore the risk in doing it. The reason it's fast and it's quick because it's risky, and the downside is very, very bad. And only a few people make it out. Okay, you know, a lot of drug dealers, man, which is another thing that women don't want to tell their side of it. There's a lot of cats, man, that made a whole lot of money drug dealing, right? Make $100,000, $200,000, and they got to go away for 5-6 years, maybe even a little bit more, right? But they got this pushed away. By the time they get out, guess how much money they have?
Zero.
Zero, because the women that basically encourage you to do it has spent it all. So you basically did hustled, did all that hustling, and went to prison for 5 years. That's what happened to Freeway Rick. When he went to prison, they spent all his money.
What do you think about this TV show, Power?
I think I watched a couple of episodes, and it doesn't do anything for me, because I think it's geared more towards females. Same thing with Empire.
Oh, I mean, hell yeah, Empire is definitely engineered for him.
Yeah. So it's never done anything for me. Okay. I think I watched a couple episodes, and that's about it.
We think about Obsidian's. He said he's going to try to do like his own programming on TV shows.
Yeah, I mean, you can do it. Documentaries. I think it's documentaries. You can do it. You get a stabilizer in a smartphone. You can do it easily. Do it. If you want to get fancy and get quality, get off-camera mics and stuff like that, it's even better. Because the majority of people are much more sensitive to sound than they are to bad sound than they are a bad picture. So basically, that's how come sound is so important in Hollywood. You got to get the sound right. You got to get the sound right. Spielberg, Lucas, sound. The sound was more important than the visuals. Visuals were important, but not as much as they were sticklers on the sound. Has to be right. Okay, if you get the sound right, people will forgive you about the rest of it. If the sound right, but basically, so Issa Rae started. They started with smartphones, and smartphones are so good nowadays. Smartphones are so good nowadays. If you know how to shoot, if you know how to. A lot of people want to run and gun. Basically, they don't want to frame. They don't want to frame their frame their shot. You know, because I used to me and my partner. He's a filmmaker. He's entered a couple of films in a couple of film fests, and we always have this argument. My argument is you design the script around your equipment rather than trying to find your equipment and build it around the script. The easiest way is get to know your smartphone, get to know what you're going to put the platform you put the smartphone on, and then think of a story that can be designed around the way you shoot with the smartphone. The smartphone is on a stabilizer, it's on a tripod, then it's going to have to be more conversation than it is movement. So how do you shoot that? And that's how where you design your script. If you're going to shoot a fictional script, same thing with the documentary. You design your shots because you got to have a shot list. You design your shots around your equipment rather than the other way around. Same thing with your lighting and all the other stuff. Because it's only if you look at old Hollywood movies, the cameras didn't move. Cameras are on very solid tripods. Cameras didn't move. So if you study that, it's basically what you have with your smartphone. You didn't have zoom lenses, you have all that crap, right? The cameras didn't move. So you study the old-fashioned filmmaking, and basically that'll give you an idea what you need to do with your camera. Because I saw many of shorts shot on iPhones. Or Note 4s or something with Samsung. All you need is a lens, a camera, and a sensor. And you work within the limits of your equipment. And programmers should understand that. Okay, you can't make a smartphone do what a PC does. You just can't. Screen is smaller, the processor is smaller.
You got to reduce everything.
You got to work within the limits of the processor, because the processor has to be cooler because it can't heat up as much as say a big ass PC with a honking cooler on it. So the graphics have to be reduced. You don't have a separate graphics card, so you can't write a fully functioning game, 3D game on the doggone thing that you can do on a PC. You just can't. So you have to program your app around the equipment that you're programming it on. Same thing with filmmaking. You write to the equipment. And there's enough stuff online that you can learn filmmaking. All filmmaking is lens and lighting. That's it. and then editing afterwards. But as far as the shot is concerned, it's lens and lighting. Learn how to light the scene. You basically frame the scene, and the rest is just editing and doing your cuts in between. And it's the cuts that you have is just standard. And then it's just finding the talent in front of you, something to shoot. It's a lot of sweat, a lot of elbow grease, but it can be done.
Yeah, there's really no reason why we can't have our own Hollywood, quote unquote. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, everything's out there.
Yeah, if you completely broke, man, go to Nigeria and shoot.
Yeah.
Go to Bollywood. It's cheap. Talent's everywhere.
Yeah, people.
Yeah. Talent is everywhere. So if you get 10 grand, man, go to Nigeria and shoot. Nothing but black people. You can shoot all kind of black films. Remember, there's one guy, he was in Uganda, I think I want to say. He shoots an entire episode. I think he shoots, and I think he said it's like $500 an episode. He shoot a 30-minute episode of something, and it's like $500 an episode. Although you don't have A-level talent, but you know, it is what it is. But you never know.
Could they be passed off as Americans?
Huh?
Can your talent in those foreign countries be passed off as Americans? So let's say you want to do like a situation comedy. You know it's expensive here. Go over there where it's cheaper. Could they pass off being American? Or you have to basically change your whole script?
You write the script to your environment. That's what they call being creative. You write your script to the environment. We used to do this exercise all the time with him. You know, with him, he said, "Okay." I said, "Well, okay." He would say, I have an idea for this." He said, "Okay, what kind of equipment do we have? What kind of locations do we have?" For first, we start off with the equipment, then we start off with the location. And then okay, I say, "Oh, this is how the exercise that we used to do." Okay. He said, I got an idea for a film. I said, "Okay, well, how much money do we have?" And he said, "Okay, we got this budget. Okay, what kind of equipment do we have?" I said, "Okay." So I said, "So now we have to find locations that are basically free or near free." And we find our locations. Okay, then you find out what angles and shots that you have, and it says, "Okay, we got these locations. We have this equipment. What kind of story can we build with what we have?" Now you can basically do everything. If you got 10 grand, you basically do everything. You do you know, because a drone can do what for what you used to rent a helicopter for an hour, you can buy a drone and do all the overhead shots and all that shit. So basically, because he played saxophone and said, "Well, I just basically outline a whole story for him using the free locations, you know, his apartment, a bicycle, and we have what we call the Baldwin Hills Overlook, which is nothing but stairs. And so we get one or two people to basically add in with you and your saxophone, and we had the girl, which she was a Mexican girl, and so we add her in, and so we build a love story around you playing a saxophone, going up these stairs and looking over LA and playing a saxophone, interacting with her. So we can at least make an hour-long film just off of that and just the equipment that we have. You can do it. So basically, if you go into a place where there's no Americans, so don't try to pass them off as Americans. Write a local story that's interesting, because basically they're humans. The human story translates over everything else. So if you're in Uganda, about an orphan that lost their parents in a war, or you know, all kinds of stuff, or the basic trope where you no good nigga basically got a chick pregnant and she got outcast by her particular folks, her clan, and she has to raise a child alone. All kinds of stuff. I mean, there's all kind of ways you can write a story with the environment that you have. A lot of people want to take a story and try to fit it to the environment rather than letting the environment organically create their story. And that opens up your imagination. Now you have to literally, it's like improv. Improv is basically the same way. You got to improvise. What do I have? What kind of story do I want to tell? And can it be realistic? You don't try to overdo it. You don't try to underdo it. Can this happen in the environment that we're in, and make it realistic? Issa Rae she just did it. Look at the locations that she shot in. Other than a couple, it was a couple of apartments, one little office where they're at. You know, basically it wasn't that many locations, and it could have been shot on expensive camera or an iPhone because you didn't have that many stabilized shots. So you didn't, and there's all kinds of ways to get around things. So basically, if you have a smartphone, if you got a smartphone and you have one of those, what do they call those things with two wheels that you balance on, it's motorized. What do they call those things?
I think they call it a dolly.
No. The ones that the kids use. That's motorized. What do they call those things? They have two wheels that they balance on, and it's motorized, and they go up and down the street all the time with them.
It's not the Segway. I damn forgot the name of it.
It's not the Segway.
Damn it, man. Damn.
But it's basically it's like a modern. It's like a basically a cut down kids version of a Segway. But yeah, you take that. You take one of those. You take a smartphone, and basically you just because it smooths out the bumps and keeps you steady. Basically that takes that takes the place of your
you talking about on the hoverboard.
Yeah, the hoverboard. Yeah, one of those. That's your tracking shot right there. You don't need a big track. The big track where people have to get behind you and push you. Just take that, and you can track it just as smooth as that. There's a lot of ways you can get around it. You have to spend a whole bunch of money. Like a lot of your crane shots are done by drones now. So there's a lot of ways you can get around it. I mean, you can actually do a Hollywood level movie on little or no money if you really want to. But you have to put in more elbow grease and more creativity to have workarounds and write those limitations into the story. If you write it in the first place, then there's less workarounds because now you design the story around your shots. If that makes sense. Because as a photographer, when I used to be an amateur photographer a long time ago, a big contest, a big assignment was always to go to a place and make a photo story out of it. You have to create a story out of the environment. Because you're not taking a book or a story that's fiction out of someplace else and trying to map it onto to a location. If you have a story, if you got a book that's written in New Orleans and all the references in New Orleans, what are you stuck with? You have to go to the locations that the book identifies, or you have to modify the environment that's around you to look like what they're talking about. But if you do it the other way around, then you don't have those limitations.
Have you seen the new Star Wars?
Rogue One. Nope, I haven't seen it yet. You seen it?
No, I haven't. You know, I want to, but I've seen a few people who chimed who opined the same thing that Brother Sidian has. So they feel that, you know, not only is it
they're catering to women. It's obvious.
At this point.
Yeah, they're catering to women. I was looking at I think it was a series they have on. I think it was on one of these cable stations called Underground, about the Underground Railroad, where women play a prominent role as far as being the heroes and stuff like that, and shooting guns and all that stuff. I said, okay, they're gonna write all this stuff to women. They're gonna get all these female dollars.
Yep.
Because women want to step into the male role so badly. The penis envy is ridiculous.
Do you think that's something that's inherent in all women, or just in this society?
Yeah, because the phallus is the symbol of power. So you want power.
Makes sense.
Yeah, you want power. Who has the power? Men. So you have to. In fact, I think there was a book talking about TV scripts and penis envy, and it said the first. So believe it or not, the first female TV penis envy movies were slasher movies. Believe it or not, even though they killed women, the heroine was always the woman that escaped, and she would have to trick the slasher out of his knife and actually kill him with his own knife, basically. Basically take his penis, castrate him, and use his penis to actually kill him. In other words, she would gain.
Like that, but you're right. I never thought about it that way. Now I think about it, you're right.
They said the same thing about who did explain it? Oh, he was a guy. He was a military guy. He explained to me about Tarzan, the Tarzan movie, and Tarzan's knife. Tarzan didn't have the tooth, because he was a human. But once he got a knife, he had a tooth he could defend himself with. So that's a symbolic of phallus, of male power. And look at Rogue One. When did she ascend to a male power? When she got what? The lightsaber, right?
Yep.
Her quote unquote father's lightsaber, which is Luke Skywalker's lightsaber. That somehow he lost. It's supposed to be the lightsaber he lost when he got his hand cut off. That they recovered.
It's just like with women, it's like, if they won't take that power role, just like they just don't want that responsibility. I guess that's really what makes it messed up, because you gotta take the consequences of you if you want to lead people. That comes with it. It's just that they just want the perks but not the cons.
And female power, well, because women never go through a rites of passage. They kind of emerge because they become a woman when they start to bleed. That's when they become women. It just emerges. There's nothing they have to earn. So it's written for women. It's intrinsic inside it. It just has to emerge. It's not something they have to earn or develop. Men have to earn and develop. They have to go through. They have to go through a rites of passage. I mean, a tedious rites of passage with suffering along the way.
But that's just it, though. They don't want to go through that suffering. They want to go through.
No, that's men do. But they're writing for women. See, if they wrote the first the other Star Wars the same way, um, in the same hero's journey that men had to go through, most men probably wouldn't have a problem with it. They said, okay, she did take her steps like everybody else, so she did earn it, and she probably get more. It would probably get more respect. Um,
You think they will boycott that series?
which ones? What's that?
The Star Wars.
Talking about women or talking about men?
No, men. I think we should.
Well, I think a lot of men haven't boycotted, but a lot of men just after I think they had to rewrite Rogue One or recut it because the original trailer. I think that was a test. The original trailer was too feminine, and men hated it. So I think they had to. I think that's how come they released it so early, because they had such flack about the Force Awakens. So I think they recut it to have it a little bit more masculine so that men would accept it. So I think they downplayed the female character. But the thing is, it has to be feminine enough for women to accept it.
I just think that what women want to do is just see the woman be the hero, and that she's calling the shots. Because definitely, like if you look at certain TV shows, that's basically what it is.
Yeah.
The woman she's telling everybody what to do, and the guys are going, "Oh yeah, sure, yeah."
Yeah. They want attention and male acceptance.
But that doesn't really happen in real life, though.
No, it doesn't. No. But it's a fantasy. That's the whole thing. It's a female fantasy. That all of a sudden you're just this smart know-it-all, and you have answers to everything.
Yeah, because I kind of pissed off my boss with doing that, because basically she was doing everything, and even though I knew what to do, I would just shut up and say, "Well, go ahead, lead." And then when she would mess up, and then of course I'll come around and kind of fix it, she'll be pissed off with me about it. I mean, I know it's wrong, but I just don't care.
What's she gonna say? She's pissed off because she's pissed off because it was wrong. Like I said, status means a lot to women. I mean, a lot to women. Men don't want status they haven't earned. They want to feel that they've earned it. Men want respect more than status. Men use status.
That's true.
Yeah. Men use status.
To get respect. That, I don't think that she ultimately respects me or even values what I do put to it. So I'm like, okay, whatever. Go ahead and do it yourself.
And then when you redo it, it's like you're showing. Well, it's just like communicating with women. Okay, if you go back and redo what she's done, you basically criticizing her and say that you goofed up, and even though it's logical, emotionally she says that you criticized her, whether you said it verbally or not. But the thing is, you got to protect. You can't say anything because you got to protect your job. At the end of the day, you have to be right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. She can't really verbalize that she's mad at you.
Not per se. I hear through the grapevine that she. That's how I know she's mad. I'm hearing it through the grapevine. She is telling other people, mainly females.
Mm-hmm.
Because she's trying to make it like it's like this big conspiracy. No, want you want the job, you want the salary.
Mm.
Okay, go ahead. I'm just doing what I can do to protect my job to cover my ass.
And yeah, okay, you have to. Okay. This is managing emotions. You have to, like I say, if it was just some other random female that you didn't have to interact with, then now you basically say fuck her, right? But since you have to interact, you have to manage emotions. You have to let it go back through. Since she says it to them because she knows that it will get back to you. But every dog that brings the bone also does what? They carry a bone.
So you say she knows that I know what she's saying?
Yeah. Well, yes, of course she does. Unless she's one of the few women that are socially stupid.
Well, I think so, but from what you're saying, she might actually I can't verbalize it to him. I can't verbalize him up front. I'm gonna have to do this in around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you have to manage her emotions. You have to let it be known through the grapevine that I know she's trying. She's trying to do the best she can, and I'm trying to protect. I'm just trying to protect her job. I don't want her to look bad. So I know, I know that. Yeah, I said I know. You let it be known that I know she will get it together eventually. It just takes time. She's making a little mistake here or there. So I'm just brushing things up so that she doesn't look bad in front of everybody else. That's all. So, she'll get it, and you let her know. She'll get it. Let her know she's a smart girl. She'll get it. She'll get it. I know she'll get it. I'm just correcting a few things here or there. Nothing major. And that's where you frame it. You try to, you just brushing up. She's ultimately she knows what she's doing. She just makes little tiny errors that you catch. She doesn't have time to catch. So basically, you're just going back over and make sure that we both look good. And you frame it like that.
Okay.
And you send it back up the line because basically, you're coming at her like you would come at a man, right?
Right.
Because that's what you would think. Because you figure a man would eventually do what? Figure out, okay, I got somebody good. I don't know what I'm doing, so I'm gonna let homeboy do his job, right?
Right.
Eventually, if you as a man, if you fuck up enough and somebody has to constantly come behind you and correct what you're doing, eventually you're gonna stop doing that, right? Logic will kick in, right?
Right.
Yeah. You're not dealing with a man.
Oh no.
So even though you have to ease her emotional wall down to a level that logic will kick in, and eventually she'll stop doing that because now she doesn't have to prove herself to you, prove her status to you anymore. So you ease it, you take what she has said in the background and reframe it. I know she believes that I am trying to make her look bad. No, I'm trying to make her look good.
Okay.
Like
that makes sense.
And the first thing you let her know, I know she's smart, because she wouldn't be in the position that she is if she wasn't smart. But the thing is, I know she doesn't have the time that I have to go over and make sure that everything's correct. And that's all I'm doing. I'm making sure that everything's correct so that it goes out and we both look good. You give her an out. And it'll go right back up the chain. Yeah. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
Because some women will get it, and some women you gotta rub their hand. If she's important enough, And sometimes some women you have to come down with the hammer of Thor on them. And some women you gotta rub their hand. They're there, sweetie. I know that daddy knows that you're really trying, and daddy knows that you're really smart, and all we're doing is making sure that we get it up to snuff. You're really smart. You're just missing a few things here or there, but you'll get it. So all I'm doing is making sure that we look good, because we don't want to look bad, do we? What you got to do. So, but you got to frame it in a way that that she still looks smart. She still keeps her status. Instead of saying, you know, my supervisor came down and she just fucked it up, and I got to go through all the other thing because she screwed the level, and I got to redo her work that she just did. She's making things harder for me, even though she probably is. But you got to frame it in a different way. And eventually she'll start to back off.
Okay.
And it'll keep you from bad reputation.
Right. Bad PR.
Yeah. Yeah. It's subtle. Okay. It's subtle. It's because I know, you know, because our male ego will kick in that, okay, you basically you're challenging me. And we're going to prove who the best man is. And that rises up in us. And so we got to remember we're dealing with women, and we have to manage her emotions. You have to do it not by logic or by proof, you know, by physical proof. No, you got to remember, okay, you know, basically you got to talk to her like a pimp talks to his hoe. You want her out there on the track. You basically want her batting for you rather than against you if she's in a superior position. Unless you can afford to say fuck her, then you say fuck her. Depends. I can't make that call, but if from what I'm hearing you say, go ahead.
No, because like you said, because right now, if I change it to what you suggest, it will strengthen my position actually. Because right now, if I'm adversarial, it's easier for her to play the victim. If I do it your way, she's no longer the victim.
In other words,
benefit me.
Yeah. In other words, you're basically you're taking. You ever see those advisors they call viziers that basically come behind the king? That's basically doing all the work.
No, I never heard of that.
And you see the king's advisor that whispers in the king's ear.
Yeah.
Basically, he's making all the decisions because he's smarter than the king.
Okay, yeah.
But he can't do it. He has to make the king think that it's his choice, right?
Yeah, that it was all his idea to begin with. But
It's all his idea.
What he's whispering in his ear.
Yeah. I'm at an inferior position. I'm working for you. You're smarter than me, and all I'm doing is clean up the little small details that you didn't pay attention to. That's all. So I'm helping you. I'm not hurting you. I'm not challenging you. I'm helping you. You know, I'm here to help you.
Cool.
Yeah, you got to frame it that way. You have to take a superior position. It's a superior position because you're manipulating her without her knowing that you're manipulating her, which is much tougher to do.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, it's easier to manipulate people from a superior position, right?
Yes.
Yeah, much tougher to do it from an inferior position.
Okay.
Because you're her subordinate, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah.
So how do you manipulate a person from an inferior position? You make it look like
they're right. Make them look like they're still in charge, but you're still calling the shots.
No. In other words, they're in charge, and all you're doing is helping them. Yeah.
Okay.
Basically, you're smarter than me. I'm just cleaning up your details. And you frame it that way.
Okay, cool.
And you have that mindset when she comes over, and she's coming over to whatever you're doing, and she wants to say, okay, you're doing this. How can I help you do this? Instead of saying, okay, if you want to do it, you go ahead. Instead of pushing back and challenging, okay, how can I help you do this? And you got to do it a little bit at a time. You just can't all of a sudden just start out, because she's gonna get suspicious. I'm saying just a little bit at a time.
Yeah, right. I can't come in Monday starting this way. She'll say, "What's going on?"
Yeah. And instead of in other words, it was says I want to do it this way, and blah blah blah. Says, oh, is it okay? That's pretty good, but perhaps hear me out. What do you think about doing it this way rather than that way? Because if we do it, even though that way will work, perhaps this way we're a little bit more efficient. What do you think? You ask her. You also ask her, what do you think? Keep asking, what do you think? What do you think? What would you do? How would you plan it? But in other words, you start acting like her assistant rather than just another guy that works for her.
That's cool, BJS. I'm definitely gonna start that off. Let's just start a little bit.
Yeah.
And then
With that and some food. Is she black?
Is she black? Yeah.
Okay. ask one of her little birdies, what does she like to eat? And within a week or so, bring in something that she loves, and then she said, well, what's that? I said, oh, blah blah blah. Well, I love that. Oh, really? Try some.
Okay.
Basically, you're courting her, just like you're trying to fuck her. Okay, courting a woman mentally is the same thing as courting. It's the same thing as courting a woman. Thing is, you're trying to get something from her, and the only way you get something from a woman is deal with her emotions. A woman will actually do more for you if you deal with her emotions than she will if you just than anything else. She'll give up she won't give up resources for sex, but she will give up resources if you manage her emotions. Even a dude that's a Madden king, the reason he's there is not just because he's banging out her back. It's because that keeps her emotionally stable.
Okay, I can kind of see that.
And every woman that I ever managed their emotions for them, they always did stuff for me. So you do little things. You play that role, and basically, emotionally, she'll start to turn, and then in a couple of months, you won't be able to do any wrong.
Okay, cool.
Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it's just a small turn. In other words, you're not supplanting your ego. You're not burying your ego. You basically, what you're doing is instead of trying to move up to her level, you're moving at a higher level. You become a puppet master. That's what you want to become. That's the way you have to think of it.
Yeah, I kind of see that.
Yeah. That's what I would do. This was always worked for me when I had to work with women. You know, if I learned that real fast. I want a woman to work for me. I got to manage her emotions. I got to say, different things. Some women you have to crack a whip with, pull a leash with, and some women you have to cajole. And they love to be served. So if it looks like you're serving their interests, they will, emotionally they'll run with it like a dog with a bone. The problem is if the problem is getting rid of them. That's the problem.
True.
Anybody else want to get? I don't see anybody that wants to get on.
Yeah, my phone's about dead.
Yeah, okay. Last call. And because I'm getting ready to check out. All right, folks. If that's all, I'm gonna sign off. Yeah, it's deep game. It's just hey, Rom, what's going on, man? Yeah, what do you think, Rom? Oh, you only do it privately. What do you think of my advice, Rom? Since you're in there in the comments in the comment section. Yeah, I mean, I used to have this chick. I had to go down to supplies and get something from this lady every day, and she's mean to everybody else. But I used to smooth her and give her food every now and then. Man, I could get anything I wanted. But I think it is what it is. Ram said, yeah, the field master. Yeah. You magnificent bastard, Ramo. Give me a day, Ram. The thought whisperer. Man, that's what pimps do, man. Pimps are there to manage a hoe's emotions. That's why she's joining the team. She wants to be a hoe, but she needs somebody to kind of manage her. All right. A Thursday. All right. I'm on the West Coast. So, what time's good for you? Yeah, Thursday's a good day. What time's good for you? Okay. All right, we'll do. Oh, anytime. Okay, anytime on Thursday. Okay, cool. You want to be a live hangout, or you want it to be just me and you? Okay. All right, we'll do. Yeah, they want they haven't heard from the field master in quite a while. You've been getting off some heavy game, Ron, lately. But I was thinking about, I don't know if you heard what I was talking about as far as doing the thing about the woman's animus and why she liked bad boys and stuff like that. I was going to do a deep thing on that. So I might do that before our session, because I know you're doing this stuff about why women like bad boys and and that kind of stuff. And I know y'all been going round and round. I said, how can I weigh in? So um, I said, let me go get back, because I did the whole thing about male anima and how men project their inner female out onto try to project their inner female out onto into the real world and project it onto a female in real life. And women do the same thing. And even Donovan Sharp was saying the same thing. If you want to know what a woman likes in a man, listen to what she says about herself. And the thing is, it's not that she's that herself, it's that her inner male is projecting what it would like to be. And since she can't be that, she has to find a man that she can project it onto that will embody with her inner male. That's what happens a lot of times. So you see, and every time I hear a woman talk in language about like that, even Issa, when if you go back to just Issa Rae, when she's hooking up with Daniel, she was writing rhymes, and she wanted to be a rapper in the music in real life, but she couldn't. So what's the next best thing? To find a man that does it in real life. In other words, somebody to carry her animus for her. Men and women do it, but they just do it differently because they haven't made that connection internally. Like the reason I don't need a lot of emotional support from women, personally. I don't need a lot of emotional support from women because me and my anima, which I call my oracle, we're connected. Yeah. Yeah. Well, well, you do it privately. Well, you go into deeper because the thing is, I go through it, and a lot of guys, they don't understand it because they don't have. A lot of guys need practical details, practical stories and details, and if I can give examples, but and I kind of like give an overview, but they needed. That's why I say, when guys ask me, I said, if you want the on the ground, how to do it in real life, I said, you got to go to Ram, because Ram, that's Ram's thing. I can give you a theory, but Ram can break it down. He said, okay, this is how you implement it in real life. And I said, that's where Ram comes in. I said, I always point him to Ram. If you want to know how to implement that stuff in real life, go to Ram, because that's Ram's thing, because he knows how to do it in real life. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh. Well, a lot of that is in Jung, and there's a very good article. In fact, let me pull it up and paste it in here so you can look at it. It was a really good article, man, because we're talking about it, and they were talking about the modern woman. And see, here's the title. It's kind of detailed. And let me grab a link for you. Yeah, the article was really interesting, and because it was speaking to not just the animus, but also how it plays out in the modern liberated woman. Well, you could. The thing is, if you can go to a place where there's nothing but males, yeah, that's fine. If you're in an all-male environment, but managing a woman's emotion and understanding the woman's psyche is not just so you can get into her pants. And this is old man's game, Older men, as you go along, you learn that managing her emotions first is a lot more important, because you can only it'll serve you a lot better than actually trying to manage her sexually. In fact, it's probably more profitable to manage a woman's emotions, because that's what she really is. Basically, all you're doing is managing her emotion through sex anyway. Sex is just a tool to basically get her wrapped up emotionally to you, or tie her, get her emotionally addicted to you. That's all. That's what sex is, just a tool. I don't look at sex, banging out her back as a means, as the means itself, but as a means to an end. In fact, you get to the point where is that you get her to a point where she's asking for sex, or she's asking for whatever, because basically, she's requiring you to do something for her, so that allows you to demand that she does something for you, because if you do it effectively, because women are not good at managing their emotions. They're really not. They need males for that. That's what she needs a male for more than anything else, to keep her emotionally stable. And if you can do that, especially a working woman has to go out in this environment, man. You can't get rid of them. That's like I said, that's the only problem. Once you start managing their emotions, getting rid of them is a problem, because they're always under you. So the thing is, a lot of guys, especially beta orbiters, they want to do that shit for free. Man, stop doing that shit for free. The thing is that the only thing about esoteric books or esoteric knowledge, there is no one book, and they do that. A lot of times they do that shit on purpose. They spread it out, so you really have to study. You really have to find it and put the pieces together. Even in theory, you got to put the pieces together. I've never seen all esoteric knowledge all in one book. It's spread out, and everybody has a different aspect on it. It's not even. It was. There's a science to. There's a science to it, but the thing is, it's also there's a deeper aspect to it. There's, for lack of a better term, there's also a spiritual aspect to it. But there's lots of books out there. It's never in. It's very difficult to find it in one book. You'll find you'll find something that will touch on it, or give you an overview of it. It'll give you some information, but it won't go deep enough, because you can't do it all in one book. And then sometimes if you read a book and you don't have enough background material, it's like trying to go through a calculus book and you haven't gone through algebra yet. It's impossible. You gotta also have to have some kind of background knowledge as to bring your level of consciousness up to the book. But there's tons of books out there. That don't point to controlling women per se, like because I was in fact, there was some woman on my MGTOW channel. I don't know how they get a hold of my MGTOW channel, but I was talking about they saw my video. Does a woman's sexual history matter? And she said if you're using it to help a woman, she's enlightened. She's happy for it. She said if you're using it to control a woman, then she's disgusted with it. And I said, well, this is MGTOW channel, and your opinion doesn't matter, because I'm not talking to you. I said, I don't know why they come to my MGTOW channel and complain. They know I'm going to delete the video, their comment, because you're not supposed to be on the page anyway. I said I should give them a link to Rom's page, because Rom's better at it. In fact, I'm gonna start directing them when they start complaining. Okay, well, you want that kind of you want somebody to be to rub your hand and talk nice to you. So I'm gonna push you over to Rom's page. He'll tell you the same thing I'm telling you, but in a nicer manner. Uh, that's well, you telling them that you don't want them is a way of managing their emotions, and there's lots of ways to do that. The best way to manage them, best if you're really good at it, and Ron will tell you that if you're really good at it, at managing their emotions, you can do it without them being aware of it, which is the best way. Which is the best way. If you're really good at it, then you can work in a female environment. And because I've seen it, man. I've seen it. They have women dancing. They have women dancing for them, basically. You know. But the thing is not to have sex with any of them. You know, you want to get you don't want shit where you eat. So if you manage their emotions, man, you don't want to. If you screw one of them, then you're gonna fuck up, because then you're gonna start a cat fight and a cascade. You don't want that. In fact, it's almost better for them to look for, if they're really into, if you manage their emotions, it's almost better to have them look for a woman for you. That way, there's no cat fight. Okay. If you've been around a lot of women, or especially if you're in an office or something with a lot of women, there's a lot of females. If it's like having children and you picking out a favorite, you're going to cause a rivalry. You don't want that. What you want is harmony. So the thing is, you try to manage. The quickest way to start a female rivalry, especially with a lot of women that you're talking to, is to fuck one of them. So the thing is, and basically you don't want that in, so like my man was doing it in an office setting. You don't want to do that in an office setting. Unless you just happen to be, unless you just happen to have that kind of sexual prowess and they just want to bang you. If you got that going on, then you don't need any help. They'll all line up to try you, but even then you're going to have issues. So basically, what you want to do, especially in an environment where you're making your paper, is, if you can, don't take that bait, man, because they'll throw that out there. You don't take that bait. If anything, you want to get set up, have them set up with a girlfriend that's outside of the office. If you want their help, set them up with one of the girlfriends outside the office, so where you screwing a girlfriend. But even that, man, can cause problems, because if you break up with the chick, then poison the well. So you like to keep that separate. I said, chick's telling me that she would have my baby. I'm like, no, thank you. Any chick that's into you wants to have your baby. Okay. Any chick that's into you want to. Yeah, I mean, I'm saying, Liquid Oscillate, a lot of stuff I'm saying, man, it's not. I'm not. Yeah, basically, I mean, if you've been around enough of them, and that's one thing of pimps around, because that's their field of women. If you've been around enough of them, man, you hear them talk, because if you've been privy to hear what they say when they think men aren't around, You get a lot of game from them because when they're with their girlfriends, that's when the true game comes out, what they really think. So you get both sides. Okay, homosexuals give women male energy without um, without them putting up their defenses as far as sex. So in other words, homosexuals give women a male perspective with the same thing you can have. Older men can have the same thing with younger women if they don't think the older man is sexually interested in them. Women always want male attention. It doesn't matter from whom. So a homosexual gives them safe male attention. One within the dynamic. When you get into it, the dynamic is really interesting because I mean, I've had 10, 5, 10 women around me, and I'm breaking down game, and they walk away shaking their heads because they can't dispute it. So that's when I know I had it. So I know I had it when I could break it down. That's how come women do not want to come on live. That's how come they make comments in the comment section. They don't want to come on live with me, so where I can actually, like Ron said, spit some ism at them. I spit some ism at them because it can't be disputed. Because it is what it is. Because that's their nature. They can't. What are they gonna lie? After a few questions, they're gonna start telling on themselves. A lot of women telling on themselves. I tell them I'm well connected to my anima. I say I got that little woman in my head. Every time the woman speaks, I got that little woman in my head translating. So in fact, I've done it, man, with female female friends. They start telling me a situation, and the little woman in my head is translating. Well, this is what she really means, and I spit it right back to them, and their mouth just drops open. Like my daughter, if my daughter doesn't want me to figure it out, she doesn't tell me. No, she'll tell her mother or my mother or whoever other female, one of my sisters, before she'll tell me, because she don't want to tell me directly because she know I'm going to figure it out. Ricky Lake. What do you? Okay. Oh, Lauren Lake. Oh. Sansaray would just be herself Sansaray would just be herself and tell life from her perspective. She got enough knowledge. She's been around enough people that she could just be herself and tell her own little story. She would make a lot more money because it'd be entertaining. She got stories. She's trying to be something that she's not. She's not intellectual. She got to be who she is. Sansaray used to be fine as fuck. She's just older now. But if Sansaray was just be herself, she would make a lot more money. Not all of it. Not all of it. The thing is, dropping the game and doing, it's like knowing the path and walking the path are two different things. Actually going out in the field and actually doing it. Hell, I've dropped game about women to lesbians, to studs. They said, "Well, she's tripping. She's doing it." I said, "Oh man, come on." I said, "Oh man, this is what's going on." Well, everybody don't like the booty models, man. You know, Sansaray. Some people like the traditional kind of models, a tall, thin type. Now I've had them both. The tall thin type. The tall thin type is better if you want to have a woman on your arm, but if you want to. If you actually want to go vertical, man, horizontal, I tell you, the big booty bimbos are better. I have to say, even though I've been more attracted to the tall thin type, but as I have gotten older, you put away the sports car and you get something a little bit that rides a little easier. I remember when I was younger, I didn't like them. They had to be at least 5'8", and they couldn't weigh more than 130 pounds. So now I'm. So if they were under 5 foot, they couldn't be any shorter than 5'7". So as I got older, they got shorter and thicker. It should be. It should be. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff going on in the background. So. But after being around so many women, it's just you would think that this kind of stuff is just common knowledge. And you would think women would know better. And you believe it or not, man, women do it, but they don't recognize it in themselves. Because a lot of women say stupid shit. I say, you're a woman, you should know better. And the thing is, women just react. Most women just react. They have no clue. And I think Obsidian had a guest on. She was talking about that women are afraid to look at their own body parts. So women just react, man. We start breaking down women's emotions to women, and see their mouths open. And when it's like, you're right, but I never thought of that. It's like, you've been a woman your whole life. Come on now. Women, the thing is, in red pill parlance, man, it's the alpha bucks and beta bucks is real. It's a twin mating strategy. And more if they can get it. And now they want to get into the harem. Where they have different men to do different things. I said, and are you guys getting, basically, if you let a pimp will tell you, man, don't let these chicks Georgia you. If a woman can get a whole bunch of resources and help, man, for some pussy, she'll do it. It's cheap, man. You're giving away hundreds of dollars of time and attention and assistance, man, for a chick that's not even a pro. And I don't care what she looks like, man. Anybody's been with a beautiful woman, man. It's just like a beautiful woman is just like a new car, pretty much, man. After you've driven it for 6 months and and pay the notes on it, man, she starts to look ordinary. Yeah, yeah, they are truly lesbian. In fact, they're more hardcore lesbian than what they call the femmes. The femmes were more likely to drift backwards and forwards, which is which what they call them. They call them, well, the women call themselves studs. Well, even more than the studs do, because the studs, when they take a masculine stance, they're pretty hard seated into it. Whereas a femme, since she's taking a feminine stance, she has a tendency to drift backwards and forwards. In other words, wherever the goodies are, if she can get some goodies resources, or she can get an orgasm, she has no problem with drifting back and forth to a man. It's kind of hard for a stud. Now, if you banging a stud, it's because basically you struck her inner female, and she's more or less addicted to you, so she's willing to step out of that for a second. But if you can get a stud sprung, man, you have some interesting times. Let's put it that way. She'll bring you home a few tricks here or there. Sometimes studs are abused. Sometimes they've been abused by their fathers. Some studs come from single mothers, and they didn't have any father in their life at all, so they assumed male power. There's a lot of really different reasons that they can go to that path, and some of them just born that way, man. I've seen women that's just born that way. They never did play with dolls. They hated dresses their whole life. So yeah, every time I look at Issa Rae, man, I can't help but say, damn, if she's not a stud. I mean, I look at her hands and I look at her feet, because her face is cute. The thing is, I look at her shoulders and her hands and say, I look at her and say, man, she looks more like a tranny. She'd be a cute tranny if she was. Oh, your daddy black. Oh, don't that's not, your daddy ain't gonna work, because there's a whole lot of black women that don't like their daddies. Everybody. Oh, we got the morning crew coming in, huh? You out, Rom? Oh, that Rom's out. All right. Last questions before I run, because it's getting kind of late here too. Because I think the live stream still up? I guess it's still live. Okay. Last questions before I run. Sierra's hands are big too. Yeah. Why are people so hard on Detroit? Because Detroit has been a basket case, man. After Ford kind of abandoned them, and they've what they don't talk about a lot is Youngstown, Ohio, man, which is a basket case after steel left. So Detroit is just that big steel and big industry just left and hollowed the place out. They haven't found a way to revitalize it yet. Yeah, in fact, IR dating is going to increase. depending on what you call IR. It seems like the Hispanics or the Latinos are the gateway drugs. I say, what would your advice be to someone to brace the near future regards to automation? What is the best route to insulate oneself? You have to go basic, or you have to go high tech. Either you're gonna have to get into robotics or programming, or you're gonna have to learn how to grow food and assemble systems. I would say the easier route probably would be the latter, growing food, unless you already have those skills. If you're gonna stay in the country, even the guys programming into high tech might have to learn how to grow food. Yeah, I'm getting ready to go sleep in a minute, man. The people that I want to come on never come on. Hey, Sokar, because I had how do you survive a depression? It depends on how deep the depression is. Like everybody else, if you grow food, you'll survive a depression. First thing you have to do is food and water. It's the first way. That's how people survive the last depression. Learn how to grow garden and learn how to grow food. There's more gardening technology now than there was before, so it's a lot easier. But that especially I was saying that to Bitter Truth. I was telling them that if they're going to push you out of the urban centers, you're going to have to teach people how to grow food and stuff like that. And so, in other words, if it becomes a food desert, it doesn't matter because you're producing your own food. And then you only have to bring in what you need. All right. Don't get stuck. All right. Anything else? Oh, based on Richard Martin's comments, what about him? Because Richard Martin is a financial guy, and he's reading it from a financial standpoint. But I want you guys to listen to as many voices as you can, and basically make up your own mind. He's not right about everything. He's been wrong about a few things. In fact, more than a few things. We talk about the Chinese and the Chinese currency. He was wrong about that, but we argued over that a long time ago. But the thing is, in some things that he's right. Like the first one I put up about the theft of America getting their wealth through theft. I thought that was an interesting perspective to actually consider. Everybody wants to say whether he's right or wrong instead of listening to what he has to say and considering it. Because what he's saying is, he's using fact, but he's forming an opinion, and his opinion can be right, it can be wrong, or just be different. Buying gold and silver works. Buying gold and silver works as an emergency over long term, but it's just part of your strategy. It's not your whole strategy. Buying gold and silver works if you can store it and protect it. Well, they said that if it during if we hitting a shit hits the fan crisis, copper and seeds is what you really need. Copper, iron, and seeds. You need to grow your own food. You have your own water, and you have to have you have iron and lead to protect it, because gold and silver does not do you much good if there's no system to trade it in. So in other words, rather than go, if you really think that something's going to happen, you need land, you need seeds, you need to know how to grow it, and you need arms and bullets to protect it. That will have you survive, because you have gold and silver. Shit hits the fan. What's going to happen if you get overrun? What's going to happen to your gold and silver? Money is only good within a system. Money is no good if you don't have a system. I don't care what money is. Gold and silver are no good if you don't have a system to barter with them. Yeah, gold and silver are good because they're universally accepted all over the world in some shape, form, or fashion. So if you have to bug out, because they say gold and silver coins in a bug out bag. In other words, if you are fleeing the country and you need portable wealth to go with you that is universally accepted, then you would take gold or silver. If you are staying in the country and shit hits the fan, gold and silver, gold and silver may buy you out of a circumstance. Say if you have to ransom yourself, like somebody's going to kill you, and you got it buried someplace and you want to ransom yourself, that may work. Or if there's a system that's still up and running to pay for stuff, let's say if the cash is no longer good, but it's basically like a first aid kit. It's emergency money. But it's one tool that you need to have in your it's one tool that you need to have in your whatchamacallit, in your one tool you need to have in your arsenal, in your bug out bag. But hell, water is more important than gold or silver. Where you gonna get your water from? So I would say the first thing you need before gold or silver, you need the water and water filtration. Everybody should have some kind of portable water filter. Oh yeah, that's all. Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, they're making all kinds of shit, man. Your machine, your CNC shops are making all kind of weapons all over the place. So basically, it's going to get worse with 3D printing and then CNC shops. My weapon of choice for shit its fan is a 50 caliber Barrett. And Steve Harvey probably voted for Trump. He's probably a Republican. There's a lot of black Republicans that don't announce that they're Republicans because they're in the public eye. So I wouldn't be surprised that Steve Harvey's worth what, $100 million now or thereabouts. He's probably a Republican. So a lot of people switch over. No, AK-47 is cool for close assault, but I don't want to get that close. A 50 caliber Barrett, man, will hold off a whole platoon at a distance. Yeah, hell, if a whole police squad, if a police know you have a 50 caliber Barrett, man, they won't even come near you. And you go through just about everything they have. They had to call the National Guard if you got one of those bad boys, because that's the only thing that'll have enough armor to defend against the doggone thing. Everything else, they make Swiss cheese out of everything else. That's how come they don't allow them in California. Because if you got one of those bad boys, they got to stay at least a half mile away from you. Yeah, they still talking about Nestle buying up California water. Yeah, water is gold, man. At least until they finally figure it out. At least until they get enough enough hydration plants. I don't know why people buy bottled water anyway, man. That's a con. Anybody that's been in a foreign country, man, and had to drink bottled water because you couldn't drink the local water, you never go back to bottled water again. It's better to have a portable filter, man, and just drink the water from the local source and drink it out of your portable filter. It's another thing we were talking about earlier. I mean, if you work around Asians, man, Asians do not buy bottled water. Man, they bring that water from home in their own canteens, man. They do not buy that shit because it's a ripoff. All right, folks, I'm getting ready to sign off, and I'll check you guys out another time. I don't know when. Maybe the end of the month. This is the middle of the month? Yeah, probably the end of the month. I'll schedule something for the end of the month. Everybody says Friday is a good day for them. So yeah, well, yeah, the movie theater, the movie theater, that's how come you see nothing but blockbusters, because you can't replicate the sound. So that's why you see a lot of blockbusters, because anything else you can basically you can wait for the DVD. All right, folks. I'll check you guys out another time. As always, BGS out.